What's going on, Summoners? Welcome back to the Wild Rift Summoner Series, Day 2 of the first qualifiers, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom Gaming, and Nerd Street, all working together to put on this incredible show. We already finished our top 32 yesterday, and we've narrowed it down to the top 8 teams today. Competition's heating up, everybody. I'm Kangas, I'll be your play-by-play for the day, and joined once again, we got our very own Florida man, AlkBattery. Alk, you're up till like 1 a.m. last night for day 1. How you feeling now? You got your rest?
Yeah, I got my rest. I woke up a little bit earlier than I thought I would. I promised everybody I'd be up about 10 minutes before, but I got up. I'm awake. I got to eat. I got some water in me. Exactly.
That is the important part. And I just want to give credit to Alk, everybody. He didn't want me to share this story on stream, but I have to.
Oh, wonderful.
I messaged him after the games yesterday and said, hey, man, great job today. Rest up. And he said, look, my girlfriend wanted to talk on the phone tonight, but I told her I couldn't because I can't talk until tomorrow. That's how dedicated he is to bringing the best stories and the best hype today for the games. But let's talk about those games after we cover the format of the entire event. It's a big scope that we're covering here, and we're just at the beginning. So bring your eyes over to the far left, July 26th through the 27th. These are where we find our first 4 qualifiers for the first major where prize pool starts to come in. There will be another qualifiers next week, a reminder in case you haven't signed up. And then the top 4 from there will also move on to that majors. Top 8 will be competing for that prize pool. But that's only the first major. What comes after that, Alk?
And we've got a second circuit with another 2 qualifiers and another major. And then guess what? A third circuit where you've got those 2 other qualifiers, the last 2, then you can qualify into the third major. And these first ones, obviously you can get into that first major. Auto qualifying into the second is awesome. But the big ones are the second and the third, where top 2 from these majors and top 4 from the third major will qualify automatically for the North American Regional Championships, where the big 70K is, Kangas.
That's October 1st through the 3rd. The regional championship is where the legends will be born here in North America. Yes. This is one of the first large-scale events that we've had in Tier 1 esports for Wild Rift, and they're competing for that juicy prize pool as well. Let's take a closer look at that prize pool, too, because, again, just a reminder, it's not just the Grand Championship that has it. All majors will have their own prize pools, too, so there is money throughout the event itself, throughout the entire 2 months here of competition. But then October 1st is when 70K is on the line. You can see the breakdown right there, and with that much money coming into Wild Rift Esports, just means more eyes will be on the scene, more orgs will be interested in actually taking a look. So let's take a look at the teams that are currently competing right now here, Alk, because we got some really exciting ones currently in this top 8 bracket. Who, right off the bat, before we take a look, though, who are you most excited for yourself?
I'm most excited for Enemy, because we got to see 30K, we got to see Xenon, we also got to obviously see this team, but Enemy has looked like one of the top teams by far, and definitely ones that we may have not been able to catch on the broadcast, at least from a storytelling perspective as well. I know we got some yucks after the broadcast, but it was a sick round of a couple of quarterfinals, because now they're on opposite sides of the bracket. So if we want to see a Cloud9 versus Enemy, it's gonna be in that finals, and that would be incredibly exciting.
And if 30K wants revenge for the quick 2-0 that Enemy gave them yesterday, they're going to have to battle it all the way to the finals too. But that's a cool one, is 30K versus Cloud9 to start off the day. These were 2 of the teams that we were highlighting coming in, but there's been some other big names that have been impressing us. Enemy's one of them. Very happy you brought them up, but Tribe Gaming as well. They were Bulbasaur. We actually didn't get a chance to even watch any of their games, but we did get a chance to catch up with their coach and some of the players. And just hearing the pedigree of this roster, intimidating to say the least. So I'm looking at the bottom half of this bracket thinking this is looking pretty stacked.
I mean, just even, pulling back away from those top 3 teams that we were talking about, a lot of other teams are looking at Goons and Tribe as teams they want to play against. And obviously, a lot of them are going to have to wait until either the finals or the semifinals for that to happen. But these are 2 teams that just outside of that top 3 bracket that may be looking to try to go for an upset or even look to dominate in the second qualifier next week if they can't make it.
I'm happy you brought up Team Goons in particular, because we're actually going to be watching them as our first match. Yep. Now, this is the team that everybody I asked from the lower bracket, what team are you most excited or most afraid to play against? Everybody said Team Goons. They got a reputation in the scene right now. They've won a lot of other of the events coming up. Team Liquid, most notably the tournament that they hosted. And they got Iraqi Zoro in the top lane, Lamont in the jungle, Hoon in the mid lane with Goom, and Yikes GG rounding out the Dragon lane.
Brawl Star Pros, they're rocking Monarch in the top lane, Eric's in the mid lane, Molly in mid, Corey GG and Oggs sitting in the bot duo role. Really fun stuff. And I mean, surprisingly enough, this is one of the matchups that we didn't get too much airtime for them. We didn't get to see them all of yesterday. So looking forward to see what we get from them.
Yeah, just the way that the broadcast happened on day one with 32 slots open for teams to qualify for, it was tough to get everybody on stream. But now that we're in the top 8, we're going to be taking a look specifically at teams that haven't either been shown before or that we think will, I mean, obviously once we make it to the top 4, we're seeing both semifinals. So the broadcast schedule for the day is only one of the quarterfinals matches, but we will get both semis and then the finals. We'll get to see a lot of Wild Rift. All of them will be best of 3s. So there's a chance, Alk, and I'm looking at the time right now, there's a chance that the day still goes late if we get 3-game series for all of them. And honestly, I'm kind of hoping for that. I'm expecting, because the further along we get, the closer the competition gets.
Exactly. And we brought it up yesterday. We brought it up today. It takes a single best of 3 qualify you into the major. That is, I mean, it's kind of feels like quarterfinals has a lot more stakes. Obviously, seeding is awesome, but quarterfinals is looking real tense for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, literally, if you win here, you're in. You're in for the majors. What you're competing for next is seeding towards that majors. But we're here. We're ready for pick and ban for game number 1, Alk. I'm hearing from production that we can hop right in. So, Team Goons versus Brawl Stars. Now, before we get too deep into this one, Alk, I want to ask you, because you had a chance to actually catch up with some members of Team Goons. What are we expecting from them as a team? Obviously, they're coming in as first seed from their group, so favorites against Brawl Stars. But what else did you learn?
I mean, just looking at not only their match history and also kind of getting to catch their mid laners individual games, playing a literally different game, playing Mobile Legends and being super high ranked in there. I'm looking at this team to be really dominant in their solo lanes. Zoro and Hoon have been playing a lot of these skill check champions, Lucian, Camille in the top lane. I'm looking forward to see what we can get from them because, I mean, Lamont, we haven't seen too many of standout junglers, I think, in general. And between these 3 in the top side, this should be a really dangerous matchup here for Brawl Stars, bro.
All right, so maybe a top-heavy team here. We'll have to keep our eyes, especially on Iraqi Zoro, previous Vainglory player, has a lot of pedigree in mobile MOBAs. So, yeah, Team Goons, let's see what they're drafting so far. Taking away the Galio, this was a very popular pick from yesterday. Olaf as well, Gragas too. None of these too surprising, as we still are on patch 2.3c for right now in the event.
Yeah, we'll have to see. There was some hesitation for today because we know I think the items are going to potentially drop, and then tomorrow is the full patch for the champions. That'll be a lot of fun if we get the item patch in the middle of our finals. That'd be that would be great.
That kind of crazy. Hopefully it doesn't cause any delays, but that could really shake up the meta.
I'm looking for certain champions, obviously, for Goons. They had a lot of priority on Corki yesterday, flexing it between Hoon and Goom. And when we're looking at the side of Brawl City Pros, they've been playing a lot of Malphite. Same with Goons. So I want to see what they can kind of flex up there. Monarch also has a little bit of a pocket Riven. So, you know, we saw Riven in the bans last night. Didn't happen. We didn't get to see too much of the champion otherwise, but I want to see at least one super heavy, like just fighter style top lane stuff.
We saw a lot of Darius yesterday, oddly enough. Yes. But yeah, no Riven. But the final ban from Team Goons here on the blue side is going to be Lucian. Again, very powerful pick. We see the Ziggs ban from Brawl Stars. None of these are surprising me, and none of these really feel like target bans. They're all just incredibly strong meta picks. That Orianna may be the closest that we could kind of categorize in that target ban category. But regardless, nothing really jumping out to me in the pick and ban phase, but they're still very strong picks to lock in first. Right up at the top of my list is Lee Sin here. Team Goons, if they want it, they could just shoot for it.
True. They've been putting, I mean, Lamont has been playing a ton of different stuff. Interesting. This is definitely a new style from teams where they're just straight up picking a support champion. Kind of shows what they want. Says, hey, we want the we want the Xayah and Rakan. But Brawl Stars, do they just try to take it away, or do they try to answer with something like a Varus, something like a Corki? Looks like Brawl Stars are picking themselves up their top jungle.
See, the thing about the Rakan is you're kind of pressuring your opponents to, like, are you going to pick the Xayah away from us now and get arguably the weaker side of the pair if you're only going to have one of them? Again, it comes down to comfort, but instead Brawl Stars say, no, we're actually going to play into that Xayah, locking in the Camille and Wukong, and I love this from Team Goons. Yeah, just go with the Xayah because she's a very defensive AD carry that can actually deal with the Wukong and Camille pretty well.
Yeah, okay, this part is where I have a couple question marks because Corki has been such a big flex for both of these teams that, hey, maybe we pick it here. We are hiding our solo lanes, and I think they want to try to get a little bit deeper into the draft, see if maybe a Malphite fits in for Team Goons and for Zoro here. But it's really strange. It does mean that now there's going to be a free pick in the mid lane, in the AD carrier role. They can pick Kai'Sa, they can pick Varus. There's a couple of options here for Brawl Stars and Team Goons. I want to see what they got.
Yeah, the TF plus Lulu combo here. Interesting that Brawl Stars didn't save their mid laner until the very end, but I guess they do see the Corki already, so they know the matchup that they're drafting into, and this gives them a lot of global map pressure to play around a Camille split push style. But you called it. Malphite's locked in for Team Goons. They also pair it with a J4, even more engaged.
Yeah, there's at least 2 games for Team Goons where Zoro is just playing Malphite. This should be the matchup that they're looking forward to, and with Camille can lose gracefully, and in the side lane we haven't seen too much side lane play. Looking as we get further in this top 8, more and more dedication, especially with how heavy some of these teams are prioritizing. I know this is not even the series, but haters, they have like 5 games on TF, so going to be a high priority, and I want to see more of that coming throughout the series.
The higher the competition gets, the more these global ultimates actually become effective. I know they're not the best in the solo queue environment, take a lot of team coordination to fully unlock their potential, but in the top 8 here of the Summoner Series, we're expecting these teams to show us a higher level of play, and there's that Kai'Sa final lock-in for Brawl Stars Pros. So they have a lot of tools to get onto the backline. I'm looking at the Wukong Camille. The TF can just ult behind them. Kai'Sa can follow up. I'm kind of struggling to figure out what the Lulu's meant to do in this composition. Otherwise, I guess just save somebody caught by the Malphite, I suppose.
Yeah, there is in my head, this looks like Lulu that is here to help the top side. You are helping out this Wukong and the Camille who are wanting to go in. Kai'Sa can obviously be a kind of a last measure. I do like Lulu for the polymorph. I think that is the most important part. Really, with Lulu, you're getting 2 things. You're either playing an Ardent support, essentially, where you're there as an enchanter, or that polymorph can kind of delay a lot of fights. If Jarvan can't go in because he's polymorphed, or if Malphite can't do the same, also makes it very easy to blow up a Rakan. It's definitely some measure of
I like that point, actually. I think the Rakan makes the most sense to me there. Because when I think about the Malphite J4, it's like once the Lulu's in range, they've done their job. They've already engaged on you. So the polymorph doesn't do as much. But actually that point of the Rakan, and even the Corki, if you're trying to package past and Lulu just hits you with the polymorph on the way. All right, I'm starting to become.
This game.
It's a trap?
So
Lulu, the packages.
Yeah, the Lulu. No, so Lulu, for anybody, obviously, if you've been playing wildrift, Lulu polymorph, you put it on the ground, and you have to walk into it. So it gives you zone control as well, similar to something like a Ziggs, obviously with a lot less damage. But Lulu, you put down the trap as a polymorph. Either your ally can walk into it, and they suddenly get a ton of movement speed, and they can run into any team, or they just walk in a polymorph, and now they can't do anything, and you can blow them up.
So in the line of the Corki engage and the line of the Rakan engage, we'll see if it works out for them. And we're loaded in, Alk. Game number 1, kicking off our day 2 of the first qualifiers. Just a reminder, the winner of this series will move on to the majors. They'll have a couple more series to play throughout the day, depending on how well they do, but that will be for seeding. If you win here, you make it through. Team Goons versus Brawl Stars Pro. Let's see what they're able to give us here today. We see the same strategy that we saw a lot of teams utilize once we got into the top 16 yesterday, where the solo laners catch mid-wave at the same time and then roam up to the top side. I like it. It gives you a little bit extra push in the mid lane and also some extra XP for your top laners.
Yeah, they're splitting XP, so it kind of hurts the mid lane a little bit, but the biggest part of that is this: they want to try and get vision into the enemy jungle. We saw right there, Hoon, he was leaning over to the top side of the river, wanted to get a river ward or some kind of ward into the Raptors, but wasn't able to thanks to Monarch standing there. So we a level lead here.
Areki Zoro, he was level 2. I think he expected himself to win this matchup, but his Q's almost coming back up. Seismic Shard would have been available, and he also hits level 3. So why is the Monarch to back off? Just a trade of barriers.
They will... If Camille has Ignite, you're thinking, I know you're thinking, Kangas, you're like, is that a solo kill? Potentially, one of them. And it's got to be very scary for Zoro, who comes out ahead. They're taking an early roam now into bot side.
Lane. Here we go. Can they actually pull it off? Eric! Nice read right here.
LeBont?
As the Wukong actually answers it, but Hoon still under the turret. Gets first blood over to Goom. Well played here by Goons.
Very
it's not over yet. Melu Wu hits the gold
Ignite.
card. Doesn't have the auto attack damage. Ignite might be enough. Oh, the shielding from Yikes. All right, Goons not necessarily punished, but top lane still 1v1 here. Monarch getting a lot of damage traded onto Iraqi Zoro.
There it is.
Flashes forward, sweeping strike, doesn't get it. Iraqi Zoro barely lives.
Oh man, that's so close, and that is definitely one of the moments where if you're sitting on this Malphite, that is a trade where, oh, this is so smart from Eric's. Delay the back. He's gonna be
looking
seen.
for it.
Doesn't have, he has flash.
Oh, flash. Ares. Oh, no, he doesn't have it. Oh, Iraqi Zoro. I don't know if it's luck or what you want to call it, but living with single-digit health twice. What a gamer, what a game.
Malphite Gaming right there. That's when you get the Malphite Gaming on Twitter. They do like a little rock dance that he does. That's it. That's all you have to do if you're Zoro. That's the only thing I think I'm missing for a Wild Rift is being able to spam emotes in front of your face, in front of the opponent. But speaking on that play, that dive down bot lane, that was excellent turret juggle for the aggro there. So really great job, able to pick themselves up a kill, and they don't end up wasting all that much in return. So their bot lane is slightly ahead, able to pick up an additional crit glove above their opponent, and I want to see what they do with this. How do they activate some of these other members, specifically someone like this Corki now, who has to try and outroam a TF somehow?
I mean, you can do it when you have the package, but other than that, it's going to be tough to actually answer those TF ultimates. We haven't talked too much about the team identities and what the game plans are, so I want to take some moment while we have some downtime here to identify what teams' goals are, because I see two teams that both excel in teamfight scenarios, but one just a little bit better with the death kind of death ball composition. The other one needs to look for flanks a little more. So what do you think ideal setups are for each of these teams?
Ideal setups right now for Brawl Cities, because I'm looking at Goons and I'm thinking they just want a 5-on-5 team fight. They just want to look, they want to go right into the enemy, run at them, and see what they can do. They have great tools with the Jarvan and Malphite, and Rakan is a great follow-up. But Brawl City, I really hope what they want to do here is set their top side up for success, either try to take this tower early or set up some kind of map disadvantage where Camille can come in either with a TP or even have TF in the side lane getting ready with that Destiny and show up to team fights. We have our first Drake here, Kangas, and hopefully things have changed. Everybody's taken a rest. They've maybe recognized, they've got the VOD review open. They said, okay, Drake's maybe not that important, but that's a package in mid lane, and hopefully they're looking for something around this dragon.
Both teams looking for it. Team Goons currently have a little more vision priority around the area, and Brawl Stars actually have their jungler on the top half of the map, but there's nobody there, so Brawl Stars is just kind of wasting time. Maybe they'll just trade the turret. We actually saw other teams, Team Yawn, for example, in the round of 32 even, did this exact play. They said, we give over the first Drake, we take first turret for it.
And they need someone to cover this bot lane, though, because they can overload this side of the map. They're going to have a ton of auto attackers. Going to try and race for first turret. This should just be the first one for Camille. Exactly what I wanted to see. And what we just set up a map disadvantage, allow for Camille to have advantage in the side lane, and make it an uneven numbers fight as we get further into the game. Pull Goons away from certain objectives.
But the teams are learning. In the top 8, we are seeing some higher coordinated level of play here. Because throughout all of the top 32, top 16, teams were just coin flipping at Dragon, team fighting at the first Dragon, throwing everything in the kitchen sink at that first Dragon. But this time around, we see a little more calculation coming in here from Brawl Stars Pro. They get that first turret top side. It is traded for the turret bottom side, so it is still a net gold lead for Team Goons. And they do still have that dragon under their belt, so they are in a lead, but it's not like Brawl Stars are getting shut out of this game.
Most of that lead is just bot lane. Xayah was able to pick up a wave during that entire time, recognizing I don't need to be here for this Drake. We've noticed that they've already started to move over, and now they're going to make this play.
Yeah, we see the Malphite under the turret. If the observers can take a look at bottom side of the map right now in the dragon lane, looked like Malphite actually just walked away. All right, never mind. Sorry, observers, I baited you. I thought there would be a fight at the bottom side, but Malphite gets out, and the turret will be traded for the Rift Herald.
Interesting. This is now an interesting trade because now they've put a ton of members in bot side and kind of split gold and experience between the most of them. And now they can trade for this top side, continuing to compound their lead that they have with this Xayah. Another plate should go down here. They might try to overextend for this, but should be Zoro going
They
down.
are catching out Iraqi Zoro now. Bottom side here. Malphite has to ult away. Under the turret. Still goes down. Brawl Stars commit to the play bottom side. They will lose the turret top. It's still a trade of turrets across the map, but with an extra kill here, more gold in their pocket and a little more tempo to play around.
It's about 1,500 gold in their advantage. It's nice to play around with some extra gold in your pocket, but I mean, I think that was just Zoro not recognizing or maybe not respecting the amount of damage that Brawl Stars would have had. That is still, I think, a net positive play for them, all things considered. They got the Rift Herald and they still saved it, so this mid turret is going to get scarier and scarier, especially for their composition. They can just come in over the Raptor wall once they clear vision, and anyone under that turret is going down.
And considering the last dragon was taken so quickly, they could time this. They could just hold on to this Rift Herald and then drop it as the dragon is coming up. Either take the turret mid or just use it as a distraction to then get that big objective for themselves. Yeah, Team Goons in a very strong position, and it's no surprise that a bunch of other teams are looking at this as the team to beat in this tournament. We did our own scouting coming into this, but the teams, based on their scouting reports, are saying that Team Goons, they are a threat. They are potential favorites for the entire event, and the way that they've been playing, avoiding fights and instead going for these objectives instead, this is what you expect from that level caliber of team.
We're upgrading, Kangas. We're getting the upgrades. Before, it was just me fight, me fight. It is 30 seconds until the Drake. And Goons, they want to get this mid turret. They want to try and get the charge off, force maybe something away from the side of Brawl Stars, but they're going to be able to clear this and be able to answer this. Look at where Camille is. Monarch already moving down, and TF is prepping this bot wave, ready to call in with the Destiny.
Monarch's trading a little bit here with members of Team Goons. No big health bar trades, though, across either side.
Wait a minute.
But we do see Aris actually kind of low right now. Has to take the blast cone to safety. And also, OGBS fairly low on the Lulu, going for a reset. Brawl Stars, they're not really going to be in a position to contest this, but they're posturing like they want to. Dragon has spawned, and Team Goons are on it.
They have vision. They see that Eric's is already pretty low right now. He has hit the reset button. They're not going to go for this. That was a really good trade, getting a bunch of health away from this Wukong, forcing the back, and then canceling it, so much more important. So now they'll be able to reset, redeploy back out into mid lane, and try to look for this last turret. As look at this wave topside. If they can try and fix this for themselves, Goons just came out massively ahead.
Goons just playing the map right now, Alk. You love to see this from the top teams. It isn't always about fighting, even if you have the team
I have
fight
a
comp.
job. Let's go.
Right? You can use the team fight comp to just threaten the opposing team to not fight you, basically saying, hey, if you approach us, we will be at an advantage. So you're just going to give us all these objectives. That's 2 dragons and a herald and trade of turrets. Even though Brawl Stars are trying, they're trying to trade things across the map, they're just not getting leads for it.
They can't find anything right now. Goons are correctly so screening them away from a lot of objectives. Want to see what they do with this timer. It's 5 seconds till Baron. I don't know if they'll be able to do it quite fast enough. Their 80 carries are very fed and potentially could get away with it, but I think for right now, we already see Goons. They're starting to set up proactive vision in the enemy jungle in their top quadrant, make sure that they can start to choke Brawl Stars away from this objective.
We've been looking at a lot of the Team Goons players here, but we got to watch for Brawl Stars because in the solo lane, Monarch 1v1ing Iraqi Zoro. Sweeping Strike does hit. Got to watch for the dive, though, because Unstoppable Force is still available. You could try and lock him down under turret. Eric could be in some trouble here. Throws down the Whirlwind. Trying to get some engage now onto the backline here of Team Goons, but look at their 80 carries, in a lot of trouble. Corey GG has to ult away. Eric does get 1 kill, but he doesn't have any appeal for the rest of his team now. The rest of Brawl Stars just getting dove under their mid turret.
Nice
and
predict.
Goons, absolutely filthy play right there. Say, okay, just ignore the monkey diving our backline. Yeah, we'll sacrifice Hoon, but we're going to get everybody else for it.
They'll get the mid turret right there. It was so dangerous. You saw how they were trading health bars in bot lane. They wanted to get some kind of advantage on the side of Brawl Stars, but slowly Hoon on this Corki is chipping away at mid turret, and they needed to find something. It backfires. They're able to reset back out onto the map, and Eric, he doesn't have flash. He's going to have to get in here and steal.
Can he go for it? He's invisible. They spot him now. He looks to
Oh,
jump
no.
in, but too
Wait.
soon. 1400.
He got it!
He gets it! Eric with the hero play! Keeping Brawl Stars in this game. What a play!
Okay, that right there is just a little bit of an oopsie coming out from Goons. As soon as you see that Wukong, it's time to turn, and they're not able to lock him down. He didn't even have decoy there. He just slowly walks into it. He's like crawling past everybody, all of the bodies from Goons, saying, give me this Baron, I need it. And that should save their team for the time being. It'll give them a little bit of a respite, but it doesn't quite pull them back out of the deficit they've found themselves in.
Still 5k behind, but the Baron buff can help you get back into the game because it helps you siege turrets, take down structures, create priority for this dragon that will be spawning here in under a minute now. Brawl Stars, their work's not done, but it does get a little bit easier here. Let's see what Goons want to do in response. That was their first flub that we've seen so far. They did such a good job of controlling the game up until that point, but you're right. Eric X just kind of walked into that Baron pit and took it away. And that means that Goons, they're going to have to try and find a different angle to get priority around this dragon outside of pushing lanes with Baron, because right now, Brawl Stars are the ones with priority mid.
They're just pushing waves, and they're starting to ping-pong them off. It is the double cannons now in every wave, so it's going to be pretty dangerous. You're going to constantly need that Corki.
No.
That's the Wukong.
Eric X caught out here over the dragon wall. Lulu ult keeps him alive, but the Cataclysm locks him down. And Goons with a crucial pick right there. That should give them the dragon. We see in the top lane, Monarch is 1v1ing Iraqi Zoro, just taking the turret down right now. So yeah, dragon's over to Team Goons.
Pulling across the map. This is what I wanted to see.
Monarch's
Maybe
still
not
committing.
with the Wukong. Monarch.
Hextech ultimatum.
He's gonna
Monarch's
die,
looking for the 1v1. Can he get Iraqi Zoro? One more Q.
Oh!
The turnaround! Iraqi Zoro with the outplay.
It's always great when you get when you solo kill as a Malphite. It feels good, and that right there, I think, kind of spells doom for Brawl Stars, because now they don't have a way to split push on the opposite side of the map. If they were able to continue to push against this top inhibitor, maybe there's an out, maybe there's an avenue. But now 7,000 gold in the lead, and Goons with a pretty dominant position on the map. The Baron has really only bought Brawl Stars in a few extra minutes in this game. And that catch out from Eric's, that one's going to definitely, you're going to go back into the proverbial locker room and say, all right, we can't do that again. Yeah. I can't keep getting caught out here.
With the Baron buff, with the push top side, it looked like their setup was actually pretty clutch because Camille had teleport, but yeah, Wukong getting caught, Camille losing the 1v1, and now Brawl Stars heavily on the back foot here. They no longer have the Baron buff, and now they're 7k behind. That's also a package on Hoon right now, so Team Goons, they're ready. Baron's going to come up, and they're getting all their vision down around the area. Brawl Stars are in such a rough spot right now as they also get engaged. Now look at the damage coming in here from Goom. Absolutely insane.
Wait a minute.
It kind of forces Eric X to go for the engage. Lulu ultimate does follow up. Actually hasn't used it quite yet.
Malphite TP.
Out, trying to save it, but look at the damage coming in from Goons. They get a double kill onto their J4 and just run down Brawl Stars. OGBS saving the wild growth for yourself. Under the turret still goes down. Nobody traded. Team Goons absolutely coming out the better of that one.
That was definitely a we're just winning because we're already ahead kind of fight, because they should have been able to get out of that. Yeah, he's trying to TP back into the base, but it's 1 versus 4. I mean,
he's just dead. He's just knocked up. Immediately, yikes, goes for it. Monarch does flash out to safety. Has that ultimatum and massive damage onto the AD carry.
That's
Can Monarch do it? Gets 1.
That's 3.
Gets 2. That's a triple kill. That's going to be one onto Lamont as well. Oh, what a play from Monarch. No, it's an execute. We'll give it to him. Unofficial quadra kill for Monarch. Barely keeping Brawl Stars still in this.
Wait, that's Baron for them. They just use the Destiny. They can go mid. They clear it out. They're going to go and do this Baron now. A huge mistake from Goons. They're not able to grab their Malphite into topside, and it's just going to keep regenning. It's going to keep going back up. We're going to have to wait for that to respawn, but oh man, that is a huge mistake. They get 2 Barons in a row, and still, Goons are in the lead. I don't want to take anything away from them. That was a big mistake, and definitely that team fight beforehand. They definitely only won that because of how far ahead they were at the time. But mistakes, small mistakes like that are reasons why we're going to probably still see Brawl Stars still in this game.
And we're probably going to see an Elder Dragon as well. That will be the Infernal Elder spawning here. That means we get another team fight. Can Brawl Stars... I guess they still have teleport on Camille. They could try and just put Monarch in that side lane. I know that you just lost the 1v1 against Malphite before, but now you're 4-1 after that last play. 4 items completed, a full item up over the Malphite you could look to. And yeah, they are. Monarch's going top side. Looking to pressure with this Baron yet again. We saw what happened last time. It didn't quite work out for them, but hopefully this time Eric X has learned his lesson, won't get
Wait a minute, he's getting caught out now.
He is. No, again, Eric X, no. All right, it was just his clone. We're good. He's out. Oh, that is wild growth down from Lulu, though.
Yeah. He will be able to reset. They have the Baron. Remember, the Baron recall. He will get back out onto the map right as this spawns. Look at where the top laners are. There is both TPs available, and it is up to... Yeah, it is up to Zoro now. They need to keep track of where Camille is. In fog, not quite seen. Oh, this is going to come down to it. Can he make another steal on the Wukong, or can Goons kind of close this one out finally?
Well, Goons are actually resetting. Lamont
they want the package.
Completes the back. All right, there's a window here. The Brawl Stars could start up this dragon, but yeah, the Corki package does put a wrench in that plan. Brawl Stars playing this one very slow, very patiently. We see the vision game right now. Team Goons, they do have some wards, so they see where Eric X is. They know where the Wukong will be approaching from. Monarch pushes another wave bot side, getting engaged on down here, but Goons, they realize that's a pretty slippery Camille. We can't hard commit onto it. They'll just start up the dragon.
Brawl pros, they're in a very dangerous position. They need to find some kind of engage, and all of it is predicated on whether or not Eric's on this Wukong can find something. That is a lot of damage, and now Monarch, he's dead.
Just the Corki checking the brush. Package, massive damage. Eric X has to go down right here. He dies. There we go. That's the team fight already. 1 for Team Goons. Even with the TF ulting behind, there's just nobody to target. Monarch tries to escape through the bottom lane, but all 4 members of his team are dead. And Team Goons, they did it. I know they threw a couple of plays. The Dragon was a little rough. The Nexus play, a little rough. But end of the day, they have such a massive lead. It doesn't matter. They just win the team fights, and they will win game number 1.
That was so dominant from Goons. Just a few mistakes there towards the end of the game ended up prolonging it and maybe giving Brawl Pros a little bit more room to breathe than anyone would have expected in that game. But really well played game. I like how they played on the side, and towards the end I think we kind of got into that situation where it was the mess of the fight. We got a little carried away in some of those, and more specifically the gold difference between AD carries was massive. There's almost a 6,000 gold lead here for the Xayah. Kai'Sa really can't match up against that kind of damage and needs to be ahead at a certain point. So even looking at damage numbers, it's
damage
disgusting.
Yeah.
Doom is so good. Jesus.
Monarch did his best to try and keep the team in that game. The attempt from Brawl Stars was play the side push. Put Camille in the side lane and try and get pressure that way. But that play, it felt like they got their confidence hit when he lost that 1v1 against Zoro. I think that was a fringe play. There was a turret shot that hit him. Zoro played that incredibly well. I think if you go back in that side lane and keep trying to pressure, that's how you play that out, rather than trying to group up and team fight at the Elder Dragon. I would have liked to see Monarch stay in that top lane with the Baron buff and just keep trying to push, keep Zoro on top of you, because then they don't have that Malphite engage for the 4v4 at the Dragon. But the pressure's so high in those kinds of situations. It's really tough as a player to know exactly the best play is. And obviously we have the power of hindsight, knowing that it didn't work out for them.
We have God vision as well, right? When we're observing, we've got God vision. We can see everything on the map. We're not confined to a small screen where we're looking specifically at our lane or having to drag our camera over while paying attention. So all I'm going to say is, I said this at the beginning of the tournament, Baron lane is so important, guys. Baron lane is so important. We're seeing carries start to continue to kind of rise through the ranks, but that Camille, I think there's definitely a world that we don't live in, but where Camille just solos that game and is able to split push the entire time. So
it's tough against the Malphite because he's just going to hard stack armor. Your Q only does so much true damage. Like it's nice, it helps, but you're never really going to be in a position where you can just one-shot the Malphite. So maybe TF plays through that Camille a little bit more too. We never once saw a play where TF actually destinied into a side lane where Camille was dealing with a Malphite and tried to make that play. So the composition, you can see what they were trying to do from Brawl Stars, but they just never quite found it. And I think that Team Goon's comp was just so much easier to execute. We saw just take Dragon, take Rift Herald, take Next Dragon, take turrets, trade around the map. And Brawl Stars just couldn't contest them at any of those objectives because you don't have the better 5v5. Team Goon just played that early game so smart.
They also just have a bunch of engage. They know exactly, they can pick fights when they want, and really want to give huge shout outs, not only to that Jarvan, but Yikes on this recon was excellent. Finding picks out onto Eric's and always looking for engages, always able to get massive amounts of charms. So really good play, and I want to see what that means for the series, because we're 1-0 now. One more win, Goons get sent not only to the majors, but they'll also go into our semifinals. What is the answer? I'm assuming a lot of people may have a lot of eyes on whether or not the Lulu was the best pick there, but I also want to kind of take a look at Eric's, because that Wukong game, getting caught out a lot, it was definitely hard to kind of stomach when you're on that team. You're like, damn, we have to constantly reset.
But also got the Baron steal, so it's like
true.
Choose your battles here. It's like, which one weighs more? Is the fact that he kept them in the game, or the fact that he then got caught out after stealing the Baron? Impressive performance regardless from Eric X. I know that at the tail end it's easy to be critical based on the last couple of plays in the Wukong not really find those big engages, but again, remember, this composition was not built for the big 5v5 front to back team fights. They needed to find flanks, they needed to Camille to get onto somebody on the back line, TF to play for side lanes, and again, not seeing that. So maybe the answer for Brawl Star Pros, just go back to an easy to execute comp. The globals are fun, but you got to utilize them. And if your team's not the most comfortable doing that, draft a comp like Team Goons did. You could have gone for something like an Alistair. You could have gone, I guess Galley was banned out in the mid lane, but still something that's can be a little more impactful in these 5v5s in the mid lane here. Because already we saw that Monarch was able to get his advantages on their own. So I think Brawl Stars, they have a lot they could approach from this one, but they had a clear idea of how they wanted to play the early game too. I don't think it's totally doomed in the series.
No, it's not. If Brawl Pros really want to kind of put a good foot forward, I think they can definitely do it. It is more than likely that we'll probably go to a 3-game in this one. At least I'm hoping for. But man, I'm looking at that and I'm trying to think, like, in all other situations, if Eric's is not able to pick up that Baron, game's over. It's like he giveth and taketh at this point. He's like, yeah, I got caught, but like, whatever. I just want to see them clean it up. They got to clean up some of the decision making, and I'm throwing criticism on Brawl Pros, but Goons, close at that game, guys. Come on. Like, we have a fight where we're having a 3-man recon charm, but no one's in the area. We're throwing Xayah ults, and then Jarvan goes way in. They win that again because they're 6,000 gold ahead, and Corky's doing a ton of damage, but that was not the cleanest fight. And even ending on the Nexus, that is probably not even their fault. I will just say, I tried to win games. Static is the enemy. Every single time you try to end the game with static and like enemies are there to defend, the Nexus is just like lasered to you instantly.
Yep. The 1v4 defense for Monarch there, that was absolutely insane. But again, it was all defense. It was all comeback plays from the side of Brawl Stars Pros, and it's tough to get multiple of those in a row in Wild Rift. This is a very momentum heavy game, and Team Goons clearly understand how to play without momentum. They maybe just get a little complacent, maybe a little comfortable with their leads. So let's take maybe a more critical look at them in game 2 and see how much more reserved can they be and how much cleaner can they look in a game 2 situation. Because if they can get that same level of control, that same kind of early game, and then they're still opening up windows, a team that isn't Brawl Star Pros, if we're looking at 30K, if we're looking at Enemy, if we're looking at Tribe, these are other teams that might be able to take better advantage of these windows that Team Goons has been showing us.
Team Goons, iron sharps iron. So, as you get further in the tournament, you're going to get more warmed up. You're going to get an idea as to what's really working on the day. Maybe today you're just like, look, I'm not feeling Malphite. I'm not going to be able to play Malphite to the most ability. You might have to switch it off something. We'll see. Same thing goes for Brawl Pros if they end up winning. But I'm trying to think of like what other champions they can kind of go for right now that at least we've seen. Their first game of yesterday, they had Riven, Rengar, Ahri, and Annie support. So they're doing a whole bunch of like super crazy wacky stuff. If you want to talk about opening up the early game and opening it up with a pretty explosive start, Riven Rengar is definitely one way to do it.
That is a pretty terrifying combo. Not gonna lie.
Yes.
And the Annie support. Wait, did I hear that right?
Yes, it is Annie support. There was at least.
All
they
right.
went back to playing all the normal stuff, but they're one of the few people playing it.
All right.
The only people playing it, I think.
Well, outside of the series that we have going on, there is, of course, the rest of the bracket playing out currently. I'm hearing that we don't have any other updates on how the games are going, but we'll try and update you throughout this series what is happening in the other quarterfinals. Just a reminder that the winner of this series, whether it's Team Goons, whether it's Brawl Stars Pros, they will be going up against the winner of Cloud9 versus 30K. They're having their rematch off stream. It's really cool to see who's going to come out on top again there. Or rather, not the rematch, but the kind of battle of the Titans as we were playing it up yesterday. But then at the bottom half of the bracket, we do have Tribe against Free Agents and Enemy against Haters. So if we're looking at favorites here and just assuming that the favorites are going to win, I would say we probably will see Team Goons going up against 30K for the semifinals in the top half. And who knows, maybe Tribe versus Enemy at the bottom half. That's going to be a crazy matchup. But
that one's a banger.
That one's going to be a banger for sure. Yeah. I cannot wait if that is what happens. Maybe Free Agents or Haters have more in the tank, though, than we're giving them credit for. You never know. But we're ready for Big and Ban here for game number 2. Brawl Stars Pros now on the blue side. Team Goons over on the red. So we already will have some differences based on side selection. But let's see if there's any adaptations in the bans themselves.
Okay, I'm trying to think right now. So we have obviously Galio going away, Ziggs going away. Does Wukong hit the table this time around? Does Xayah hit the table? Does Rakan hit the table? Because support has been a little more contentious with what we've seen from them. And I want to see what happens because we haven't seen Varus, and both of these teams, alongside some others, have really put a ton of priority on this. And so I think it's a little strange that Varus has kind of just gone missing. We're gonna have to put a bounty out for him.
I think that he's still viable. I think the team still can grab him. But yeah, we haven't seen that much priority around the Varus pick towards the tail end of yesterday and then also already in game 1 today, but still small sample size. So a little early to draw judgment here, but the bans, nothing too new right now. The Olaf, the Ziggs. If we're talking about adaptations from Brawl Star Pro's side, I wouldn't mind the Rakan ban. If you ban away just one of the Lovers duo, it's really tough to pick the other one alone. And I think that, like you said, Yikes had some insane engages in that last game. So I would target the Rakan in that matchup if I was Brawl Stars.
I think that also means if you ban Rakan, you just have to ban Galio. So you do lose a lot of your kind of agency on the ban side. Are you going to first pick Galio? We haven't seen that from them so far. And Team Goons, they have their own kind of set of bans. There's still no Lucian ban. This would definitely be one of the cases where one of these teams has to pick it. It is pick ban at this point. We've seen it time and time again. You need to pick up this champion. And I wonder, we didn't see Team Goons pick it. They had to they banned it and they said, look, this is not something that we're willing to first pick. We wanted to go for the Rakan, so we need to get rid of it. Does that mean that they are going to be the ones to get it this time? We'll see.
Team Goons not banning Lucian yet. They still have one more, so we'll hold out judgment there. They could still, but they're taking away the Camille. So giving respect to Monarch, I actually don't hate this from Team Goons because Monarch did have a pretty good Camille game. I know it didn't get that much done in the side lanes, but still was able to be a menace. Got that triple kill, unofficial quadra kill. Again, it was an execute for that 4th one, but we'll give it to him just for fun. But he will not get to pilot that Camille again. So I'm wondering now what Monarch's champion pool comes down to next. But we do see Brawl Stars banning with the Xayah instead of the Rakan.
Okay, Team Goons, here's your chance. Here's kind of like the skill check for the game. I think for the series, if they don't ban Lucian and they force Brawl Stars to pick it, I wonder what options they must either have something prepared or feel super comfortable playing against it.
Because if they don't ban the Lucian, that means Galio's up. And I actually would love to see Brawl Stars' exact last composition, but instead of TF, just put Galio in there. I think that actually makes the comp much better. So there we go. The Lucian ban does come through. Let's see if Brawl Stars want to go for that Galio. I think that's got to be the highest priority pick that I can think of for them right now.
Galio, I'm trying to just take a look at some of our notes for what they wanted to pick.
They won't be able to pair the Galio with the Camille, though. So maybe that does drop it down in priority a little bit since Camille's off the table.
hey, you guys could pick Corki. You guys could pick Corki. You played in both lanes. Hey, there we
Hey,
go.
they did. All right, cool.
We're using
So
flex
Corki,
picks.
yeah, flexible between the mid lane and the bottom lane, but that does mean that the Galio is available for Team Goons if they want it instead. I don't know if they necessarily want that matchup into the Corki itself. Corki does still have a range advantage on him, and the package can be annoying, but Galio otherwise can deal with AP threats very easily, and also can wave clear against that Corki very comfortably. But even with the Xayah off the table, Team Goons still opt for the Rakan.
Interesting. I would have thought, hey, Senna Galio is available here. That's a pretty sick combo. Might as well take it. That's awesome. We would have taken that for ourselves and would have been kind of just set up for success. But, I mean, Yikes just was so good on this champion before. They're going to say, hey, we'll take it back again. And they're going to pick themselves up the Galio and the Jarvan. So still a lot of flexibility between their mid lane and their bot lane. Wondering what we'll see from them. And Senna still on the table.
I'm loving this draft from Brawl Star Pros right now because the fact that Team Goons didn't pick Galio, they picked instead the blind Malphite, keep in mind, so Brawl Stars will be able to draft into that. They get the Galio J4 combo, so it's not the Galio Camille, but still similar. J4 Luxman Cataclysm, Galio ults on top of them, very difficult to get away, so Team Goons, they're drafting mobility. They're drafting an 80 carry that can get away from that combo, and also a jungler that can as well.
Lamont getting Wukong, just say, hey, we'll play both sides of the matchup right now. That is the ultimate flex. That's a super flex right there. Brawl Star Pros picking up Garen and Diana. Going for a full dive, Kangas. Those turrets do not exist. We are going straight under the turret. You got an Ezreal? Well, guess what? We're going to keep on moving towards you.
I like this. I like it a lot. The Garen won't have as much kill pressure on the Malphite as the Camille would, but still does a lot of damage, and it's not like the Malphite's going to ever threaten the Garen. Can't really deal with him because of all the tenacity he gets, all the resistances he gets, so he can just run onto the back line. And the mobility from Team Goons avoids the J4, but then you have Diana, you have a Garen to worry about as well, along with that package. So they're drafting even more mobility. Akali, every single one of the champs on Team Goons can get away from this J4 Galio combo. They're really worried about that, but still, I think they've drafted themselves a pretty good comp as well. I'm liking both of these teams right now. I don't know which one I'm leaning towards.
I like them, but I really do not like. I'm looking at Brawl Star. I'm looking at Brawl Pros. Okay. Diana just like always, if Akali ever presses her Shroud, she can press Ultimate if she wants. You can do the same thing with a Galio where the Ultimate, the Hero's Entrance, will just cover the entire area. Who kills Garen on this Team Goons comp? It's going to take so long for someone like Ezreal to pick up any kind of armor penetration, and you don't really want to pick up crit chance in the same item. So
you guys will help with the Wukong there, but yeah.
Maybe with Black Cleaver, but like you also have Akali who's probably not picking up any kind of magic penetration. The Infinity Orb is, I think, the closest you're going to get to that. I think is a really difficult time for Goons if they don't get off to a running head start. The Malphite is there to help engages, but Ezreal and they want to whittle them down and just gets clean kills off the bat before objective starts.
I love how Brawl Stars have such a different style from last game. Last time around, they tried to go for this split-pushing side lane pressure kind of style, but now they say, okay, you want to ram heads? Let's ram heads. We'll draft a full 5v5 composition as well. And Team Goons, I don't even know if they're opting into it. Like, I'd say 3 out of 5 champions, yes, they want to go for these 5v5s. Ezreal wants to poke out a little bit more, play more from range, and Akali can thrive in some skirmishing settings, but you're right in saying that, yeah, the Diana, hard counter. Galio, hard counter. So 2 answers to that Shroud makes it much harder for Hoon to actually navigate these team fights. It might just come down to a skill matchup. Team Goons looked really good in game number 1. Let's see if they can do it again, because a win puts them into the first majors automatically. They'll keep competing for seeding, but Brawl Stars, they need to get 2 in a row if they're looking to make the run complete.
It's close for them. They, again, like you were saying, it takes 1 for Goons, and if you're gonna go for a game like this is definitely the most skill check. Look at Zoro just taking large trades early on with this Malphite, utilizing the passive and being a real bully in the laning phase.
It doesn't matter. Monarch's a Garen. He's just going to heal it all up anyway. It's fine. That's the thing about the Malphite into that matchup. Like, you really don't have kill pressure. Although, actually, as I say it, Monarch does decide to back off here.
Force the honey fruit. Force him to kind of back up, kind of re-up on resources. that's kind of dangerous because now he has push in the top lane. Garen can try to contest once he hits level 2 with his E, but still sitting in all of those minions. Ignite goes down.
Ignite goes down. Monarch's looking for the 1v1, but he loses.
No!
Oh, the turret shot! Oh, with the Ignite, Monarch wiping the sweat from his brow, saying that was a close one, but hey, I got it, guys. I got the 1v1.
I'm spamming not even close in chat as soon as that happens. As soon as I see that, I'm saying not even close, baby, because I mean, that was Ignite. He definitely must have calculated, oh yes, he's going to flash into turret range. The minions are going to finish him off with the Ignite. That is super close, and we were talking about not having kill pressure. Well, Zoro almost got it done there, but ends up falling a little bit short.
And that will be behind in gold right now. We see the early backs here. That's a bomb he's picked up by Zoro, but much more picked up by Monarch. Garen will be a menace in this 1v1. You can start the snowball. And Garen, once you start getting those stats, like you've said before, he's just a stat stick. He just walks around with all this magic resist. Actually currently walking towards the bottom side here. Very early time for a Garen to leave his lane. Yeah, there's no dragon up. Eric X went for an invade top side on the Krugs because it was started bot side by Lamont, but all right, Monarch will just head back up top. I thought he was going to do something cute, but not at the end of the day.
That's really interesting because that means that not only was Jarvan able to take a camp away from Lamont, but also kind of get even. I'll hold that. I think it should be fine.
GG. It's heavily traded against.
Yeah, he even gets to freeze he should be able to freeze this wave topside now. Hoon and Mali, they're fighting.
Mali has a Moonfall still and the barrier. Hoon's got to be very careful if you're looking for all-ins here. I know that you got the perfect execution. It's looking juicy, but decides to back off instead.
This is a small thing. I did not know that Galio W in wildrift works on minions because it doesn't work on PC. So that's definitely
you didn't know that?
Cool.
Yeah.
That is a cool way to. That is a cool way to
mid.
pull. I thought it was just because Winds of War is broken in this game.
No, well, I mean that too, but like both, both compacted. Okay. Monarch looking for another 1v1 here. Doesn't have the ignite. Actually, he does. No, he does pop it. Throws down the ultimate, doesn't get the kill, but Zoro very low now, still has the ult, could look to engage. Lamont's up topside, and Monarch backs off for the fruit, and Lamont now shows on the wave, so that gives Monarch a lot of information. He realizes, I am not safe. Let's just catch this wave under turret.
Yeah, Goons, their top laner's like, okay, Zoro's like, please bail me out of this laning phase. I need to be able to get a recall here, look for something. And take a look at this, they're taking control of the bot side, and making sure that they have first call on the dragon. You see that Hoon's already in position, but some late resets. I think Corey is going to be fine thanks to the package movement speed, but it's going to be close.
We might get a 5v5 right now. Both Baron laners are heading towards this dragon right now. More vision around it for the side of Brawl Stars pros. And let's see if the Team Goons actually wants to contest. I like this bat from Corky. Very rare that you expect him to come from the bottom side, but he actually catches the wave, so he shows himself. That gives information to Team Goons. They know Corky's bot, so they can look to group up mid instead.
Okay, now they're just throwing waves in the mid lane. They're trying to get mid priority first. There's no flag and drag available now. They can go for re-engage.
Labont's in there. They catch out the J4, and Eric X is already down. Goons with a good engage, but they're struggling afterward. Monarch untouched here as the Garen.
Hoon.
But look at Akali. Hoon gets out to the back line. Big flag and a double kill. But now it's Monarch and Male still alive. Goom flashing forward aggressively. Now Monarch in a 1v2. It's AD carry and support chasing away this Garen. 3 for 3 at the end of the day. Nobody gets a big enough lead, though, to take this dragon.
They're just giving away kills, and big there for Akali to pick up those kills after a pretty silent early game, whereas Diana now also picking up a ton of gold. They're neck and neck right now. Has finished the Roas, will become tankier and tankier as the game goes on, getting those stats in. That was a really close fight, and I think could have potentially bailed Goons out of this early game after a pretty dismal start from Brawl Pros at the beginning of that fight on Eric's.
And now Yikes has to battle dance away. It's going to be a cooldown, not available for this fight, so Goons actually trade the top turret for the dragon. They're opting for the play that Brawl Stars just did. Brawl Stars are looking for more. They're going to get the dragon, and they're going to dive under this turret here. Oh, the taunt misses onto Hoon. Are they going to catch this wave? No, they decide to back off. Maybe they do look for it.
They're going to keep going for it.
Damage, some more poke.
Diana
they have 5 members here. Diana catch the wave, just force him under turret, but look at
They're doing
Iraqi
Rift
Zoro. The
Herald.
Malphite is running to join in, and that will push Brawl Stars off. Yeah, Rift Herald's picked up now by Goons.
They're going to be able to get so much off of this. Yes, they trade the Drake, but a turret here for Wukong and Malphite means that Garen is always going to have to clear that lane first. And a Rift Herald here for Wukong. They can use this to give themselves a short bit of gold and continue to expand that gold lead. It's about 3,000 in favor of Goons. Most of it located, I mean, more specifically, looks like in the bot lane. It's about 700 small leads across the lanes in total.
Eric X, though, will get a full counter jungle clear on the top half of the map here.
Yes.
LeBlanc not even looking to contest it. Might go for an actual counter invade bottom side. But instead, grouping up mid. Has that Rift Herald. They're going to shove this wave in. Does LeBlanc want to use Herald here? Decides against it. Goes back towards the bottom side. Lamont's just kind of wasting time, not actually clearing any jungle camps right now. This is giving a window here for Eric X to get back into the game. Now we'll head back towards the bottom side, but I don't think he even realizes that the top red's gone.
Oh, look at this. This is just so difficult. Now we're putting him in a pretty tough matchup where Malphite, to be fair, hasn't actually committed to any resources or any certain resistances. Just has a full HP stack and the Gargoyle Stone Plate boot enchant. So will finally pick up the Sunfire, but Lamont really doesn't need all that much gold or experience at this point. Has already hit level 9, can get back to his camps. I think if he would have invaded there with 4 members that close, probably would have ended up on a Wukong death, but they're trying to get something bought. They want to get gold on the Hoon.
Meilu Moonfall onto Lamont. Massive damage on the Wukong, but he gets away just barely. And now the answer from Hoon with the Rift Herald taking turret. True Shot Barrage, not going to make it. Maliuwu barely surviving that one. But yeah, I mean, they can't even kill the Wukong, so Brawl Stars don't get much for that play. And now Corey GG. That's even Galio ultimate used.
Uh-oh. All right, that is a ton of golden. Is Monarch going to get solo? It's close. It's close.
Nah, Monarch's got ult. I don't think that Zoro can actually go for that.
Okay, well, most of his members are here. They were seen on Awards, so if he goes for this...
Q, ult, not enough damage.
He's out.
Zoro had the barrier, flashes back under turret, and Monarch now in trouble here. There's backup for Team Goons. Monarch catches Hoon in the mid lane here.
Give it to him.
I think that Goons actually want to give it to Hoon. Lamont will take the kill, though.
Yeah, just want to make sure that he doesn't try to execute or get any of the movement speed away. Really good catch out from them, and honestly, Zoro playing on the edge of this Malphite. He's done it now 2 games in a row where it's a little bit dicey whether or not he's going to live. This time, it's not all the way to his inhibitor turret, but that's a fantastic start here, and potentially looking 45 seconds at that Drake. Goons setting themselves up with an advantage.
They're still 4K in the lead, even though they gave over that first dragon of the game. But this is a very different game state than last time. In game number 1, it was first dragon, into Herald, into turret trades, into second dragon, and the entire time Goons being ahead. They're still ahead, but they're not trading as effectively as before. And Brawl Stars are showing us that they are not just going to go silently into the night. They will bring competition to Team Goons right now, as they will look to reset. There are Corki packages available. Dragon's up in 15 seconds. Baron's up in 20. So we could even see objective trades here if teams wanted to go for that, but Goons currently are around the Dragon Pit. They don't drop wards down, though.
This is a massive reset now for Corey. He's finished the Trinity Force. Does not have boots, but with package, he's going to be doing a ton of damage. Get control of the mid lane and start to fire away on this turret. Start to chip away at it. Most of Goons, they notice, they recognize you don't want to give this up, especially when you look at Brawl Pros. They only have that single mid turret in the mid lane, trying to hold on to that. So watch for potential flank engage. They don't have all that much vision inside of the bottom side of the jungle.
They're on the Dragon. It's going to be up to Zoro or Yikes to start off this fight. The engage tools here from Team Goons.
Watch Akali.
And they're posturing for it. Akali's on the flank here. Corey GG could be in a lot of trouble. Spots now the Akali, realizes what's going on here. True Shot Barrage. Massive engage coming in from Team Goons. The counter engage. The Wombo combo knockups of Galio Diana. Brawl Stars are duking it out, but they're losing it. Team Goons, with their gold lead and their team fighting prowess, they will chase Brawl Stars all the way in to their tier 2 mid turret. The support and the top laner. Oh, they don't even get value, but it doesn't matter. The only member to survive is everybody else falls, and Dragon picked up by Team Goons.
Uh-oh. All right, I'm checking my notes, Kangas. We have Dragon Fight. We have almost an ace at the Dragon, and that team wins. Maybe it's a little bit later than usual. True, it's 11 minutes, but that is the team fight that they wanted, and correctly so, using the flanks, pressuring them with a pincer. I mean, Hoon is doing so much damage on the Sakali. It's really dangerous, and while that was an excellent package from Corey, some of the other members weren't able to get as much effectiveness. Molly still with the ultimate available wasn't really able to get all that much from the Nightfall.
And it's just crazy to think about the fact that the J4 ult, the Galio ult, the Diana ult,
everything,
it's still not enough. Because there's still answers from Goons. They can Malphite ult in, Wukong ult in, the Rakan as well. Like, they have pretty much the same level of engage, but they also have Peel. Ezreal's able to get out of all of that bongo drums happening in the team fight and just throw out his Mystic shots from range. And Hoon as well, like you said, a menace on the back line. The team fight from Goons, maybe I wasn't giving them enough credit earlier on, because currently they have a massive lead for themselves, and they're earlier on this Baron right now, getting some push in the mid lane. And now we don't even have the Dragon advantage for Brawl Stars, so yet again on the back foot.
They need to find something, and I think it is just make sure you have vision. If Akali's not able to get into that position, maybe they just turn and try to burst her out. They need to just lock down single members, whether that is with the Garen silence or using Diana in a little bit more of a proactive sense. We haven't seen too many kills go over to their side, and this Akali is kind of sitting untouched in a lot of these team fights. If she's ever, focused down, stunned up, she can't interact. She goes down, and now you're down near a massive chunk of your damage, because most of this is just coming off of Hoon and Goom being able to free fire in backlines.
I'm looking at Brawl Stars. I'm looking at Mali Uwu on this Diana to make the big play. 4-0-0. Very fed. The only member to have even close to matching. Actually, the only member with a slight gold lead. It's only 200, but hey, we'll count it. Gold lead over their lane opponent in Team Goons. Exactly. We do, in fact, take those. So, Mali Uwu, can you find the clutch engage? If you can get onto Goom, I mean, ideally, Hoon and Goom, if for some reason they're positioned next to each other, and just one-shot them, take them out of the fight to start off the fight. That is how I see Brawl Stars actually coming back into this one, because the longer the fights go, the rougher it looks for them. And so far, they haven't really found the right 5v5, but Team Goons will start up the Baron.
Garen is nowhere near this and does not have TP, so this is going to be an odd numbers fight. Have to see what's going to happen. Are they going to go for a steal here?
Oh, it's getting bursted down very fast here. Goons, Eric X, he gets in there. Can he do it again? The Madman, Cataclysm in, the Galio combo, damage on the Baron. Who gets it? It's Zoro! And Goons secure the Baron. Hoon, meanwhile, 1v1's Mali Uwu on the back end. So Akali already takes out Diana, the clutch factor from Brawl Stars, so they're just getting slaughtered. A 5-0 ace for Team Goons, and that's going to be game. With the Baron push, they've done it. A quick 2-0 to secure their spot in the first majors. They are going top 4. Let's see how far they can go.
Goons with an amazing game and first match start to the series and to the start of our playoffs here for top 8. That was an exceptional kind of level of play that we saw from Goons, and Brawl Pros, you said, hey, give them something a little bit easier to execute. They got it, and they still ended up going down. I think that was just some perfect execution coming out from Akali, and Hoon on the back line being a menace constantly. That Ezreal untouched, unable to lock him down. That was, it got close. You saw them. They had the delivery system with Galio and Jarvan, but not able to connect with their damage.
And again, going into this, every team was looking at Team Goons as the team to beat. They all said, when I asked, who are you most excited to play against? They referenced Team Goons. And based on the level of not just mechanical play that they demonstrated, but also macro, playing the map in a way that we haven't seen anybody do yet in this entire event. And that is including Enemy, who I think is maybe, if they're going to have an advantage, it would be in just the team fighting in the mechanical skill. But the map play from Team Goons, just exceptional here.
That was, I mean, phenomenal, honestly. Really, just like you're saying, some of the best that we've seen alongside some of our top 3 teams. So excited to see what happens there, and really just looking forward to our top 4, because now that means that our top 4 is going to be slam packed with some excellent gaming coming out from these teams.
I know. I'm waiting to see if we have any updates around the bracket anywhere else from any of these other teams, whether it's just a series update, whether anybody else has gotten a quick 2-0. But still, congratulations to Team Goons for being the first team that we know of to qualify for the first majors. The rest of their run here, huh?
I got two updates.
We do have two updates. All right, give them to me.
Tribe has 2-0'd free agents, and Enemy has 2-0'd haters.
All right, we got a lot of 2-0s. All the first seeds taking it. I mean, that's how we expected it. The big one that we weren't sure exactly how we were going to call it was Cloud9 versus 30K. That one's tougher to call, and we're still waiting on that matchup, I'm hearing. So that means that that series could be going the distance, and those are two teams that are terrifying as well. But our top four going to be absolutely stacked. I cannot wait. Alk, we're going to send it to a short break here while we get ready to load into our semi-finals matches. We're already getting towards the tail end of this event, and I cannot wait to see who we're able to crown our first winner for the first qualifiers. You won't want to miss it either, so stick around. We'll be right back after this. Hello, we're back, everybody, for our day 2 of the qualifiers for the Wild Rift Summoner Series. We already had our first team make it all the way to the top 4, so congratulations to Team Goons. We're still waiting on the actual outcome of 30K versus Cloud9, so that means we're moving on to our first semifinals match, which will be Enemy versus Tribe Gaming. So we want to take a little bit of time to intro these teams, but we will be sending it to another short break because they just finished up their last games. They asked for a little bit of a break in between, so we're going to give it to them. We want the top level of competition here before just diving right into it. So why are we so excited about this match, Alk?
Well, first of all, Enemy is looking like one of the best teams that we have here, and Tribe obviously have been trying to make that stake to break into that top 3 because it's been 30K has had some up and down games. They obviously had to go up against Enemy, but Tribe within themselves playing in formerly Bulbasaur yesterday, I think have a really good shot at making it past this semifinal. Even against Enemy, it's going to be a tough fought match, and obviously I'm expecting some close games, even if we don't go all the way to 3, which I'm hoping for. Even within 2 games, I'm expecting some back and forth action between these two.
And I just want a quick note here. Between these two teams, we will have 5 Vainglory world champs.
Yes.
Competing here in this series, which is very, very exciting. We'll talk more about who those players are and more about their stories after this. We will be sending it back to a short break before we're back to actually intro the match officially. We just wanted to give an update for everybody, so stick with us. Back to a short break, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of our first qualifiers for the Wild Rift Summoner Series, brought to you by Riot, Wisdom Gaming, and Nerd Street. We got our first semifinals match ahead of us as we have Tribe Gaming taking on Enemy. The match of the Giants here, Alec. Honestly, if these teams were on different sides of the bracket, I would have predicted them both to make it all the way, but we get to see them here in the semifinals. So, before we get into talking about this matchup, let's pull up the bracket one more time to give our thoughts on what's been happening so far. The 2-0s in the quarterfinals, I was hoping we would start to get some 2-1s, but none of this, I guess, is too surprising just given the pedigree of the top 4 teams.
I mean, we still might have 1-2-1 series, three-game series. Looking at that round 1 all the way at the top, if you didn't see it, you may have missed it. 30K with a 1-0 over Cloud9. They do have a little bit of a substitute situation. Their support moving to jungle, his original role, and picking in a new support that has played in previous teams with Jackie and Meals. So looking forward to see what comes out of that. Obviously will be the other semifinal that we will be showing later on in the day, but this bottom half of the bracket here is looking hot. You already said it. Tribe Gaming versus Enemy, and they are looking like some of the favorites, and it's sad to see that already one of them are going to have to go after this, but it just means that finals is going to be that much sweeter.
But they are both going to the first major. They both win their first best of 3, so they're in the top 4 here. That means they're auto-qualifying for that major. They will not have to compete next week in the second qualifiers. A reminder, if you want to compete, make sure that you're checking out the Twitter of GiantSlayerWR or GiantSlayerWR to make sure that you get some information on how to sign up. But these two teams that have already qualified for the first major, Tribe Gaming with Chuck in the Baron lane, Tigers in the jungle, starting in the mid lane with Old School and Max Green rounding out Dragon lane.
Enemy, they have Aloy still in the top lane, Tybe in the jungle, Truth in mid lane, Zio in bot with Selma support. These guys have been dominating throughout all of this event for the Summoner Series. And I mean, some of them are even ex-teammates. Tribe Gaming has had such a long history alongside Enemy in mobile esports that no surprise to see them here, and looking forward to see how dominant they can be in North America. I know in EU they're doing all right, but hopefully NA they can be their new proving grounds.
Now, one of the reasons I'm so excited about both of these rosters, the fact that Tribe Gaming have such a pedigree of players. I got to chat with their coach, Hot Sauce, before coming into the day. Just saw a message, asked, hey, talk to me about your team. Talk to me about your players. Who should we be hyping up on this squad? And he said one of the fun facts about this players is that Tribe actually won the Vainglory World Championship back in 2017 when Max Green and Tigers were on the team. And then again in 2019 with still those two players alongside Old School and Chuck. So we got 4 champs from Vainglory on this squad now moving into Wild Rift. That already is making this look like a team to beat here in the event, and also a team that could make a push for the top play. But hey, I mean, obviously the coach is going to be biased, but he also thinks that every single player on this team is top 2 in their position in NA. And he believes that's also reflected on the solo queue ladder. All of them hitting Challenger all of the seasons that Wild Rift has been out so far in NA. This is a scary looking team.
Yeah, I mean, Tigers, the fact that he got top 10 in EU playing in North America before the North American servers were even available. There's been a lot of people who maybe have said on low PC that they can get to Challenger on 200 ping. I know Revenge has done it on Immortals, but that is still really impressive being able to do that over in EU with how much talent is over there. And for Enemy, I mean, you're talking about the 2017 Vainglory roster. It used to be a 3v3 game, and Hot Sauce was part of that roster with Tigers and Max Green, like you said, but part of their, one of their players was actually Zio. Zio was the other part, was the other member of that 2017 roster in Vainglory. And I mean, multiple members on Enemy have also played in Tribe in the past. So they're looking to try and play against each other. And even Tribe, they've been on, some of these members have been on this team for years, like many, many years. They have been invested in the system, and Tribe just showing up as an organization where, hey, longevity, make sure you're integrated with the systems and our processes, and moving from game to game, conquering where they can.
And fun fact, Zio actually had a chance to catch up with him as well before the games. And everybody had said Goons was the team that they were looking for. Because we kind of split the bracket. You talked to the teams in the top half. I talked to the teams in the bottom half. Everybody in the bottom half agreed Team Goons. But Zio did say Tribe and Team Goons. So he's looking forward to this matchup too. I think that this is going to be a really fun one to watch. So let's start to try and get a little analytical, a little predictive in terms of what we're expecting, because we have already seen Enemy play on stream. They got a quick 2-0 against 30K yesterday. And it was a fairly close series in the beginning, like couple minutes. Enemy didn't play the fastest game, but once they hit those team fights, whoo, they looked scary.
Yeah, I think that this matchup in particular, I've been a big fan of it, but I really just want to see Chuck versus Aloy, because Aloy has been impressive on stream. He got himself the pentakill last night on Darius. I mean, it's a huge difference in terms of matchups. Chucks has been playing a lot of Gragas, has been a lot more of that Renekton style. We were looking to try to control the lane, and Aloy, all of these fighters, all of these kind of champions that want to take control and also push that lead further. I'm looking at Fiora and Darius as his big two. So in this tournament, in this event, Baron laners are going to have much more impact than I think of some of the other teams.
But Chuck has also played 3 games of Darius throughout this event so far.
Yes.
So Darius is actually a contested pick right now. If you want to, rather than banning it from Aloy, who again got a pentakill on it yesterday, you can instead pick it for your own Baron laner. And I mean, across the board, there's a lot of shared champ pool between these two. Another champion that we're identifying as a big priority is going to be that Gragas. Not necessarily just in the top lane, because we have seen it played for Baron lane here. Chuck has picked that one up a lot. But on the other side, for enemy, Selma in the support position actually plays it down there. So, and I mean, also, it's a flex for Tribe, because they also play it in the support role. So we're kind of identifying Darius and Gragas as being probably 2 very high priority picks going into pick and ban.
The really funny thing here is both of Tribe's members can play Senna, and we haven't seen it from Selma. I expect that, you know, at a high level, you will just be able to play almost every single champion in the bot lane. But for Tribe, I've been really loving what they've been doing with bot lane, where as soon as they get Gragas, they are an actual team who can flex it. We've been talking about flex picks, but not every team has the ability to be able to do that. And at least they have shown Gragas is flexible. We can pair it with our Senna. We can also just take Senna pretty early on and pair it with another one of our AD carries. Very, very dangerous team for both of them. And I'm looking forward to see what we get from these champions, because that just means that pick and ban should be one of the, you know, a surprisingly tense bout between these two.
And it's cool because now that we've had day 1, again, we had 32 down to 16. We had to reseed the groups, Swiss round robin through both sides of the groups yesterday. It was a long day, a lot of games that we had to spectate ourselves, a lot of games that players played, but a lot of data that we got on them. So we can actually go into the semifinals now with a pretty big data set of champion priority here, and then make those kinds of calls in pick and ban. Just the format of the whole event allows us to craft our own narratives throughout. And the fact that bot lane could also be contested, the fact that bot lane has been very impactful throughout the event so far. A lot of these teams, whoever gets the prio bot side, they get that first dragon. They win the fight of the first dragon, and they can snowball that lead further. But now that we're in the top 4, are we expecting that same kind of narrative? Because it makes sense with the sloppier teams towards the bottom, the ones that maybe don't have the same kind of team play, but based on what we just saw in that last quarterfinals match, we might not see these same scrappy dragon fights anymore.
We're getting much slower games compared to what we were kind of spoiled with at the beginning of yesterday. So I'm hoping that it doesn't necessarily mean that Dragon will end the game. I mean, we even just saw it in that last game for the side of Goons. They lost the first Dragon, and they still ended up coming out ahead. They were able to grab that second Drake and close out the game. I'm looking at both these teams. I don't think Dragon will be quite as, you know, kind of the determining factor for the game, but factual macro. Love to see it from these two. I want to see how they kind of warp around the top side and even the mid lane, because I mean, Truth versus starting. Lucian has been that big pick in the mid lane that we've been talking about, but I've been loving seeing more mages, and both of these guys are willing to play it. Katarina, I got my eyes on him. I got my eyes on
Katarina. Ziggs. We actually did see a Yasuo come out here from enemy as well. And interesting to note, they just pair that with Gragas as really the only enabler in the support role. So
That's
again,
enough.
also
we'll take those.
Yeah. It really is. It still sets up the play regardless. But I also just want to take some time to chat a little bit more about just the information that we've learned about these players. Because when I look at teams, I like to learn about not just champion pool, but also who's the one kind of steering the car. If we consider the team a car, we usually have an engine that gets it moving, but then somebody's steering the wheel as well. So the brains behind the strategies, according to Hot Sauce, when I asked the coach, who's the primary shot caller on the team, he said that, of course, all players will feed information throughout the game. So they're all going to be helping in that department. But the main shot callers are Tigers and Chuck. So when we're looking at shot callers, Tigers and Chuck right now on the side of Tribe Gaming here. Top lane focus shot calling. Does that play into the Gragas? Does that play into the Darius? What do we think about like a jungler and a Baron laner being the primary shot callers on a team? Because usually I think of that as kind of like jungle and support instead of the top side.
Yeah, it's either jungle support. It's one of the legendary duos in most of League of Legends as a whole, right? You're either thinking mid jungle, jungle support, support mid, those kinds of duos. But I like it when you actually play around your top side. And if Gragas is going to be the pick for Tribe, if Chuck is going to be reaching for this Gragas constantly, he is going to be an engaged champion more than likely, and is going to be looking for these team fights. I like that sort of sense where, hey, I'm calling the fight. I'm going to be the one initiating. Might as well. And with the way that Jungle's playing, the way that Tigers is playing, that is going to be a really deadly combo between the two of them. Maybe they don't necessarily play around the Gragas, but the Darius I don't think is going to be much of a shot caller. You're going to be wanting a lot of damage and maybe get some focus, but I just don't. They don't match in my mind.
That's what surprised me to hear that Chuck was one of the primary shot callers, is because of the amount of Darius games that they've played. And also, I mean, outside of Gragas, it's also been Renekton and Camille. But I guess split pushing, you still can shot call because your job is to just make sure that you're not dead while you're split pushing. You're not getting collapsed on by the enemy team, which does allow, I guess, a little more focus for trying to shot call. But I usually think of that for the engagers. But on the other side for enemy, when I was chatting with Zio, he did say that himself and Truth are the primary shot callers. So for enemy, that is actually the AD carry and the mid lane. So those are like the two opposite for what I would expect from primary shot callers.
You definitely just want your AD carry to be focusing on, okay, we're doing this, guys. I know for myself, when I'm playing in either in a team environment or just in solo queue with Sam, I am just looking to say, hey, this is where I'm powerful. Do I really want to take this fight? Do I want to go for this wave? A lot of things to think about when you're playing as an AD carry. You also need to be kind of putting a lot of importance in your own positioning. We've seen that time and time again. So really an odd duo for sure, but making it this far and looking so dominant while doing it, I wouldn't be surprised if, that is potentially a championship winning combo. We'll have to see.
And also, when you take into account Zio's champ pool, outside of the Draven lane, there's just a ton of Xayah. And I think that Xayah actually is one of those AD carries where you can shot call a little bit more on, because you don't have to focus as hard on positioning. You have that ultimate to help keep yourself safe. Positioning is still very important with a Feather Recall, of course. But I mean, I think that we're starting to see why some of these champs are locked in the way that they are. Final tidbit of information that I have on these teams. This is maybe the most impressive one, just based on the level of play that we've seen up until this point. But Alk, every single player that we're about to see in this match is Challenger currently. All 10. So that means just by itself, this should be the highest level of wildrift play that we've had all event.
Awesome. I mean, I'm glad I won't be able to see some really. I'm glad I won't see Renekton losing the Yasuo matchup. That may have not been an elo. No. That's probably not an elo difference, but
that was a jungle diff. That was a hard camping in the mid lane right there.
But yeah, awesome to hear that they're consistently hitting Challenger, and that is just the point of that. That just happens when you're kind of ranking by elo. You're just going to eventually get to the point where the best of the best rise to the top. Cream rises to the top. So, I'm looking forward.
Alk, we have word finally. The teams are ready. Pick and ban is underway, so we can hop into that. Stop talking up these teams and actually start watching these teams finally. Tribe Gaming on the blue side, enemy over on the red. So all the prep that we've done, again, a reminder, in case you're just joining us now, we're expecting Gragas to be high priority between these teams. Darius, another champ that could be high priority between these teams for very different reasons, obviously. The Gragas is a flex pick. And the Darius more just because both these top laners really do love that. But outside of that, there's still meta picks that we need to be looking out for too.
Yeah, Solution and obviously Xayah Rakan between these guys is so massive for both of them. Taking away Rakan to start off our series. Interesting. So again, with 3 bans, 6 champions, we listed Darius, Gragas, Xayah, Lucian, Rakan. That's 5. You have Galio as well. Lee Sin has been something that Tybe has looked fantastic on. Got a lot on their table.
if you're enemy, I think you need to ban away the Senna. That's one of the big champions that Tribe has been playing, regardless of if it's AD carry or support. They pair it with the Varus if they're playing it support, so a really long range poke. And then they also pair it as AD carry with the Gragas in the support role. So honestly, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of their 8 game sample size that we have so far has been with Senna. That already is putting warning bells in my mind. Enemy need to be looking at that, but so far they're focusing on the Braum instead.
Yeah, they want to take some really dangerous compositions. I think when you have Rakan already gone and with Xayah by herself, enemy has tested some waters without Xayah. They've done Galio, they've done Nami. I think Braum would provide a lot of resistances, and especially with a potential of Lucian going up like we see there, you just don't want to give that away.
Yeah, the Lucian ban makes a lot of sense, but when you're banning Lucian on the blue side, that's also showing that you're not prioritizing it as a first pick for yourself. Instead, you're going to be looking at something else. I know it's early. I know it's rough to lock in a Darius that early in the draft, but maybe Tribe could still be looking at that. We'll have to wait and see. But I do actually have an update, Alk. We did just hear from production. Thank you, production, for letting us know. 30K got the 2-0 against Cloud9. So just a quick aside update for everybody. So we do have 2-0s across all of the quarterfinals. That means it will be 30K going up against Team Goons on the other side of the semifinals after this match. But in this match, Ziggs is the second ban for enemy.
Wanting to just take that away from the mid pool. I'm loving it. Galio is still available. We still have Lee Sin. Olaf has actually been something that Tigers has found a little bit of success on. And with the champion Braum gone, more melees are going to just rise in priority. Braum typically tends to have a better time against melees, can keep them off their carries, and wonder what that spells for enemy. They have their choice of what they could pick. They're going to be on red side, obviously, but with Camille gone, we still have Gragas. We still have Darius.
We still have the champions. 2 champions. Yeah, the 2 priority ones that we said would probably be focused. And keep in mind, it's not necessarily focused on the ban phase. It's focused because both of these teams like to play these champions. So maybe that's why we're not seeing them banned out right now, because they're both thinking, okay, we're going to get the better side of that matchup. Let's see what enemy wants to take off the table, though, because they could still choose one of them. But no, they go for the Olaf instead. We've seen a lot of Olaf bans so far throughout the entire event. So not too surprising in terms of the overall meta right now. But still, there's a lot of flex picks available for these teams. The Senna still on the table, the Gragas, the Darius, all these champions that these teams love to play. And there we go. We get the Gragas locked in for Tribe Gaming.
They'll first pick it, and now enemy, they have a few options. They can go for the Senna, or they can actually just pick up something like they can try to pick their top lane matchup with their jungle. That has been a popular combo we've seen all tournament long. Pick your top, pick your jungle, let them lead the draft from there.
The tough thing is, okay, they do it essentially, but the tough thing is Tribe Gaming are not showing their top laner. Yes, Chuck does play the Gragas, but they also pair this with the Senna. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Tribe Gaming just lock in the Senna right now, go with that bot lane here, and then try and counterpick that Wukong in the top lane instead. You could go for something a little AP heavy because the Wukong struggles with that, but okay, no, they are keeping the Gragas top. They're going to go with the Varus Senna combo instead.
Can still flex around this Gragas now in the top lane or in the jungle. They have their options. I was wondering, just like you were we going to see the Varus very early on? Were they going to try and pick a jungle matchup with the Senna and still keep Gragas available to swap? But seems like on the side of enemy, they're going to try and respond with a Corki and a Nami. Okay.
Xayah was on the table. Last time they played the Nami, it was paired with that Xayah. So interesting to see them go with the Corki instead. Still flexible. Could be the mid lane pick. I think that they're using this for flexibility so they can decide what they want their mid lane matchup to be. Tribe hard engaged with their last 2 picks here, the Vi and the Diana.
I love this pairing with this Varus and the Senna. They can provide poke, they can provide engage for these melee champions, and just let them go from there. Same thing with Senna, provides so much healing from the support position. Now for enemy, they can choose their mid lane, or they can just choose another marksman here. Corki has been swapped between both roles. I wouldn't hate the Xayah. Exactly. You can pick Xayah. You could also... Draven would be a lot riskier in this composition, and it definitely has been seen, but if you wanted to control the early game, it's an option for you.
Yeah, they did play the Draven with the Gragas support, but no, they will put that Corki in the bot lane, and we get a Katarina. You teased it, Alk, and we do get to see it in game 1 of this best of 3 semifinals.
All right, I'm a big fan of Katarina, but I don't know if Katarina is a big fan of Tribe Gaming right now. She sees that team.
Yeah.
You got Vi knock up. You got two abilities of hers that knock you up. Same thing with Diana if you use the ultimate. Varus can stop you. Gragas ults. Gragas body slam. There is a ton of tools here for the side of Tribe that can stop this Katarina. But enemy, they just need to kind of sit as a front line. Are they going to throw Lee Sin mid or Lee Sin top lane? That would definitely be kind of a toss-up. I wonder if that might have just been
to the current
error.
League PC meta. Yeah, I mean, Wukong in the jungle is very viable. That's where we usually see him. So that's why it was kind of strange to me to see two primary junglers locked in here. But yeah, that's what Emmy's going for. Aloy with Lee Sin in the top lane, going up against Chuck's Gragas. Now this will be a new look for Aloy. We have not seen him on this champ yet.
It may also be a... All right, they're doing it. I didn't want to say anything before they lock it in. Yeah, they're going for the Lee Sin. I think they may have... I am not personally comfortable with this matchup. I think that Gragas doesn't have all that much wave control. Typically, he's usually one to have wave control, but when you're playing against Lee Sin, has the Tempest, you can just take control of it very early on. And we're seeing it yet again. Start off in the mid lane, get early prio for them, and move over the Raptor so you can help track the enemy jungler. They'll know that Tybe is in this top side, trying to avoid the ward, gets seen on the red buff, and this should mean with junglers going both sides, this bot lane could get time in a few minutes. They'll know the jungler's here, they'll be able to back off, maybe pull the lane to themselves.
We'll see if we see any early jungle ganks come through, but just a reminder for everybody, this is the semifinals. Both of these teams may have qualified for the majors already, the first majors that will be happening at the beginning of next month, but they're still competing for seeding, and they're still competing for pride. Both these teams looking like dominant teams in the current first qualifiers, and they want to prove that they're better than the other. Maybe Enemy a little bit more, as they were saying that they're also excited to play against Tribe. Enemy's bot lane getting an advantageous trade against the Senpai in that bottom side here, as mid lane pushes in, and we already see two members going towards the bottom. We could get an early dive.
And look at this. You saw Tribe. They want to try and push the wave as soon as possible because they know the dive's here. They're level 2. Senna will hit level 3.
They're both
we'll be
3.
able to get... Exactly. They'll get the mist here.
And Summoner spells available, so it looks like Enemy, they don't know if they want to go in or out, but Starting says, we're fighting right now. Jumps in onto Truth. Truth tries to get away. The Hail of Arrows comes in from Old School. Max Screen getting damage on Tybe as well. Over the wall goes Starting. Tybe has to flash. Starting follows, gets first blood, and back over the dragon wall.
Wait a minute.
Truth.
Green?
Oh, the arrow! The snipe coming in from Old School. Tribe Gaming with the read and with the outplay.
That dive just took way too long. They spent a little too much time. They tried to invest more into it. Tribe come out so far ahead off of that trade. Not only does Diana now have a gold lead, but also this Varus is going to be sitting pretty against both of these. A 2,000 gold lead at the 2-minute mark already for Tribe, setting themselves up with a bit advantage. And even their jungler now, Tigers, we've been talking about how much of a great jungler this guy has been. Well, now just double scuttled off of that. So punishing this Wukong and continuing their lead.
Getting the reset, getting back onto the map with just a massive item advantage. I mean, look at Starting right now compared to Truth. Longsword and double amp tome compared to 2 component items here, but Truth decides to just get away from that lane. Looks towards the top side, not going to commit to it though, even though level 5 is reached. Aloy in a lot of trouble here. Chuck misses the explosive cast, maybe goes down. Aloy very low health bar though, as Chuck does win the trade. Aloy, that was he was dancing with death right there. Oh, the explosive cast was available. Chuck throws it out and gets the kill. Aloy not getting barrier off in time.
That's a 3-pointer right there. That's the Kobe. Ooh. Thank you, Chuck. You love to see that one. That is exactly the kind of skill. And I was wondering, can Lee Sin hold the lane against Gragas? You have the energy. You can kind of sustain through the lane, but Chuck just says, nope, get out of my lane. I'm going to go tank as well just to make your life as hard as possible. And even with the Dragon's Rage, cannot do enough. So they may try to find something onto Starting.
Oh, Aloy's right back on the map, though. He's looking for Starting right now. Katarina ultimate goes out, but yeah, Starting just jumps over to a minion and is out just fine. So Enemy not finding any answers right now in this early game. Tigers is here as well. Has the Vi ultimate. Sultan Battery not used though. And I got confused topside because Chuck threw out the first ability here and Aloy dodged it. So I thought that was the explosive cast, but he still had it at the end for that 3-point shot like you said. But his team now on the Dragon, started up here for Tribe.
Take a look at this. They have priority in mid, but none of them have really walked in the river. They need to hold hands. They need to walk in as a group. We see already the top laners have made their way over. It's a little late for enemy. They were waiting for Zio to pick up the package, and they may try to find something. Take a look at this. We're just seeing spam pings all over. You might be able to hear it on screen, but that is the first Dragon going over to Tribe and continuing to kind of snowball their advantage early on in this game.
Tribe will get the first scuttle for himself of the game. Second one that spawned on the bottom side. But yeah, the Dragon picked up, plus now encroaching on a 3k gold lead for Tribe Gaming. They're playing out this early game very smart, but still not the most explosive. We haven't even seen team fights happen yet, as the 5v5s, even 4v4 skirmishes haven't really come to fruition. Just that early dive attempt from enemy. And ever since that attempt, they've been playing a little more passive. Tribe has not been looking for these big plays since.
They need to wait for Truth to pick up an item. As soon as Truth is able to finish that Infinity Orb, I think then we might start to see enemy be a lot more alive in this game, make some more proactive plays. But they're going to make a dive on the top side. Aloy has a feeling something's up. They moved out of mid lane. It just means he's going to lose a few plates in this top side and pull over some of the allies from enemy.
Aloy,
he's
looking for the Dragon Rage, but he gets interrupted. Locks down. Truth does come in, tries to get that big Katarina ult, but the Diana ult comes down. Moonfall turning the play, and Tribe
look at this. Wait a minute.
Damage, but the bot lane from enemy might turn it around.
Wait.
That's 2. That's going to be 3. A triple kill over to Chuck, but it's traded back as enemy. They pick up 3 for themselves.
Okay, Chuck just triple killed after getting a solo on this Gragas. There's a reason it is their most played. They miss out on the ult, the Chains of Corruption coming out,
Selma.
but might even it doesn't even take the ultimate. They said, look, that was just a freebie. You can take the piercing arrow instead here for Selma, but still a good play for Tribe. Even if that gold does go back onto Corki, they'll be a little bit remiss. Their plays are just not landing.
Yeah, he tries to get in onto the bot lane from Tribe. Does get heal out. And I guess Flash also for Max Green, but that's not going to be enough here. Rift Herald started up now by Tribe Gaming. They have all 5 members grouped up for it. Enemy will look to approach, but they just don't have the ultimate economy to do anything about this. No ults available. They're not even there fast enough, so Herald's picked up by Tribe.
Usually when we talk about gold advantages and some item advantage, it is just, hey, they have more damage than you, and you can't match their damage in a 5v5 context. But now we'll have to see what Gragas does with this economy, because he's 7,000 gold, about 1,500 almost over his lane opponent, and tanks don't utilize gold all that much better than their damage counterparts as we get later into the game. So Gragas is going to have to be one hell of a front line for a Tribe to kind of see any returns on this investment.
But there's really not many key carries fed on enemy. I'm looking at Corki as the one, but still just tied for gold with Old School currently. And that means that enemy, they are still on the back foot here. They need to find a way to get back into this game. The second Dragon could be the answer. Otherwise, maybe look to try and get this Katarina fed, because so far we've seen how hard it is for Truth to actually get the right ultimates off in these team fights.
Look at this. They're going to break open this mid turret. They're going to get this last one. Here's
going
the fight.
for it. Throws down the ultimate. Massive damage to start it off. Anami ultimate onto all 4 members. And enemy, they've just done it. Tide picks up another kill too. Aloy's joined in. Gets damage here on the Tigers. Picks up the kill, but Starting and Max Green are still alive. Still pretty healthy right now. Tide's waiting in the bush, waiting for the cooldowns. Zio jumps in with the Valkyrie. Onto Starting, who's healing up massively with the Conqueror, but it's not enough. That is exactly what enemy needed. A couple kills right before Dragon spawns.
A lot of your gold is in that Gragas, like we said, and that just means that the rest of the map was even. They're not going to be able to start this up. A lot of the members will be respawning from Tribe, and despite that teamfight victory, despite them getting back a little bit more gold in their pocket, this Drake, I mean, I don't think any team is going to start it quite yet. Take a look at some of the items now that are finishing. Starting has their decap, so Diana is going to be a huge threat, and Truth hasn't finished, but still has a lot of items in their tray.
Right now, enemy, they'll have to approach this. They don't have Corki package either, so Tribe have the inside track of the Dragon, poking out Aloy over the wall.
They don't know he's here,
though. They don't realize the Wukong's looking for the engage. Doesn't quite find it, though. He's just buying time for the team to focus on the front line, but the Diana Moonfall here, Starting doing everything that he can, but goes down. and Enemy actually pick up a kill here. Rampage for Zio. Chuck engaging as his tank, as his frontliner, but he's got to worry about his backline. They go down. Tigers will fall. Zio absolutely insane on this Corki, but look at Chuck. The tank just can't die. Max Green realizes I got to get out of here, but he still dies to the Dragon Auto. Zio can now focus down the tank, who just will not fall. Chuck is so big on this Gragas, but he's not peeling enough for his team. Zio with the target selection keeps Enemy in this.
Yeah, Truth right now is not an impactful player. Tybe, if that team fight had maybe lasted or started 15 seconds later, that fight is all Enemy all day, because the Wukong ultimate wasn't up at that time. It was still on cooldown, and while they keep trading for this Drake, more and more gold is starting to slip in opposite sides of the map. It is in favor of Tribe on the bot lane before that, and now on top side as well. It is starting to freeze in front of Tribe's turret, so they need to do something with his gold. Like you said, Gragas, not the best peeler. They'll grab down or put down the Rift Herald in bot side to cash in on that gold. But look at this. They need to look for something.
Approaching. Enemy, they have their ultimates now. Here we go. Tybe jumps in. He's knocking them up with the Nami ultimate as well. Steals the Dragon. That's the Infernal. And Aloy with Truth pushing away the enemy AD carry, but Chuck's there as the front line. And Schreiber winning the fight. They catch out Truth. They catch out Aloy. Now Enemy's in full retreat mode. Zio doing what he can to throw some rockets out as they run back. But Tribe, they're looking at the Baron.
Yeah, they have a Honey Fruit here as well. They have Senna who can heal. They have so much damage. This should just be their Baron. 6,000 gold up. Tybe is taking a recall. I don't know if Enemy can really try to stop this. The luckiest Nami bubble. The pay raise Nami bubble.
Oh, no.
All right.
Well, it hits 3 people. You give it to him.
Oh, man. Yeah, but that should just be Tribe now in the lead. Almost entirely. They took the bot turret finally. That Rift Herald causing so much of a split decision for Enemy. And I love that Tribe are putting them in awkward positions, right? They're saying, look, you're not gonna be able to get this for free. If you want to get this Drake, well, guess what? There's gonna be a bot side push. We're also now going to take control of this. And I think finally Tribe are gonna be in a comfortable enough position to start kind of throwing their weight around the map.
Exactly. Now it's no longer just Chuck with a couple kills. The carries are starting to catch up right now. So Diana will be one-shotting. Varus will be following up all the engages. And currently the siege is on the mid lane. Tribe using their Baron buff to get some damage onto this turret, but Enemy are throwing their weight back to counter the push. They do have 5 members around here. Tybe could look for the engage. If you can get onto this back line, you might blow them up, but Flash is available for all members of Tribe Gaming right now. It's going to be really hard to find the right engage for enemies, so they actually back out. Explosive cast. It's actually Truth getting caught out right now, but the turnaround here, look at Aloy with the Dragon Rage onto the back line. It's just not enough, but he gets out. They take down starting. Oh, Enemy. Very impressive mechanical play, actually defending their turret, but they have to go back to the fountain to heal. Tribe will also back off right now. Ooh, Zero almost falls. That's the range advantage of Tribe's comp, but Enemy hold the line.
Oh, that one was by the skin of their teeth right there. That looked like one of those fights where if even one thing goes wrong for Enemy, their entire base will collapse. They will end up losing that inhibitor. Like you said, that was definitely like, hey, you guys made it work, but now you got to make it work multiple different times. Aloy on this, Lee Sin. I was just about to talk about how many comeback mechanics Enemy have, where you have this Dragon Rage, you can pick off one person and try to find them, try to dislocate them from their team, get themselves the pick kill. So Enemy focusing, utilizing those tools. It's great that they did it. Now they got to be able to replicate it multiple times over if they want to have a chance of taking this game 1.
Exactly. They're getting their ultimates back off cooldown now, though, so they will have their full team fight strength for this next skirmish. Question is, what are they going to skirmish over? Drag's just up in a minute, so most likely that. But currently, Enemy are actually posturing on the top side of the river here. In the mid lane, maybe they're looking for a pick. Maybe they're looking to catch somebody out here. The Nami ultimate goes out. Truth goes in as well. But the engage from Tigers, maybe a little too soon. The team's not there. Dragon's Rage from Aloy, but he kicks it back to safety. Tybe looking for the re-engages. Chuck causes havoc on Enemy's backline, but it's Tribe that are coming out ahead. Aloy just can't survive long enough as this Lee Sin, and Zio heavily chunked out. Tigers, you're insane! Flashing forward, loses the GA, but he bought time for the team to follow up. That's a kill onto Truth. That's going to be a kill onto Tybe, but no, he mimics away. Enemy get out, but they lose 2 members for it.
That entire fight is just all Old school all day long. I mean, he lands this huge chain of corruption, stops any of enemy from moving. And I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of Katarina, but she is really doing not a lot of anything in this game so far. So much CC that we pointed out in the draft. It's just hurting them. They're not able to utilize any kind of AP damage. And while Corki has some mixed, really you can just go full armor against this team composition like we see from Tribe, and you'll be set up for success.
Dragon will be taken by Tribe right now. Started up here by Tigers. No answer from enemy. They're at a really rough stage in this game here, Alk. 9,000 in the hole. That will be Elder Dragon spawning next. And Baron's also on the table for Tribe. They didn't have the most successful Baron take last time around, but enemy, they're not really in a position to contest them for this. Just look at the item differentials right now. We don't even have 2 items completed on Truth. And you're going up against Starting, who has, I believe, already completed 3 here. Yeah.
Yes.
The big power spike for Diana is coming in. So Tribe, they are primed and ready to go. Enemy will have to find a miracle.
And Tribe now, look at them. They're taking control of the river. They want to put down vision. They want to try and choke enemy out from this Baron pit and use it as kind of the last call for enemy. Come to this Baron, fight us, and either win the game or just slowly get bled out of this one. We're going to see that Tribe right now going to be doing his Krug, going to be taking control of the top side, and all of this comes down to who has first say in the mid lane. I wonder if Corki, I wonder if there's what timer there is for the path.
Oh, hard engage from Tribe. They just find Aloy, and Tiger says, we're going, we're fighting right now. That's exactly what the Vi can do. Truth's already dead. Aloy has to flash. Starting should be able to catch him. Depending on cooldowns. Hits the Crescent Strike. Aloy running for his life right now. And I don't think Starting will catch him. Lee Sin is quite slippery, quite elusive, but they're just buying time. Get the jungler away so that the rest of the team can start up this Baron.
They're pretty far away now. It is 7,000. We'll have to see. We've seen already Wukong steal 1 Baron away. This should just be Tribes, though.
Old School's getting massive damage, though. In onto Zio, now over the wall, Starting, and Chuck buying space, pushing away the carries into the Baron pit.
He did it!
Steals the Baron! Absolutely insane coming in here from Time. The Wukong jungle showing up huge for enemy, keeping them in the game, and the rest of the team gets away. Selma dies, but that's 3 Barons over to enemy.
I mean, okay, we're going to have to keep track of a new stat. This is a new stat we're going to have to make up right here, Kangas. How many Baron control right now is not team-based. It's not red side, blue side. It is Wukong-based. Wukong has 100% Baron control so far, even just in our top 8 alone.
Well, I mean, they did lose the first Baron of this game, so I don't know. That might put a wrench in your set. 75%. All right, there we go. There we go.
75%. 75%. We take those. I mean, look, the fact that we've even seen 2 steals when we got 13 games and saw none yesterday, that's pretty impressive.
Very impressive play.
Enemy, our last series, saves them from the game. Does not win the game or bring them back. It just prevents Tribe from having an easier time in ending.
They're still 11,000 gold behind. Yeah, do not get us wrong here. Do not assume that we are saying enemy are back in this game. They got to do a lot more than just steal the Baron if they actually want to win this one. But guess what's spawning here in under a minute? That will be an Elder Infernal Dragon. That is a pretty good win condition as well. Enemy, use this Baron, try and get lane priority, maybe go for an engage. Time just says, all right, we're starting it up. I don't know if that was the play that they needed. Aloy looks to follow up. Big Nami ult. But look at the backline here. Tigers just starts the fight, locking down Corki. Zio's in trouble. Zio's dead. Killing spree over to Old School, and now Tribe can just take the pick of the litter. They kill Truth as well, chasing Aloy yet again, but this time they will catch him. That's 3 dead for enemy. As they had the Baron, as the Dragon was coming up shortly, they flounder at maybe the most important part of the game, and Tribe will take full advantage of it, pushing this wave in against the Baron buff that's already expired. This could just be game. They have double cannons here. Do they want to go for it? 5 members versus 2. Enemy looking for the defense. Time jumping in onto the AD carry, gets the Guardian Angel, but that's it. Nexus down. Game 1 victory to Tribe Gaming.
That was Tribe Gaming almost the entire time. That was a really impressive play coming out from them. And able to stifle an early game flub. I think, Enemy were really trying to leverage their game off of that first tower dive that we saw. But ever since that moment, ever since it went, kind of just immediately went sour, Enemy were on the back foot the entire game, trying to find their pace, trying to find their footing back into this one.
Yeah, it was all up to Zio, basically. I mean, Truth, 0, 8, and 7 on the Katarina could not find these game-winning ultimates. It was just Zio, 6, 1, and 2 on Corki, packing a punch throughout that game, but just wasn't able to clutch it out and getting caught at the end there. The final engage coming in from Tybe and Aloy, I get it. You're trying to force a play. You think, okay, we see 3 of them alone mid lane. Let's try and execute right now. But it was just not the right time to go in. And obviously that's going to be a little bit of, results-based analysis because we can see it didn't work. In the moment, obviously, your brains are in a different place. But rough to see there from Enemy. They got to recoup and figure out how they're going to take it. But Tribe, pretty impressive performance. I mean, yeah, you lose the Baron. Another steal comes in 2 series in a row now. But other than that, I mean, that looked like a pretty clean game from them.
I was, again, massively impressed by not only their bot side, but Tigers. Kind of a big testament to when you were talking to their coach. Tigers is kind of the front runner, I think, for this team. All eyes on this guy when it comes to the jungle, because he's an insane player in the ladder and definitely looking to kind of replicate that success in competitive.
And also, I just want to give props to Chuck. Went 6 and 1 pretty much through laning phase. 6, 1, and 9 by the end, though. Didn't steal any more kills. Use that goal to be a front line and get his team fed. Shout outs to Chuck, the tanks that don't keep getting themselves fed. I want to break down a couple points of that game, though, as we're getting ready for pick and ban for game 2, Alk. You already identified the early dive not working out for Enemy, but there was that one fight around the Dragon where they actually got a 4 for a 3 trade, and it was just Chuck surviving, walking away. It felt like Enemy, they had a couple of moments where they actually could have tried to push for more and bring it back a little bit. I don't know. I'm trying to get a read on like the difference from yesterday to today. What do you think's the main difference between these 2 matches? Because they were against 30K and they showed a different level of dominance that we didn't really see right now.
Well, one of the series had Darius, the other one did not. Well, we can start off with the blaringly obvious one. The topside matchup, I just think, wasn't the same. Aloy was not able to get that same lead that we saw him get against MTS and 30K. Wasn't, the Lee Sin pick. I think it's interesting. I think it's a really cool way to throw a wrench in their plans. But all of these flexes, all of these kind of niche picks need to work. If you don't find success for them, they're super useless. So yeah, I want to see if they're going to commit to this Lee Sin. He cannot get solo killed by a tank Gragas. That is operating number 1. As basically every single matchup in top lane, if you get solo killed by Gragas, you're probably just done with your lane anyway. And I'm not sold on this Katarina pick, specifically into this draft. As your R5 into so much CC, I think that this was kind of a, hey, if it works, we're going to look really cool. It's going to be like we kind of won a nice counter matchup, but I think that they got maybe a little too cutesy in the draft here for the side of Enemy, and they may need to do a little bit of an ego check. That was definitely Tribe saying, hey, you better put some respect on our name if you're going to come to the semifinals.
And I'm surprised because they had Xayah on the table for that R5. Yeah. They had Corki in the mid lane. They could have had that matchup against the Diana, and then they could have taken the Xayah bot lane, which they've already played with the Nami before. I know the range matchup can be rough against the Varus and the Senna, but I mean, you have Nami to help sustain you through that anyway. So draft priority, the truth, not looking convincing on the Katarina this time around. Maybe they can bring it back, but otherwise maybe we could just focus different things moving forward. So if we're trying to get predictive, then what do you think this does for pick and ban for game number 2? Starting on Enemy's side, is there anything? Obviously, the Katarina, I think, is something they should change up in their picks. What about bans? Anything they need to be worried about now?
They probably are going to stick with the same ones. It depends on what side. If they're red side again, I'm expecting it to run a little bit different. They'll probably change up some of their bans. If they're on blue side, however, I expect them to kind of keep it a little bit closer to the vest. They want to keep it close. They want to keep their cards safe. I think that they have some ability to kind of replicate some of their draft there. I like certain points of it. Again, I still like their bot lane. Corki did a fantastic job, and we saw last night Zio on these really sick carries, even on Xayah, can just tear apart a team and can take control of the Rift. But it comes down to the solo lanes, and again, gonna keep hammering it home. Baron lane decides these top 8s, has been deciding the game and been deciding the series. So I need to see Aloy on something of a carry, either that, or if we're gonna run Lee Sin back again, protect him in the draft.
Yeah, getting the Lee Sin plus Wukong together felt like they were trying to deny 2 of the premier jungle picks. But then you have a suboptimal solo laner at that point. And I think one of the big reasons that they opted for the Lee Sin in the top lane is just because the low magic resist of Wukong can absolutely get bodied by an AP Gragas. So, yeah, it felt like Tribe Gaming's comp came together just so beautifully. They also got the Varusena combo that they wanted. So I think if there's gonna be anything that could warrant a ban, might be the Senna. I still kind of wanted Enemy to ban that out to begin with. I don't think Senna was like the biggest problem, but she just enabled all the problems. She kept everybody alive in those team fights, had the follow-up ultimate as well in the shielding. But let's talk about from Tribe Gaming side now, because they just got a win on the board. They need one more here to punch a ticket to that finals. Is there anything that they need to be looking at to change, or is it just going to be smooth sailing from here?
If they want, I think the biggest, the biggest point of contention, regardless of mid lane matchup, was going to be Truth versus starting. This was my big question mark coming into the day, not seeing a ton of Tribe Gaming myself, and he has been playing a lot of picks. Diana, TF, Ori, Lucian, Akali, something that we haven't quite seen from the side of Truth, who's been playing more of these lane dominant champions, some of these champions that are looking to take control of the game pretty early on. So I want to see what they can do for starting. If they have to put them on a little bit of a weaker lane pick again, I'm okay with that. Play a supportive style for your team, but maybe they can tweak a little bit. And again, those team fights, I wasn't sold on all of them. Some of their engages were not the cleanest, and I want to see how they can actually utilize tools all properly in kind of a team fight sense.
Fun fact about starting, actually, other than the Lucian, we didn't have a single repeat champion. 3 games of Lucian, but yeah, TF, Ori, Galio, Diana, Akali. Now we've had a repeat Diana pick. Seems like that's the comfort one when you're staring down the Corki flex, because again, that Corki was being held as a flex from the side of Enemy that entire time. So maybe just comfortable with that in the blind matchup. Otherwise, just likes that matchup versus Corki. But yeah, starting had a pretty strong performance in that game. But I will echo that, actually. Tribe Gaming, I didn't really identify like a big crazy moment where it's like, oh yeah, they are just heads and shoulders above Enemy. They found the perfect engage. They're just outplaying them in every way. There were a couple moments where it felt like it could go either way, and it was just the fact that Tribe were ahead, that they had the gold lead, that they were able to win out on those fights. So I'm predicting a close series. I most of these I've still thought it's going to be a 2-0. Like my brain's telling me 2-0, even if my heart's telling me 2-1. My brain might be telling me 2-1. I think that Enemy could bring this one back.
Maybe. I would definitely be a big fan of it, because we would get to see more Enemy. And it's hard to look bad when you're winning. That is typically the case in almost any game, regardless. Doesn't have to be Wild Rift. Usually when you're one of the best, it is very difficult to kind of get, to find all of your flaws. You need to be going really deep in the analysis, and you'd have to probably watch a few VODs repeatedly. For Tribe, it's one of those things where, like, you just need to clean up the mistakes, man. Like the Baron steal, that's one of those where if you have proper vision set up and you're able to just focus a target all at once, it is hard to do that on a decoy Wukong, but just take control of the Baron lane. You can take it slow. You do a ton of damage. You're already in the lead. Baron at that point is more of a loss condition than it is a win condition. Yes, is a win more. You will definitely get more out of it. But if they get Baron, you saw right there, buys them time to potentially scale back in.
I will say there's a lot of Vainglory players coming in, so they maybe don't have as much League PC experience. They're not used to the throw it Baron memes that we as League PC players have come to understand and appreciate. So yeah, they just assume, hey, we're in the lead, we're gonna get this big objective, right? No, I mean, all seriousness, they clearly have. If you hit Challenger every series in Wild Rift, then every season in Wild Rift, then you should know what's going on at Baron. But we're ready for pick and ban here for our second game of the series, Tribe Gaming versus Enemy. We can stop talking our heads off about our opinions of these players and let them speak for themselves now, finally, with their thumbs on their screens of choice. Enemy will be on the blue side this time around. Tribe Gaming over on the red.
So this means that they will obviously swap sides, and oh man, first couple bans. So remember, we had Braum, we had Olaf, we had Ziggs, Lucian, and it was Camille, if I'm correct, for that last one.
Camille, it's a good point. It's a good point.
I'm pretty sure it was Camille. I'm pretty sure it was Camille.
I know Camille was banned out. I'm just trying to remember what came after. I know Rakan. Rakan was another one of those bans.
There we go.
From Tribe Gaming's side.
What drops? We were talking about it. You asked, hey, what do they drop in terms of bans since they're going to be swapping sides? Does the Rakan ban suddenly go missing? Does the Olaf one as well want to take that away from Tigers? Enemy, they are on blue side. They can take their first pick and get rid of what they do not want to play against.
Yeah, taking away the Braum, and I'm looking at Max Green's recent match history in this event. No Braum games at all. Maybe it's just been banned, because honestly, this champion has been close to 100% ban rate so far throughout the event, so it's tough to know. Maybe Max Green just doesn't get a chance to play it, but interesting to note regardless. Tribe Gaming still keeping that Rakan ban.
Zio's definitely the kind of player who will still just play Xayah. I don't care. He's like, I don't care. It gives me ability when we're talking about, hey, you're going to be doing, shot calling. You talked about it when we were talking about this matchup. It allows you to not have to focus all that much on your own safety. You can call fights, and you kind of become a tactician at that point because you're playing around your feathers. You have to take a look at the positioning of the enemy champions, and so, I mean, Xayah just lets you do that so easily.
You get a better view of the battlefield when you're up in the air, right? So when it's just, you're telling everybody where to go. Yeah, it's thematic. It works. But also, I think that we're seeing that Zio not only has to be a shot caller, but also a primary carry on the team. Two very difficult roles to juggle here. Let's see if he's up for it now, as Olaf is banned away from Tribe Gaming. Enemies still do not want to put Tigers on that champion. Tigers has played that twice already. So, yeah, it makes sense. It's in the meta. And we do see an adaptation coming in from Tribe. They actually take away the Wukong.
Okay. Well, that just means... So Ziggs was gone, right? We have Ziggs. We still have Camille. We have Lucian as well. That means one of these has to make it through. I think Camille is most likely to kind of get dropped off the ban list. We haven't seen too much success for this champion. She's been very dangerous in a lot of situations, but hasn't quite hit that mark that I think some teams are necessarily wanting. And Ziggs is just way too powerful in the mid lane. And instead, that just means Lee Sin. They don't want to give it over to Tigers. He's played one game of it.
Yeah. Interesting choice here. That's not the adaptation I expected from Enemy. Now, this is probably an adaptation because they're on blue side, not because of obviously what just happened in that last game, unless they're saying, no, Aloy, you're not going to first pick it. We're banning it instead. Potential. But we do now still see a lot of those, contested picks between these two teams. Gragas still on the table. Darius still on the table. Senna as well. Lucian's taken off here from Tribe Gaming. Enemy, what's it going to be? I mean, they do like to play their Gragas themselves. They could lock that in right now and just take it away from Tribe. That was an issue. Chuck did get really fed despite going tank.
I imagine Ziggs just has to instantly shoot up, right?
True.
Like, Ziggs has to be one of the first picks. You're talking about Gragas. It'll work well with a Senna if they want to pair it up for them, but Ziggs, I mean, Enemy, this feels like they're in a really trapped situation where they pick one and Tribe gets two awesome picks on the patch. They'll grab the Gragas, take it away from Tribe, will damage some of their synergies between multiple lanes, but it means they get Ziggs, they can get Camille, they can get Galio. They have a ton of options here, and they get two of them.
Wow, yeah, there's a lot of priority picks still available for these teams. I think Ziggs is almost a must pick here for Tribe Gaming. Although I'm trying to look at their match history, it's been banned a lot. They're not opting for it. They do get the Camille, and they want to put priority on that Varus. We were wondering, where's the Varus going? Why haven't we seen it in the last couple of games? But yeah, Tribe Gaming hardcore focusing that.
Varus look good, and taking away from Zio, I'm more than willing to say that's okay. Now they do pair it up with Senna, and that means that with that Ziggs we were talking about for Enemy, you can actually just send that bot lane, and while Varus will try to take a bunch of HP trades, keeping them under turret is a viable strategy against them, trying suppress old school and Max Green. What are you feeling?
I'm gonna hold
What are you feeling,
judge.
Kangas?
Well, I'm thinking that you got the J4 with the Ziggs. Why not go Ziggs Galio and then try and get J4 on your final rotation? I don't see Tribe Gaming going for that. Now Tribe could lock in the Galio. I guess Galio's just not important. Instead, they want to go for the Sudden combo with the Varus and Malphite here for Chuck.
Malphite. Okay, now Galio. Now we can Galio. We can definitely Galio. Low range, low mobility champions, a bunch of melees, and if you get onto that back line, not enough damage to supplement the rest of them. So enemy, if they want, they can go for it. They can pick up the Galio. You can send it into multiple lanes. They will have to show where it's going to go. They're going to take their Janna and their Xayah. This looks weird. They have played Janna in this tournament. Or there has been some Janna play across other teams.
It wasn't enemy, but we did watch a Janna game yesterday.
Yes, I like Janna here. There's some dyssynergy though with when you look at certain other champions like the Jarvan and with the Gragas. But if you're gonna keep members away, if you're gonna try and cause some chaos, zone control is the name of the game for enemy.
Zone control will help. Very defensive bot lane. Zio and Selma saying we will not get dove. We will not die. And you know, honestly, I like the Janna a little more now, honestly, with the Akali locked in. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't convinced. But now that Tribe are picking into it, I guess it's a little bit better. I still am surprised that neither of these teams prioritizing that Galio as much in this series, but Tribe Gaming, I feel like they're just going to try and outskill their opponents here with this Akali lock-in against the Ziggs. Very dangerous for Ziggs. You don't have a lot of escape tools to deal with the Akali if she gets on you.
If Ziggs gets in, this is a whole matter of who is first to the play. We've seen it time and time again where a team will get to the Dragon Pit first or get to the Baron first, back up, cede control, and then re-enter into it and end up losing the fight. If enemy can keep control of this, look at how does Tribe ever get in to a Baron Pit. You have Ziggs, you have Janna Tornado plus her ultimate, and Jarvan can keep members locked. Exactly. Every single one of these members. And then you have to also play around potential Xayah feathers as well. Tribe, this is a dangerous composition to run, and definitely one where I think that they're willing to say, look, at 15 minutes, if we're not like 6,000 gold ahead, this is probably not looking too hot.
Well, I think I know the answer. I think I know how Tribe approach.
Okay.
You throw a rock at them. Because it doesn't matter if Malphite takes a little bit of poke on the way in, he will still throw out that unstoppable force. It's unstoppables in the name, so Janna Tornadoes don't do much to really deal with that. I do still see engage and then follow up from a range here from the side of Tribe. It's gonna be like Malphite, Camille going in, Akali trying to get on the back line, and then Varusena just staying as far back as they can. And with the threat of a Malphite, Camille, we'll see how enemies able to position, because their carries can kind of peel for themselves, which means that J4 can actually get aggressive and try and get onto Old School and Max Green himself. It's so difficult to actually predict how the team fights are going to go, because again, a lot of it will be contextual based on what happens in the laning phase.
Varus and Senna, they have a ton of poke, and all it takes is a few bad trades in bot lane for the HP trades to come through and to cause unnecessary recalls from enemy. They need to reset. That is going to be the skill for Tribe. Look at this, already starting off early and chunking Selma before the honey fruit even spawns.
Selma half health here on the Janna. Not going to be the best position to be in. And keep in mind that Janna can't really heal back up once damage is done. You're trying to mitigate the damage. You're trying to throw out that shield beforehand. So, yeah, already half health. Not the best place to be currently. But we do see the same normal start here from enemies mid lane. Both laners together pushing it out. But Tribe actually going for a different style. They do leash their jungler.
This has been something that I've been taking note of, is typically in solo queue anyway, I am trying to get as much cheese as possible. I'm trying to get my victory. I want my LP. Don't leash my jungle, early invade, try to find something. And most people are trying to just get their jungler off to a nice head start. It's not the same as obviously see the ward here with that mid lane push that we saw from enemy, but just means that Jarvan can be that much quicker to the play, and with this early ward, we'll get spotted on this. This is huge for enemy.
Tribe know that he's there. Tribe will just help push out the wave right now, and then his bot lane will help him get this scuttle. Presumably, Max Green hits a nice double root right there. I don't know what happened in the trade spot side, but Max Green did use Ignite, and Old School used Heal. So they are down summoner spells. Tiger, I don't know what you're
Wait a
doing right
minute.
now trying to contest this. Your bot lane's actually collapsing. Starting's there. Old School gets the kill. Starting still doing massive damage right now to members of enemy, and they're just getting routed, collapsed on in the river. Selma will fall as well. Tribe pulling that one out of their hat. They got engaged on first, but it doesn't matter. They pick up the kills.
I did say they needed to get off to an early head start, and it is just coming down to the fact that they are trading so well in bot lane with the Senpai. It's so difficult to stay in lane versus these guys. It's one of those matchups where early on you said, hey, they don't have heal, they don't have ignite. What happened? It was that level 1 trade against Selma. They were trying to find a kill. And because of the fact that they're able to then turn off the engage, imagine if that ward isn't there, Jarvan gets a successful gank and can help his bot lane out. It goes sour, it goes south there for enemy, and now they found themselves at another disadvantage, almost 1,500 gold, 2.5 minutes in, going to set themselves up for success, potentially setting up for this dragon coming up soon.
It is so rare that you see a team come back and win from an early 2k deficit before the first dragon. Like, this big objective hasn't been spawned, and now mid lane's in trouble. Truth dies again. All right, Tribe, they're giving us the business right now, hard pushing onto enemy with their lead.
Finally, a jungle that is abusing the mid lane matchup. This is such a hard one to play for for the Akali if there is no jungle interference. Because at that point, then it just becomes, every time I use Shroud, he presses E, I'm always stuck under turret, and I can't always get the first move from mid. But punishing the flashless Ziggs in mid lane, Tigers is just built different, man. Like, I've been saving for that one for which jungler was going to be one of the best, but there has been, there are some junglers in this tournament, and then there's Tigers and Tarzan. So, looking forward to what we what we see more from this player.
Tarzan's not even in anymore, so it's just
yeah,
Tigers now.
That's true. It's just
jungle
Tigers.
theme though. I like the jungle theme between the two of them. It works out. Tribe with their push on the bot side, Dragons up in 20 seconds. They can easily just walk up here, drop the wards down that they have, and then take this objective very early on. But enemy already looking to group up. Aloy's roaming down.
They want to just get control of this dragon. You see that Aloy's the first one here. They need to pull everybody here. This is... Okay, they're going to go for a death push. They have to at this point. Their bot lane's recalling. Okay, yeah. Don't cancel the reset either, guys.
Okay, well, no, they cancel the reset because they want to fight right now. Big explosive cast. Chuck goes for the engage for himself. Starting's on the back line with the massive flank, though. And he's getting a lot of damage down. Tribe winning the fight yet again. Starting might just fall right here, though, but he gets out. The perfect execution. Oh, Starting. Massive mechanical outplay there. And Tribe yet again win the fight, and they will get an objective.
This should just, at this point, this is really doomed now for enemy. You saw that their bot lane was recalling, and then they wanted to make the push in with their with the rest of their team. I think that there's some miscommunications going on the side of enemy, who we thought were one of the top 3 teams here, and so far they're getting taken down almost handily by Tribe.
Yeah, this game 2 is not looking as close as game 1. Already Tribe here, they get the dragon, they get a play bot side. Enemy will have a couple members nearby, push them off of this siege, but there's just nothing for enemy to trade on the map. When you opt for the fight, for the objective, and then lose the fight and lose the objective, it just puts you at such a deficit rather than taking a play elsewhere. And yeah, I mean, their composition's better at answering the dive. We talked about all the peel options they have, but when you go for the engage yourself, then you're just asking for the enemy team to re-engage on you.
Remember, that all started with finding a pick onto Chuck, right? They put so much emphasis on trying to lock down this Malphite, and they turn it around. Truth's dead. Goodbye. That's just a solo kill. That's just a solo kill. Jungle diff coming to mid lane.
Still no flash or heal on Truth, and really getting punished right now. 0-3. The Ziggs has been a highly contested pick so far, but Truth not having the best series. We saw a really good series from Truth yesterday against 30k, but now struggling against Tribe. We'll be back on the map to contest for this Herald, but Tribe have all 5 members here, save for their jungler, who's just going to keep clearing out, and they do have the inside track of the objective.
A little early there from enemy to try and pull the trigger. They want to get control of the mid lane, but now that they have inside track,
Time's engaging. Aloy as well gets on the back line. But what about your own back line? They forgot about the Akali, and Starting says, you'll remember today. Gets a triple kill. Tigers chasing down Truth, and we'll pick up that one. 4-for-0 trade. Again, enemy trying to engage and just forgetting about their own backline.
I called it. Hey, look at that. Hey, if we're not 10 minutes in or 6 minutes in and we don't have a 6,000 gold lead, we're probably going to lose. And try playing exactly to that win condition. They're blowing up some of the squishier members of their backline. Like you said, they're trading front lines, but Gragas is not all that good as a front line by himself. He needs someone there with him. Jarvan is trying to be that, trying to lock them up, but the damage is way too much. Akali is way too fed. 6,000 gold at this point, and able to just one-shot this Xayah no matter what, through barrier, through the feather storm.
Yeah.
Enemy, they got to come at this at a different angle, man.
Enemy, the thought process going into this is, oh, our backline, they can peel themselves. They have the Janna, they have the Xayah ultimate, even the Ziggs explosive charge. But it's just not working. It's not enough. Starting is finding these engages regardless of all the self-peel that enemy's backline have, which means that Aloy and Tybe need to play much safer. They can't just be diving in and expecting their backline to follow up. Shoot dies again. Oh, 1v1 by Old School. Aloy's looking for it, but not in range. He can't even trade.
This has to be like some form of cyberbullying on the truth, right? Like everybody's getting turns bullying this guy. First it was Akali, then it was Camille. They're gonna go in for Aloy.
Oh, he gets out though. He's a tanky Gragas.
But now even Old School gets a shot at the old man. Starting, gonna just solo kill Tybe on the side, and Aloy's gonna go down as well.
Also 1v1 in Aloy. Aloy still gets out, still taking enough to survive, but that burst. The 2-item spike for starting. This game's over. This is an 11k gold lead at 8 minutes in the semifinals. This is just a shutout from Tribe.
Kangas, you were like, oh, we're finally going to get teams that are going to be more even. We're going to get some 3 games here. No, we're going to get
like
stomps.
10 minutes ago, we're going to get 2-1.
We're going to get stomps. It's 13-1, man. Like, there are as many kills as Tribe has gold lead soon enough.
Yeah, pretty much. And now with the second dragon here, Tribe are looking to make a statement going into the finals here. Again, both these teams are in the top 4. They'll both be going to the majors, but they're fighting for seeding right now. Is Truth again, another death in the mid lane. And they're also losing bot side in the 2v3. Tigers almost kills Tybe.
What resistances do you build? Are you going to build armor versus the rest of their team and the true damage that Camille provides? Or are you going to build magic resist against the 5-0 and 6 Akali? There is no win-win solution here for enemy. Not only that, but their damage is also just lacking as well. The early power spike of the lethality from Varus kicking in and taking control, going to cancel the back from Aloy. And I mean, even a team fight, even an uneven team fight, I don't know if enemy wins that as well. So this is just all Tribe. Are they going to be? They basically would have to give over the win to enemy if they were to lose this.
It would just be given on a silver platter at this point. It's like, here, take it. We want to go to game 3. Let's have some fun with it. But Tribe, I don't think that they're the team that's going to do that. I think that they're a team that is looking to show that they are the best in this entire tournament. As Tigers,
run Tigers.
Time. 4 members are on it, but Camille's still pretty slippery. Avoids the explosive cast, hit by the Monsoon. Doesn't have the hook shot. Hextech ultimatum to buy a little more time. Almost kills Tybe throughout that. And will go down. Pick for enemy. Hey, that's something.
They're getting gold under their pockets, right? That is a kill, like you were saying, onto the Camille. That is a good way of trying to find that pick, but I mean,
was that Selma that got the kill? I think Selma might have gotten it, unless Aloy already, unless Selma already had a kill earlier on. But it's not even like a shutdown. That kill definitely did nothing then.
That kill definitely did nothing then. That's painful.
If it's on Truth or on Zeo, then you feel a lot better about it. But like, a tank.
I'll give it to a tank at this point. Give a tank, man. I'll give it at a tank at this point. They need gold. They need to finish an item so that at least enemy's backline can at least pretend that they were trying to put in damage. Like at least it's like, oh well, I got killed by Akali, but my front line was frontlining, so that's cool. But they don't even get that.
11 minutes into this game. Let's see how fast Tribe can close this one out as they drop the Rift Herald in the mid lane. Baron's on the table. And they will focus this down if they want it. They don't start it up yet. They're giving enemy a time to approach, and they're looking for a death brush right now, but enemy aren't buying it.
Nice.
Tribe say, okay, well, we'll just engage on the first person that we see. Even if it's a tank, I'll just 1v1 him, and now the engage into the mid lane. Rampage for Old School, and Tribe starting, just diving under these turrets. That's 60-2 on the scoreboard. A massive lead for Tribe. We don't see Tigers 1v1ing Aloy, but it doesn't matter. It's still going to be a 3-man attempt to stop this Baron if they can even make it on time. I think Tribe get this before Enemy can even respond.
The Rift Herald is still in mid. They need to take care of that before they can do anything. Aloy's going to try and face check, find something, maybe cancel a back or two, maybe get engaged upon himself.
Old School's here. Has Flash. Ultimate's up. Does he go for it? Go for it. Come on, Old School. Oh, Chance of Corruption misses. Aloy with a nice sidestep.
Right there, I like that from the side of Tribe. I think Enemy, knowing that some of the members may have reset, they're going to go for something low.
Hail Mary. Why not? Tribe looking for the hard engage. Oh! That Q did half of that tank Gragas' health bar.
Hello? Okay, well, he's gone. Just straight up gone. And now Tribe trying to get his jungle camps, but saying, wrong jungle, wrong time, guys. Going right on the truth.
Oh, yep. Tigers does so much damage. Now onto the 80 carry. Zeo
Look at
can't
starting.
even get the recall off. Time's dead. Everyone's dead. Selma will just watch under his mid inhibitor turret as Tribe will walk these Baron minions in. That's going to be game. That is a dominant performance from Tribe against Enemy. A team that we expected to go the distance, a team that just destroyed 30K yesterday. This is a terrifying looking roster, and whoever's going to face them in the finals better be scared. Tribe are going there with a swift 2-0.
Wow. Okay. Right there. That is just, honestly, all things aside from what we saw from differences in some of the laning phase and whatever, Tigers is just so good, man. In the jungle, he comes mid lane, punishes, and gets his Akali rolling, unlocks starting on this Akali. There's nothing else to that game. I mean, that game was obviously one-sided for Tribe most of it, but Jesus, Tiger, you're so good.
It was such an impressive performance from everybody on the side of Tribe. I mean, the flexibility in the draft, they showed us very different looks. Other than the Varus and Senna bot lane, kind of the return to that, you got to ban Senna. I'm just going to say it. Whoever's going to be playing against them in the finals, you need to be looking at that Senna ban, because otherwise you're just giving over
Senna,
their favorite bot lane.
You got Senna, you got to ban. You got Varus, you got to ban. You got Lucian that you have to ban. You have Gragas, Darius. You have all of the regular stuff that you still have to ban, like Braum and Lee Sin and Camille and Olaf. There's too many. There's way too many. You only get 3 Kangas, and Tribe are looking rather strong. That bot lane pairing, it's been kind of like the undertones. I've been talking about Baron lane, but even from the beginning of the tournament, we've been talking about Varus and taking control of the bot lane early on, even from the top 32. It's pretty nuts.
Well, hey, it's our first team in the finals. Obviously, they're going to look like a good team. So congratulations to Tribe Gaming for being the first to qualify. But we do have another semifinals ahead of us. You see it down below. We got Team Goons taking on 30K. A reminder, Enemy just made short work of 30K yesterday. And now 30K go up against Team Goons, another team that look very strong. I'm excited for this semifinals match as well. You should be too. We're going to send it to a short break while the teams get ready for us, and we'll be right back with more Wild Rift action after this. And we're back, everybody, with the Wild Rift Summoner Series, day 2 of our first qualifier. About to get ready for our second semifinals match. Team Goons taking on 30K. Should be another exciting one. 30K, we hyped up a lot going into this event. They were seeded number 1 in their group initially. Now, I'm not going to lie. From what we saw against them yesterday, they left a lot to be desired from their play on the day, but they have a chance to redeem themselves on stream now. They did take their series against Cloud9 in a quick 2-0 fashion, but now they're up against Team Goons here. Alk, a very scary team. But before we hop into this head-to-head matchup, let's first catch up on what's happening around the bracket. Talk me through any surprises so far, Alk?
I think this Tribe Gaming one, just because what we were expecting from Enemy coming in from the top 16, we were thinking this team should be one of the people to get to finals, but obviously just that bottom half of the bracket is completely stacked. And I do want to say, I don't want to take anything away from 30K, but there is also just a lot of circumstances that are going on just around both the teams that played in the first round and the quarterfinals, and just their team as a whole. Not only was their bot lane end up going over to Cloud9. Jackie was one of their players. They had a ton of last minute kind of substitutions and had really only one day of scrims. So I don't want to put anything past them. The fact that they've made it all the way up to here kind of is just a testament to their natural skill and just being very good players. But like you said, that loss against Enemy, I think, shook a lot of confidence in me. When I was talking to Michael Udall, the founder of the organization and the mid laner, he was saying, look, it kind of sucks to lose just in general, but C9 is a worthy opponent. We're really looking forward to playing up against them, and I think it will be a tough match, but it's kind of hard to say anything when, you know, we have basically a day of scrims that we've played together.
Yeah, it's tough when you go into these situations without having a roster of 5 that have been playing together for months on end, like with Tribe Gaming. But let's focus in on Team Goons versus 30K in this head-to-head matchup right now. We just saw Team Goons. We did get to watch them in our quarterfinals match, looking very strong there. Iraqi Zoro piloting the Malphite to great success. Lamont in the jungle, Hoon in the mid lane with Goom and Yikes rounding out the Dragon lane. Remind us about 30K, though.
30K, we've got MTS in the top lane, Sheesh in the jungle, Michael Udall in the mid lane with Rest and Beg in the duo lane, and I have my eyes on what this bot lane will hold. We've seen some amazing play coming out from the Baron lanes, but Goom, Yikes, Rest and Beg did not have the best performance yesterday. They played a lot of Corki and they played some Rakan, but it just didn't seem like it was all there. These are 2 support players from a whole different game. I want to see how they've shaped up with some more time under their belt and a little bit more practice.
And a little more confidence after a win against Cloud9, who are another tough opponent in this series. That might have been the closest of the quarterfinals matches that we had. So being able to pick up that win feels great for 30K, but they got to get another one now. A reminder, both these teams have qualified for the event coming up here at the end of, or I guess beginning of August, the first major, but they still are competing for the qualifying seeding points. So if they can make it further through here, they'll have a better shot going into that event. But Team Goons looking like maybe favorites here, depending on how much weight you put onto the other team's perspectives, because a lot of teams wanted to play against Team Goons. I think that they would have to be considered favorites based on what we've seen from these 2 teams so far. So let's see what happens. We're going to pick a band right now. Team Goons taking away that Galio to start us off.
Stylistically, this just feels like a pretty big mismatch here, where Team Goons, their bot lane is incredible. Obviously, they have a star-studded roster across the board, but Goom and Yikes, from what we've seen already, are looking like some of the best bot lane that we have in the tournament, alongside, I think, even Tribe's bot lane, and formerly the Zio and Selma one that we saw. And you look at 30K, MTS is more of a carry player, has been playing Renekton, Camille, I mean, Garen as well, wants to take control of that lane, where Zoro, Malphite King, he said, drop the ego, I'm playing the tank. I'm straight up playing all tanks all day. Gragas, he has 5 games now, 5 to 6 games on this champion. Like, you either have to ban it or just be ready to play against it.
And he was able to get solo kills on the Gragas tank. He was able to get solo kills on the Malphite tank. Like, it doesn't matter if you put him on tank. He's still got an ego, Alk, because able to pick up wins regardless in those 1v1 situations. But Team Goons banning away the Braum. Again, I want to go back at some point and figure out if this is actually like 100% presence, because Braum is always picked or banned. Very strong in the current meta here, but more often than not, take it away. 30K answering with the Ziggs and the Xayah bans of their own. And of course, Olaf ban too. No surprises yet.
Yeah, not too many. I would say that, I mean, Olaf hasn't really, it's been something that Sheesh has really kind of lean towards. I know we haven't talked a lot about Sheesh. He's a much more of a newer player, and speaking with Udall, this was a 16-year-old that they were thinking is kind of the next coming of being a huge jungle prodigy, a solo queue pickup, and he personally has a lot of faith in this kid to kind of help the team rise to the occasion and start winning some tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, hey, even if they don't win this match, the first tournament that they're entering into, being able to make top 4, being able to auto-qualify for that major is still a huge accomplishment. Team Gunzo with their first lock-in here. Nothing surprising. Zoro loves these tank picks, and with Malphite off the table, might as well go for that Gragas. 30K, they get the Lucian, and they pair it with the Orianna.
Nice. So they are already showing that they're going to go for the Xayah Rakan, and for 30K, this will be a little interesting, only because it'll be the first Orianna that we've seen from 30K, and we already know where Lucian is going. They know what the support matchup is. They're showing their hand pretty early, and 30K's team composition seems a little all over the place for me.
It is a little all over the place. Now, it's not going to be Xayah Rakan because Xayah was banned out earlier by 30K.
That is true.
So I think that they don't need to worry about that coming through here. We'll have to wait and see what Team Goons wants for their AD carry in the bottom lane there. But the Garen plus the Wukong matchup, they're showing all their solo lanes. I kind of would have liked to see a support coming in from 30K and hold that counter pick till you know what the enemy mid laner is. Although I guess they're already showing Orianna. So that means it will be the Corki into the Orianna and the Ezreal locked in for AD carry for Team Goons.
This feels like they are picking some weird I mean, again, Varus is still available, people. I know Goom can play it. He played it at least one game. And against the Lucian, typically lane bullies, the way that you deal with them, you can't really out-sustain them. Most of the time, it is just poke them out of lane. Something like in traditional League, we think of Draven versus Caitlyn. Caitlyn can keep Draven away from the lane and constantly shove him under the turret. Looks like 30K, they're going to go for a denial here, stopping a Rakan engage, stopping Camille as well with this Janna.
Exactly, and also decent lane matchup against the Rakan because you can just hard poke him out. And the Lucian, if you get the Rakan low enough, Lucian has kill pressure as well. So I don't hate it. I just am surprised that we see such high priority around the Janna pick so far because we didn't see a lot of Janna in day number 1, but this is now our second in a row that we see in the semifinals here. So these big high-pressure games, the high-stakes games, and people are defaulting back to this champion. Team Goons, team identity here. They have engaged tools. They have some scaling of the Corki and the Ezreal. 30K, a little scrappier. Maybe a little more focus on the early game as well.
Garen is going to have a field day with this team composition. Who stops the Garen? Who stops the Wukong? And Orianna Ball, we'll have to see what Michael Udall can do on this control mage, because if those shockwaves come on through, if they're able to land onto even 2 or 3 members, I don't know if Goons can come back. They're looking to just try and find these kills, and namesake applied, Goon squad it up. They are looking for kills as early as possible.
They do have range to play through, so it could be difficult for Wukong to actually get onto a Corki and onto an Ezreal, but you're right. If you do manage to get on top of them, lock them down, that Orianna combo will be quite scary. And then, of course, you have the Janna to help, peel away the Camille and the Rakan, who will be looking to engage onto Ori and Lucian. But here's our matchups. Our second semifinals of the day. 2 teams that have qualified for the first majors already, battling it out for seeding. Let's see who's able to take the victory here. Will it be the newly put together 30K? Couple friends in a dream. High elo friends, of course. And also, coordinated effort through Discords to put this team together. Or will it be Goons, the team that everyone's got their eye on as the team to beat in the tournament, favorited to make it all the way to the finals? We'll have to wait and see here as we are loaded onto the Rift.
Ooh, we're doing the lane swap again that they learned from C9. So they're gonna throw their mid lane, throw their bot lane in the mid lane, give themselves priority, and now putting Michael Udall and the Orianna on the side lane. So interesting, and I think that's really awesome that they said, "Hey, that's pretty cool. It worked. Let's just try it out ourselves. Let's test it out." They definitely saw a lot of success with it themselves. So,
yeah,
30K.
This is one of the big things that we saw in that match yesterday for Enemy versus 30K, and I think it's cool that we get to see this again now. It tells me that this might be the 30K style more than the Enemy style, honestly. And how does Goons want to answer it? So far, they're not swapping their lanes around right now, and 30K actually would be the first ones to swap. So, end of the day, I mean, it's cool, but I don't know if they really get much for it other than that ward in the top side, which you can get that with the traditional, double solo laner starting mid anyway.
And I like this because it gives some kind of priority. It allows Lucian now to get solo experience and solo gold, which is really important for their comp, where if you're looking on the opposite side, it's an Orianna. She'll eventually get those items. Her items are pretty expensive, but you're looking for those shockwaves. I think it's really awesome to do this. And with Corki trying to keep him oppressed under his lane is definitely a strategy that 30K can try to abuse. We'll have to see what happens as Hyun was a really good Corki in their last series.
Yeah, and also out poking Rest right now, as Rest has been hit with his phosphorus bombs a couple times here, but will catch a wave under turret, use the plant to heal up. But this is going to be a double scuttle start for the jungler. Lamont having a very strong start, as his bot lane had priority in that lane, and there's no contest from Sheesh.
There they go. And now they're swapping back. I think this is where maybe 30K were getting a little hyphy. If they were, I agree with you. If they were going to do this swap, they needed to keep Janna in mid lane, keep oppressing this Corki, and try to get an early advantage. Either take a plate early on or start to get some chip damage into the turret. But they say, look, we'll just rotate after the first couple waves, after the first 2 minutes, and kind of get us back into our lane assignments. And like you said, I think the payment didn't quite go off because, I mean, Lucian had to take a reset. It hasn't reset yet, but double scuttle for jungle was pretty nice in the early game.
And now going back to that full clear here. Sheesh also trying to full clear topside, but not even ahead of the jungle clear. Although I guess Krugs are still available for Lamont, so that's the big trade there. Sheesh will now go for a reset for the Wukong jungle. MTL also gets a reset for top lane. And the bottom side of 30K push another wave in. It will be caught, so they will have a slight tempo lead here. Dragon's up in a minute. They might be able to play around that window.
Something that just a small thing just from watching the minimap every now and then. Hoon, as soon as he pushes mid lane, as soon as there's any kind of mid priority, drops into Fog of War, moves in and tries to find a way to, threaten a potential roam. Even if he doesn't commit to it, such a high level pro. I mean, there's a reason why he's multi-challenger in multiple different games. They're going for an engage.
Flash in from Lamont onto the bottom side, hard committing in onto Rest. Flash used, Colleen as well.
That's good.
No damage traded. MTS in the 1v1 against Zoro top lane, not going to get the kill. Zoro very used to these kinds of situations, but Sheesh is here as well. Zoro's got to be careful. Explosive cast is available, has the barrier as well. Doesn't pop the summoner, does pop the explosive cast, and he gets out scot-free.
There we go. They're taking control of this. They say, hey, look, our bot lane just got engaged. Let's try to trade for top side. They can even get the first kill onto
the
Lucian
dive into the bottom
turret.
lane here. Lamont gets a double with a setup of Yikes and Goom. So, Goons, they get gold from those kills. 30K try and get some gold from the top turret, but advantage over to Goons.
If they were able to just hold out on that bot side, then it would have been fine, especially for 30K, but they end up going down. Big engage. Yikes on this Rakan has been impressive time and time again. Hoping that potentially in an adaptation in the series, we might see that champion go away, but they'll have first say on this dragon.
Oh no, Beg. Just trying to get some wards down for the team as Dragon's up.
Rest?
Almost dies. Fortress Barrage not going to make it.
Oh no!
Now the engage coming in from Yikes. Gets onto Rez. Not going to find it though. All right, 30K, they disengage. They get out of there, but Dragon is secured by Goons.
That was so close, and Gragas... We've been talking about Gragas for a lot today, about being, you're not a great frontline tank, you can't do much, but the healing and the amount of resistance, how durable you can be on the Drunkard is just so impressive every single time. Barely able to escape another time. Zoro, I feel like Zoro is one of those guys where he plays better the lower HP he has.
Explosive cast, he
Speaking of...
baits in Rest! Beautiful mechanical play from Zoro right there. Oh, Rest was not expecting that.
Oh, yeah, Zoro is definitely, I don't know, I'll have to ask him after this series and after the event, but Zoro comes across to me as being able to play a card game, because in card games, typically when you're doing combat, it is all about having, you know, potentially using your HP as a resource, using it as potential bait like we saw there. And each time in their previous series versus Brawl Pros and now here, taking up a ton of damage and then immediately calls in for the killer instinct and is able to find another kill for his team. So love that they're using HP as a resource. And Goons, they're playing incredibly well, only just 6 minutes into the game and showcasing yet again. We've been talking about it all day, but they are one of the teams that everyone has their eyes on.
They get the early dragon. They have the early gold lead, and we've seen this happen a lot already, Alk. If you can get both, 100% win rate. Goons, they're looking to also take this and turn it into a Rift Herald. As 30K do start to approach, we could get a full 5v5 team fight answer here from 30K. It would be really difficult, but they still have Wukong, they still have Orianna, but they're taking a lot of poke damage here from Goom with a red buff. The engage on the big Janna in the Rift Herald pit. Picked off. Goons now in a 5v4. This is their objective.
And because 30K put so many members up in towards top side, they're going to continue to lose gold. They'll push in the top wave. Maybe they go for a re-engage on this, but I mean, Michael's dead.
Oh, wow. He just caught out here in the jungle. Rest tries to trade it back. Colleen aggressively forward. I don't know if that was the play because Hoon's got the damage. Yikes has the lockdown. That's another kill over to Goons.
They're going to get this turret. They get the Rift Herald. Nice top of the Yikes engage.
But
I don't know
still
if they can
explosive
kill
gas
Garen.
Bag. I don't think that it's enough. Beg and MTS in a lot of trouble. Ultimate used by Beg. The Rockets. Not even the Rockets. That was Ezreal forward with the Mystic Shot. Sheesh, looking for the engage, but dies under turret. Double kill for Goom. It is traded, but that's a turret dead.
So there's so many things that just happened in that last fight. Lamont, he uses the ultimate on the Wukong clone, but that Gragas ultimate was massive. And a small thing there, maybe they could have gotten a couple more kills, but Michael sombreros with the Orianna ult. Is not able to get any more damage in that fight, and slowly but surely, Goons are taking full control of this game. They've now broken 2 turrets. That means it's so much dangerous to try to split push now. Hoon getting met by his Raptor camp, saying hello by Rest, but more and more this map is just turning all blue side favor in favor of Goons.
And no, MTS, he actually turns one around.
Hello?
MTS with a big kill pickup. Now he's in a 1v1 against Goom. Does go down. Doesn't quite have the resistances, but hey, that's a nice look for 30K.
They'll find a kill, and it just means that Garen, yet again, we talked about it before, he's just a stat stick. He's there to say, are you this tall to ride? Can you actually beat me? Yes or no? Actually turns out being no. They have to even bring their 80 carry over there to just barely win the 1v2. It was getting a little dicey there, I think, for Goons. And like you said, it is a nice look for 30K, but I just don't know if it's enough.
Yeah, it's looking a little rough right now, as they are as much gold behind as there are minutes in the game currently, and Dragon's coming up in 10 seconds. So Goons, with all this gold spent, they can keep priority on the Dragon. It'll come down to a big engage from 30K. Can they actually find it? Wow, that 2-shot barrage damage is a little nutty. And I think that alone will get the Dragon for Goons.
They're going to have to look for something. I mean, Michael Udall has the ultimate available. You have Ori Shockwave. You still have Janna ult as a potential way to bait in players, but they're starting up the Dragon. 30K, they're just getting screened off in the entire time. Here's
engage from Zoro, explosive cast, plus the package from Corki. 30K are doing his decent job trying to peel back, but the Camille's onto the back line, locking him down. Yikes as well. Buying time. MTS find a lot of space, but will finally fall. The Garen does die. Michael Udall will follow. A double kill over to Goom. Hoon is traded. It's a 1 for 2, but still, Team Goon's coming out ahead.
A great re-engage, but too much gold on the side of Goons. They are way too far ahead at this point. 10,000 gold, and they're continuing to flex their gold. I mean, just look at where they are on items. They have triple Trinity Force at this moment on a bunch of their champions, and now Infinity Edge here for Hoon as he comes back off of a reset. There's not much you can do. Lucian is still waiting to get some more crit items. You have Michael Udall sitting on one single tier. There's just not enough here in terms of items, and even then, look at the gold lead. They have an Ocean Drake and a Mountain Drake ticking on for them as they fight. They're getting free resistances just from earlier advantages they got.
That makes it pretty much impossible for 30K to come back in this game. Now, obviously, you can't say it's over till it's over, but we're right at the precipice of that being a possibility here. And that means at 30K, they need to be thinking, okay, what went wrong in this game? How do we reset? And how do we maybe find the miracle to get back in?
Nice!
Sheesh gets the explosive cast, gets back to safety, but Yikes says, you're not going anywhere. The lockdown with the Hextech Ultimatum, that's a kill. That's Sheesh down.
That is such a clean engage, and Zoro just always finding these angles. He's only really played these two champions, so to be fair, he's definitely got a lot of mastery on them, but that is super impressive, and thank you for the Fog of War toggle from our observers, showing that they literally cannot see into this pit. It's so low. Approach.
Baron's already down. That's already objective secured for Goons, and now they can easily take the 5v4 fight against 30K, who opted into this position. 80 carries down, rest out of the fight. Michael Udall's got no peel left. It's just a Janna trying to save him, but he's down too. A double kill over to the Camille, and a team ace for Goons.
Goons will get the Baron. They miss out. This is so close from 30K. It feels like a lot of their skill shots are just not landing onto Goons. They probably have like a Quicksilver. It just feels like it's just completely getting shrugged off by Goons. The Oriana ult misses right there, and I think that kind of just spells doom for the side of 30K. They'll push in. They'll use this Baron. I don't know if they'll be able to end this a quite massive wave, but I think they're just going to try and go for a reset, maybe cannibalize some of the enemy jungle, and look to find one more reset before they end the game.
All right, they do back off. So, Supers will push top side, and this next Dragon will be spawning here in about a minute and a half if they want to go for that one. Otherwise, just one team fight ends the game. Goons have that big of a lead right now, 16K. Rest has to flash from Lamont just to stay alive. And yeah, that's not where you want to be. 30K, let's see how long they can hold on for right now, but Goons, it's just going to be trivial to close this one out.
I don't think you even want to posture around Dragon right now. Just use your Baron, shove waves under the turret, and I like this, making the rotation after pushing in mid lane. They're going to take the final outer turret. They're going to play this pretty cleanly, Kangas. Look at this. They're just trying to take every single turret down on the map. They don't want to go for an easy end where they might try to risk it on a turret dive. They're going to take everything away from 30K, leave them with a dark jungle, and just it's just suffocating, man. Like there's nothing they can do. They're slowly bleeding out in the game. We're gonna try and find Rest.
Rest is dead again.
He's gone.
Yeah, there we go. Lucian's out. Picked off at the tail end of this game, and there we go. Jeez. Goons with the engage, jumping onto the back line. Explosive guys doing massive damage, and that's gonna be it. 30K have nothing left in the tank. They do actually pick up one. Goom is down. I spoke too soon. MTS trying to keep 30K's dream still alive, but the re-engage comes through. Hoon's stuck into stasis. MTS still alive. Sheesh still alive. Michael Udall flashing forward, trying to get that damage on Hoon, not finding it, but not dead yet. 30K, they will go kicking and screaming, but they will not give up.
They are so close to losing, and they're just trying to rally behind this Garen at this point. NTS is saying, everybody, get in the backpack. I need to try and do this. They're going to face check into their own jungle. Notice all of their camps are gone. There's some pretty low health bars. If they try to cancel some of these recalls, this Dragon could be just theirs.
They might just go for it. Do they hard commit right now? Araki Zoro's nearby, and he's just pushing them off solo. 307 on this AP/tank hybrid Gragas. And 30K, they give over the Dragon. They do not take it. They have no inhibitor turrets. Super's pushing in every lane. It's not going to get easier from this point. They're going to have to take back-to-back fights in their own base just to hope for a chance to win this one. But it starts here. Sheesh does get out. The engage is not successful for Goons.
Yeah, that's huge, especially not having something like the Gragas ultimate to try and knock them out from under their Nexus. That's very important, but see right there, they're going to start up the second Baron of the game. Probably just take this one for themselves, unless there's just a Wukong steal. Wukong is slowly ruining the stats, sheesh. They're going to look for this over the wall.
Goons got it now, diving onto the back line. Here comes LeBlanc, or rather LeBlanc's. The Camille player himself, killing spree over to Yikes right now as Goons just shred through 30K.
Yeah,
they held on for as long as they could, but you're not going to take down a single member of Goons. A 5-0 to close out game number 1 with a 20K gold lead. Hey, You made them work for it, 30K, but Team Goons will go up 1-0 in this series.
I might give you a little bit of pushback, Kangas. I don't know how much they made him work for. At the end there, they were like, hey guys, you can't just keep bullying us around the rift. But Team Goons, they say, nope, get in the toilet, kids. That's not happening. We're going to take our game 1 win.
Giving them the old, what's it, swirly? The wet swirly,
yeah,
something like that? Yeah, geez, wow. All right. That's a visualization that we have from that game, I suppose. Goons did look dominant, though. And keep in mind, Goons have been cited by many of the other teams in this tournament as the team that they want to play against the most because of how strong they are. I think that we're starting to get a glimpse of that now. Their quarterfinals match, very one-sided, and even their semifinals match against 30K, it's not looking any different.
I was saying this was a stylistic mismatch for 30K. They want to try and help MTS, get to an early advantage, but you're just playing against a tank player, a very good one in Iraqi Zoro. He is playing out of his mind, and same thing has to go with the jungle right now. Lamont is obviously just playing with a ton of priority across all of his lanes. Rest and Beg are getting taken advantage of in the bot lane, and it just feels like what answers does 30K have? You can't answer top lane. Are you going to play tank versus tank? I don't think so. He's just going to out tank you. And we haven't seen them put any resources into playing through MTS. He's been basically a solo lane carry for them. He's getting all his advantages by himself and doing what he can there.
Trying absolute darndest on that Garen pick and actually getting close to the top of the damage charts for the team overall. Also having the most gold earned on the team throughout that game. So yeah, leaning into MTS could be the win condition here for 30K, but it's just so tough because Team Goons, it just looks so clean across the board. I mean, we didn't see Baron steals. We didn't see big team fight throws. I mean, there was that one attempt at the end there where they're trying to end at the Nexus, and they traded kills. Yeah. But like overall, team this is maybe the cleanest looking game that we've seen from a team, the most one-sided game that we've seen from a team in the semifinals.
Because we all the enemy is there, so
we'll say on the day.
Like
on the day, then.
Yeah, we'll
How
say
about that? Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that. Looking for 30K answers for them. There's 2 options. We are either going to have to. I will say, for them, Goons when they have Corki in the mid lane do not look all that promising. I think Hoon is still a little bit confident. You can definitely play Corki a little bit more haphazardly if you're that far ahead, but I have not been as impressed as some of the other Corkis that we've seen throughout the tournament. And maybe if you're able to kind of lure him into that matchup, find yourself another matchup that is potentially good right there. Akali has been doing all right if it isn't banned, and if you want, try and get that Lucian in the mid lane versus him. Would be really interesting to see. Or lean into MTS, fully lean into it. Give him Fiora, give him Camille, and play around him. Get ganks going. Make sure you're taking the top turret pretty early on. Swap them around. Make sure that Camille, if she isn't in a team fight, is hitting a turret at all times.
And also, if you're going to go for that lane swap early on in the game, maybe commit to it. Keep your Lucian with that Janna in the mid lane. I would have liked to see that stick around for a little bit longer, because then once Rest was in the 1v1, wasn't winning that 1v1. And Michael Udall with Beg in the bottom lane, they weren't really getting anything for themselves either. So it felt cool. It was like, hey, this is something new, but what's the purpose behind it? And what did it actually get them at the end of the day? Because in game number 1, not much. I still think there's promise in that kind of strategy, in that kind of play, and I would like to see it. A reminder that last time, game 1 of the series of 30K versus Enemy, we saw the Dragon laners go to the mid lane. In game 2, we saw them go to the Baron lane. So, who knows? We could still see them move around. Maybe they're just like moving around Wild Rift. It's the worldwide tour going on here.
A worldwide duo lane tour. Janna gets to see the whole world. Take Xayah with her. That'd be pretty cool. But gets to see the world. It'd be great. Honestly, if they're going to do that, they might as well just put like Senna and Lucian. Have it be like a honeymoon where they're going across the entire Wild Rift. Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, that's a good one too. I think Xayah Rakan, that's a pair that can work with that as well. They're birds, so it kind of makes sense that they would, migrate elsewhere. Yeah, exactly. They're able to fly great distances. 22-4 was the final stat line, though. This was a stomp from Team Goons. So if we're looking at just the way that this game happened compared to the other semifinals that we just saw on the other side of the bracket, Enemy versus Tribe Gaming, If we had to start to get a little predicting here, Team Goons, if they take this series, are they looking better than Tribe, or how are they matching up against them so far?
Ooh. So if we were, I would say Team Goons has the advantage in the top side and their bot lane. But the mid and jungle for Tribe is really, really good.
Scary stuff.
Especially, yeah, starting and Tigers are sick. I don't want to count 30k out quite yet. They haven't looked as strong. This is true, but I'm going to hope, I'm a prayer on a prayer that they have something left in the tank for them, that they can bring it back versus Goons, either attacking that mid lane or something. It just takes being up a few thousand gold at the early game. We've seen it in a bunch of games before. 1,000 gold at the early game, not that hard to get.
And a lot of times what we've seen so far in these series, when a team's behind, they'll draft for an easier to execute composition afterward, try and go for some more engaged, some more aggressive picks. I wouldn't hate that necessarily for 30k. It doesn't... I don't know, based on what we've seen so far, I don't know if their playstyles necessarily just butt your heads against the other team and go for those crazy plays. They could still look to play through MTS instead, but it's an option to try and just simplify the game, make it easier to just team fight for those dragons rather than trying to make the cross-map plays instead, because they attempted that on the top side and they weren't able to get the gank, to get the kill there onto Zoro. It's just, it feels like when you're trying to make these cross-map plays and you're struggling there, the answer could just be stop making cross-map plays and instead group up. Do you think that's a viable strategy for them too, or do you really want them to double down on that MTS that you were talking about earlier?
They just need to get their laning phase in order, because Rest and Beg, they are coming, they're pretty new. They are still good players, but obviously on such short notice being brought onto the team can kind of, throw you guys if your fundamentals are not there. And I think that's what's lacking for 30k. Some of their members not on the same page, and the laning phase needs to be on point if you are going to go for these lane swaps. If you have good laning, then yeah, these lane swaps are sick, because then you can start working on the kind of the pitfalls of a really good laning where you start to take advantage, you start to take turret trades. That's awesome. You need to get there first. Start with the basics, start with the fundamentals, and after that you can build upwards.
Let's see if they can do it. See if they can correct us. We are ready for pick and ban for game number 2 here. The players reloaded onto Wild Rift and ready to go. Alk, exciting stuff here. We could see another 2-0 swift victory for Team Goons. They're looking strong, and that means that we would have had 2-0s throughout the entire quarterfinals, semifinals, into the finals. There's no way. I'm going to jinx this right now on purpose. There's no way
possibly
that we get a 2-0
right?
in the finals, right? It's got to be a 3-game series.
I hope so. It would definitely feel a little bit better, and it would definitely fit with our narrative or the script for the day, where all of our games are best of 2s, basically, up until that last game where we get the full 3 games. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see if Wisdom's script writing is strong enough.
And we'll have to see if 30k can still give us a 2-1 right here. They're not out of it yet. I know we're speaking based on that last game's performance like Team Goons have this one, but there is still a chance that 30k can bring it back. Let's see how they plan to do it so far with the pick and ban. Taking away the Xayah, very defensive tool from Goom. Not wanting him to have that. And then also, this can take away the Rakan in a way, but honestly, I'm kind of done making that point, because we've seen teams willing to pick the Rakan or the Xayah regardless of if the pair is banned away.
You need to just take away Rakan from Yikes. I don't care. They keep... I feel like it's a little bit of... It just feels like... I'm even okay with giving away Xayah. I don't really care about this champion. Like, it is good. It's whatever in the bot lane. But Rakan, man, like, Yikes is so good on this champion.
Yeah.
And we just take it away from them. It gives them guaranteed engage, and his predicts on the grand entrances are so good. Just take it away from this man.
Let's see if they do. Instead, it's Camille. Team Goons do take away that Ziggs. Very standard ban on the red side here. I think that might be like the most popular red side ban that we've got so far. Won't be too surprised if they also take away something like the Lucian. I don't know.
Kangas, I have good news. I have good news for you.
Yes?
Braum is still up. Braum has not gone away yet. Braum could be picked here, and with Ziggs kind of hitting the table, we're going to have to assume some other, staples are going to also hit it. You have Malphite that could also be there, as well as the Gragas potential. So 30k, leaving their options open, but we do have Braum in the pool, potentially.
It is still currently. We see the Lucian taken away. That was what I predicted. I don't know what else Team Goons would ban. If 30k don't ban the Braum, maybe Team Goons say that we want to take it away. I don't know if it's blue oneable. Maybe. I mean, people have really been putting high priority on that champion, so who knows at this point. But the other top priority picks that I could also see coming out here from Team Goons as a ban, maybe even that Garen. Just take that away from MTS. It seems like a champion that he loves to pilot. 30k adopting a little bit of their strategy as well. There's no Camille, there's no Gragas, responding heavily to what just happened in that last game.
So Zoro still has the Malphite, and if I look back at the kind of what Zoro has played, Malphite, Camille Gragas, Malphite. Like every other game is Malphite. So I wonder if they're going to try to pigeonhole Zoro, say you're going to pick Malphite, and we're going to try to pick something into it. But Goons, they're going to pick something else, and that means
okay.
I don't know. There's a whole lot of options now in the pool.
We get a new look for Zoro then, because Camille's also off the table. So the 3 champions that this player has piloted no longer available. And this almost feels like a gauntlet thrown. Like, okay, you're banning Gragas. You're probably going to try and first pick the Malphite. So we'll just take it away from you because Team Goons would be willing to red 1 or red 2 that. But this champion made it through. Didn't even notice. All it's been pretty much banned in every game so far. But 30k do pick him up.
30k, I think they recognize, look, we need something to help us in the early game, get ourselves going, get ourselves hyped up, and then we can kind of follow through with it. Let Olaf lead the charge and let other people fall in line. I mean, kind of works in line. Give Sheesh, give your upcoming jungler kind of the reins to the car, and suddenly let everybody come in line and immediately follow up with him.
Response from Team Goons. Yeah, I mean, the Rakan's on the table. They're going to lock that in pretty much every time for Yikes. Seems to love this champ. And they get Corki for Hoon yet again. Although still, I guess, technically flexible. Goon can still play this too. So not showing their whole hand here. And not locking in a jungle answer to that Olaf yet. Instead prioritizing these bigger priority picks for themselves. Which means 30k, they get to see potentially the bot lane here from Team Goons. Varus still on the table. I wouldn't hate it.
Wow.
Oh, they go back to the Fiora.
I like this. I really liked what 30k has done so far in the draft, where we showed our jungler, yes, but we're trying to pigeonhole Goons into certain champions. They know about as well what Goons are going to pick, and I think that they're doing a really excellent job of kind of leading Goons on and into their game plan, where now they've picked Ezreal and this Wukong. 30k, you have your answers now. You can pick your favorable marksman matchup, and you can get that support matchup as well.
Galio's on the table, TF's on the table. These global ultimates have not been taken off yet from either of these teams. I wonder if 30k wants to go for something like the Galio support, but you thinking Janna here?
Janna's awesome. Wukong goes in, Monsoon. Cool, good luck with that one. Rakan, same thing. But it's going to be Braum, and they're going to pull out Jinx. Okay,
interesting look from 30k.
Melees, but yeah. This is good. So we've been talking about Wukong throughout the day. Wukong, great into AD carries and these marksmen because of how AD focused he has to be. And Braum does really well into these melee champs. Goons have a lot of AD. They need to pick someone that's going to build a little bit more magic damage than maybe a Corki would. Need to see it come out from them. What is their last pick? What are they going to give Zoro to be able to carry in this one? Could be Darius. It's going to be the Renekton.
Ooh, Renekton versus Fiora top lane. Talk about a volatile lane there. If Fiora can get off the ground, can win this matchup, but early on, very difficult. The Renekton is just so strong in those first couple levels. That level 3 1v1 could decide the whole thing, and junglers will immediately get pulled towards the top side of the map now, especially when you're looking at like the Jinx Braum versus Ezreal lane. Probably not going to see a lot of kills there. Corki versus Orianna, probably not going to see a lot of kills there either. If junglers go for early ganks, my eyes are directly at that Baron lane.
And Goons, they've picked themselves up a little bit of an earlier game comp. It does scale pretty nice, but 30k just have so many deadly tools as we get further and further in the game. Jinx, an amazing scaler, and now basically has a free lane unless it is focused by Yikes and Lamont. And Orianna, again, a great control mage that they can take control of huge zones in the team fights. So MTS, you have the Fiora. You've been given this matchup. So hard to try and predict over with the riposte, but it is make or break in that lane. 30K, they are fighting for their lives now. They obviously have already made it to the first major, but they want to go on to the finals and they want to fight whoever is waiting for them.
They want better seeding for sure going into that finals. And what an opponent to do it against with Team Goons with a very scary comp. You talked about the fact that they're early game focused. There's some scaling, but a lot of early power as well. That terrifies me because we saw what they were able to do last game around. If they get that early lead, they do not let it go. And right now, they're trying to make sure that Hoon gets a push in the mid lane. Michael Liddell is actually in a really awkward spot here. He's going to try and further poke out Zoro as he walks topside, but Hoon will trade it right back.
Hoon.
2 autos plus the Phosphorus Bomb, and Michael Liddell actually misses a minion. It gets another auto on him.
That's really good trading out from Hoon, utilizing some of the vision. And MTS trying to bully out in the jungle after getting wave push. This is dangerous stuff because now you're in between 2 members here and you don't have riposte.
Vital procs were very good for MTS right there. Zoro has to get an early honey fruit, and MTS actually none the worse for that.
Okay, interesting trades. Just want to kind of hold out for as long as possible. Wait, that's a flash away from MTS. He's almost dead.
Oh, wow. The 1v1. Zoro must have gotten the stun plus the rage bar. He's not even that low on health, and MTS goes back in, jumping in, trying to trade up. You got to hit level 3 MTS before you go for anything crazy. Does hit it, but without flash, in a lot of trouble here.
Oh,
has the ignite,
wait a
hits
minute.
the stun. It's turned back. Doesn't actually ignite, though, as Sheesh and Lamont in the 1v1 in the jungle right now. I don't think Lamont got that. Yeah,
No,
there's no steal.
Wait,
and now he's in trouble.
Udall?
Michael Udall roaming up here. There's a trade, but Hoon doesn't get it. It's Michael Udall with first blood.
That is so good for 30K, getting them off to a small start here. And in the top lane, they're playing with, they're basically playing with fire, both of them. They're trading constantly back and forth, trying to force now Hoon out of the mid lane. And such a kind of a greedy invade from Lamont. He knows that he has top priority, but at that same time, MTS is fighting him so Renekton can't get pulled down. As a good start for 30K, one that we don't typically see from them so far in this tournament.
And now Sheesh will get a double scuttle here. Unless it was stolen by Yikes. No, it does go over to the side of Sheesh. So double scuttle for the Olaf. First blood for the Orianna. You can't ask for a better start for 30K. They find themselves for the first time in this series with a gold lead.
They're doing well in bot lane as well. As you can see, they're constantly shoving these waves under.
Oh,
Hoon?
Shockwave.
Does he get it?
They get the barrier. One more auto. He gets it. Michael Udall with a solo kill mid. Yikes with the double knockup bot side.
That might be a kill.
A heal. Rest looking for it. Beg stays alive with the shield. All right, 30K absorbed to play bot side, but Michael Udall, do not get distracted. Very impressive play mid lane.
Eyes on the mid lane right now. I was talking about it that Hoon on this Corki has not looked all that impressive, and finally 30K are finding some advantages. It comes off of an early invade, but utilizing that red buff on Orianna, a champion that is kind of well known. I guess it's like her secondary thing between her and the Shockwave, where the auto attacks on this champion are super deadly with that passive. So
yeah,
doing a massive amount of work, Michael Udall, and he's already got his team off to a pretty sick lead.
2-0 on the Orianna. Has a completed item. And look what this Corki's dealing with. Close, but not quite here. As MTS going for an aggressive trade onto Zoro right now. All right. Not going to hard commit onto that. Had the ultimate. I was wondering maybe you go for that 1v1. You got to watch out because Lamont is also on the top side. Wukong could go for it. We're watching Sheesh on the map, but observers take a look at the top side. Okay, no, never mind. They do actually back off. The wave will crash. MTS.
You're cursing the
observers.
I
really am. Every time I ask the observers to go somewhere, it's just not the right place.
This is a great call from 30K. They know that the jungler just showed top. Let's just fight on the dragon. We're going to take this for ourselves. They could get chased out here if Ezreal's able to get some more poke and if Yikes wants to try and find some kind of engage. But a great job from 30K stifling any advantage that Goons were looking on the opposite side of the map and able to get advantages of their own.
That's a free objective, but now Goons actually invading into the jungle. Pick up one kill, looking for a second one. Sheesh does not trade back into Lamont, but the super mega death rocket from Rest. It is enough. Yikes will get out
They'll
with
get the
Hoon,
stun
but
here.
maybe not. The Q hits from Braum. Glacial Fissure, stun on to Yikes. This Rakan has to flash away, but has a battle dance back to safety. So it is just the Summoner Spell Flash picked up from both Hoon and from Yikes.
They go 1 for 1, and that is great for 30k. They get another kill. They get a kill onto Rest. It's his flash down, so we'll have to watch, but now Zoro's in so much trouble here against this Fiora. Doesn't have the stun, and with Beg coming up, has to back off.
Yeah, the early game not working out for this Renekton. I was talking about this the Baron lane matchup and the fact that Renekton can win early levels, but at this point, already level 8, already first item completed here for MTS. It's not looking great for Goons. They're behind 2K, 30K, they're doing it. They're actually coming back in this series.
They're doing really good, and I want to hold my breath because their Goons have come back from a little bit of a lead like this, but it's looking good for them. They've already gotten themselves off to a nice lead in multiple of their lanes, and now Fiora will get some attention in the top side. They're going to move their bot lane after picking up this wave. They might even just say, screw the wave, we're just going to show up for Rift Herald right now.
Exactly, 5 seconds, so that's up, but Rest is heading bot side, so Jinx will not be there for the Herald spawning. Now you look at the side of Goons. And Corki will be coming in here. They do already have 4 members around the Herald, so it seems like Team Goons are actually prioritizing this themselves. They will pick it up. I don't know if Corki has package. I can't quite tell. It's almost sounded like I heard that, but I can't tell from just the mini-map. But the engage onto Olaf, but he just pops Ragnarok, and with
There's
MTS here, Hoon's jumping in, but it's too late. MTS already picks up one, now onto Lamont. Hoon's knocked up, he's going down. 30k winning a massive team fight, a double killed MTS, and Yikes will go down as well. It's just Zoro left alive. He's looking for it. He pops the Dominus. He gets 1 kill. Will it be traded? The final auto for Michael Udall does get it, a 1 for 5 trade in favor of 30k.
It's 7 minutes, and I think that this just might be game for 30k. They got so much out of that. You now have solo gold and experience off of the tower for Rest on this Jinx, and they even win that numbers disadvantaged fight against Goon around the Rift Herald. The Rift Herald ends up going over to them. They get so many kills, and MTS is way too fed now. This Jinx is going to be a monster as we continue on in this game. This is so bad for Goons. They weren't able to play around some of their power spikes. They weren't able to get Ezreal or Corki off into a good enough position considering that early game.
Yeah, the early game not working for the team that wanted the early start. And that means that 30k with the scaling composition, with the gold lead right now, they should be able to control this. We haven't seen teams come back from this kind of gold deficit. I think the biggest that we've seen a team actually recover from was around the 5k mark. But once you hit 7k, it's just so massive. It's so difficult for the enemy to do anything. We see double items on pretty much the key carries on the side of 30k here with Orianna and the Fiora. And Goons yet to hit 2 items on anybody. Yet to even hit a full item right here on Lamont, who is backing in the brush, does complete it, picks up that Black Cleaver, but Zoro's in a lot of trouble, hit by the Shockwave. He's just dead. Yikes, hit by the Glacial Fissure, a double kill to Michael Udall. And I think 30k got a little upset when I was talking about all those 2-0s, saying you forgot about us. Taking another 2 kills and on the Dragon right as it spawns. Lamont engaging onto Michael Udall, flash out of the Orianna. True Shot Barrage hits 3,
Fiora.
but the Braum Shield finds so much tanky stats for the team. MTS getting the kill. Goom goes down. More kills, more gold over to the side of 30k.
30k, this is just their game to play now. This is their playground at this point. Look at how they're able to just freely play around the map. They're going to start to choke the jungle out away from Goons. And Goons, 10,000 gold down. The item differential in a lot of these places is very massive, and I don't even know if they have any comeback mechanics. I mean, Zoro, on this Renekton, it is night and day, at least in this series, where on the tanks, he's able to play a little bit more, reckless, a little more carefree, a little bit more, I guess, in their face, but he notices on the Renekton, I only have a bunch of HP. There's not much stats. I'm basically a huge pillow for the enemy to attack, and I'm going to get taken down pretty quickly, learns there in the mid lane. I don't know, Kangas.
One of those rage pillows where it's like, okay, channel your aggression towards the inanimate objects that won't get it hurt. And yeah, that's basically Zoro. Although Zoro, I can imagine he is getting hurt by this one. He's probably
dying. He is
yes.
dying. So I'm pretty sure it hurts at least a little bit.
But we see 30K now. This is actually the first time, I believe, all event long that we've actually had 30K with a gold lead. They struggled against Enemy in their round of 16 match.
At least on the broadcast.
Them in the group. At least on broadcast.
On air. Yes.
Yes. You know, good. Thank you for clarifying there.
They're not just losing. They're not losing games every time in their series.
But it's our first look at them with a gold lead, and they're looking pretty good. Like, they're pushing this lead, but not too hard. They're not throwing anything. They're not playing too sloppy. They're just cashing out goons as they're making sloppy mistakes. And now with the Baron on board, they could look to focus this objective next. Rest has the back stopped. Priority in the mid lane here. I don't think that we'll see the Baron take anytime soon, though. Both teams are just resetting.
This was something that we touched upon coming into this game, was how funky can they get with the lane assignments? They need to make sure that their laning phase is strong. And when you come out to an explosive start in the second game, laning phase is kind of handled at that point, right? For Michael Udall, you don't have to do much more on the Orianna. You can be as aggressive as you want. And Jinx just got so much gold that they were able to move themselves across the map. And I think once they got into that goal position, we saw them start to play really clinically around the map. 3,000, 2,000, ticking down.
Baron. It's going down here. Secured. Over the wall. Lamont looks for it. Finds an engage. Good damage, but it's traded right back, and he's just going to die. Rampage for Rest as he gets excited. Looks for more. Doesn't
That's a solo
it, but the 1v1 MTS just kills Zoro. Shockwave stopping the backs of Goom and Yikes. Goom's in a lot of trouble.
They need to stop this. They can win.
Has to flash away. Yikes flashes too. Hoon doing what he can, but the Fury's just going to win the game with Baron. Rest falls. Big shutdown for Goons. But Michael Udall is just stopping these backs as watch MTS. MTS is still pushing as the Fiora. She's flashing forward. Doesn't stop the back of Yikes. Yikes is still alive. Fiora gets the turret, but MTS will not have enough time to actually end the game.
A great call. I love that they're trying to force enemy recalls and canceling them the entire time. They will get 3 turrets, one of them being an inhibitor. 30K just exploding their gold lead that much more with this Baron, punishing the enemy team. And because of this, now with that bottom lane pushing in with supers on this next wave, 30 seconds before that Mountain Drake will basically lock Goons out of this game if they aren't already.
13K in the hole. They only have 3 kills. Only 3 kills for Team Goons. The team that everybody on the lower bracket or lower side of the bracket was afraid of, or at least excited to play against. And 30K actually bringing it to them here in this series, giving us most likely our first 3-game series on the day out of any of the quarterfinals, any of the semifinals, or either of the semifinals rather. And with Baron push, they're on this mid-tier 2 turret. They take it. Dragon's up. They can easily just walk back and get that objective too.
Now we need to have huge positioning here. Lamont caught.
He looks for it. Dyke saves him. And Beg actually takes a lot of damage. Zoro pops the Dominus. Looks for the engage. Not going to have that cooldown now for this Dragon fight.
That just basically will just keep them away. I was going to say, watch where Michael Udall is using the Orianna ball, because that right there will tell when the fight will start. Can keep it right in position. They're going to have the Corki package, but I think Goons, they're recognizing it. There's writing on the wall. They're going to slowly get choked out of this game. And MTS, he has double buffs at this point, and if he wanted to, could just chase Zoro down all the way back to his base. Even teammates be damned.
Yeah, it's so hard for Goons from this state, and this is exactly where we were last game, where we started saying, yep, it's over, Goons win, 30K can't come back. But now the script is completely flipped. It's the same, because no one can answer Fiora in the side lane. Nobody can answer Jinx or Rihanna in a team fight, like 2 of the best team fighters in the entire game. And yeah, 30K with a very strong look. We were wondering, do they go for the split push style? Do they double down on an easier to execute comp? I would not argue that this is an easier to execute comp. I would honestly say that this one might be harder than their game 1 comp, but they're looking really good.
They're looking good, and again, all of this comes off of that early game that we saw from them, where they're able to get that early kill into Hoon. And I wonder what this means for the draft of Goons. Do they go back to the Corki? Do they try to use Corki as a flex pick and just end up throwing it in bot lane? We'll have to see. The Baron is up again, Kangas, and right now, Goons, they're facing basically what is death and going to a game 3 here. They're going to death bush this. This is so smart. Find Hoon.
Shockwave on a Hoon. Does a lot of damage to start it off, and the flash from Olaf just chasing them down. They're dead. Goon's not finding anything in response. Lamont will fall to a triple kill over to Sheesh.
Oh my god,
and
MTS
in the base. Just chasing Zor all the way back to Fountain. Goom gets caught out in the mid lane, jumps over the wall. Arcane shifts to safety and will survive, but that's game. With 3 members dead, 20 seconds on their death timers. The Nexus is just melting, and 30K bringing us to game 3 of the semifinals.
That, and Kangas, based on what's happened so far, that might be the only best of 3 that we get to go to full 3 games, that we get in the top 8 right there. 30K.
Maybe.
They want to make it to finals.
They are fighting. They did not give up in that game 1. Even 20K gold behind, they kept fighting, kept looking for engages. And now game 2, they get a big lead early on with a very scary composition when you have that gold lead, and they're able to clutch it out. I mean, the script has been flipped, everybody. This is no longer just Goons stomping here. Goons, the undefeatable team that everyone's afraid of. 30K just brought it to Team Goons, and in very clean fashion. And I gotta wonder, what happened to Goons? This did not look like the same team that just played in game number 1.
They must have gotten my notes. They must have been like, hey, they just talked about Hoon not being great at Corki. Let's punish that. And giving themselves an early game vehicle in the Olaf. Sheesh played excellently on this champion. So I'm looking forward to what we get in game 3, Kangas. This will be the last one before we send one of these two to the finals.
One of these two. Only one can make it, and the winner of this next game will be going into the finals to take on Tribe Gaming. We will be sending it to a short break to give the teams a little extra time to recover from that game, give us time to recover and get back in fresh for that deciding game 3. You're not going to want to miss it, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we're preparing for Game 3. That's right, it's going the distance between Team Goons and 30K. We weren't quite sure if 30K had it in them based on how Game 1 went, but that was a completely different set of teams in Game number 2. 30K absolutely dominating the Goons and showing that they are still a threat here in the semifinals. Alk, what does this mean for our predictions? Because I thought this was going to be a 2-0 going into the day. I was like, Team Goons... Yes. They're the threat. Everybody's afraid of them. 30K did impress me yesterday against Enemy. They impressed me there.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of Goons, but 30K had, at least on broadcast, had a little bit of a rocky start when we were getting into the top 8. So I was a little worried for this game. I won't lie. I was hoping that it was going to be a 2-0, but we're getting the full 3-game series. And this is one of those situations. This happens a lot in League of Legends, and maybe it just might be a Wild Rift exclusive as well. But sometimes the semifinals are just, sometimes they just end up being super, super hype. And you get to the finals, and everyone's like, yeah, this team will win. They'll just go for a sweep. So I'm hoping that we get another full 3-game series when we get into finals. But that just means that a team will have been wiped out from this one going into basically a tribe who's been watching them this entire time.
Tribes watching this probably scratching their heads from that last game too, because they were most likely expecting to have to play Team Goons. Right now. Right where we are here would have been the game 1 of the finals, but 30K say, no, we're still keeping our names in the conversation. How are they going to make the distance run happen, Alk? Because that last game, they drafted very different from game number 1, hard to execute composition that needed to get an early lead, and they did it. So first, walk me through how they did it, and then second, walk me through how they can make sure that they can clutch out the victory again against the Goons that should have a different approach this time around.
So 30K, I think, did a really good job adapting from game 1 to game 2, understanding what Goons are priority, and kind of just, I think game 1 was a little bit more of like a feeler. They wanted to put out a couple of feelers, see what exactly they were going to be on the day. And 30K correctly read not only the mid lane matchup, but understood what was going to happen in the bot lane. And I really love that adaptation and, kind of that higher level thinking that we're seeing from them in the draft. Now, to replicate that, how do they again attack this top lane? Because it seems like Goons even kind of opted into that, right? We said it was throwing down the gauntlet. They banned the Malphite, which would have been so good for their composition, when you have a Fiora coming out. So feels like they may have gotten a little lost in the sauce there with 30K, and if they can bring that back a little bit, 30K I think will be in a lot more even footing this time around.
Well, I'm hearing that we're ready to hop into pick and ban for this deciding game number 3 to see who will be going up against Tribe Gaming in the finals. Something interesting that you touched on a little bit there was the mid lane matchup in particular. Hoon played the Corki again, still didn't look that convincing on it, and Michael Udall had an incredible performance because she's helped out a little bit in the early game. I honestly think that as much as we've been talking about Baron lane being the deciding factor, mid lane might turn out to be the deciding factor in this series head-to-head.
In this series, yes. I was going to agree with, because Michael Udall and Hoon have both shown that they can be pretty amazing players in their own right on 2 different games, but this right here, this is now, we're seeing the adaptation. We saw it last night in our last game where we got to game 3. When you get to that point, it is full on. We are in series meta right now. We're going to get rid of champions that we've been losing to and feeling are pretty strong. Orianna being that one.
Yeah, Michael Udall had some insane shockwaves. Got the solo kill against Corki with that the first shockwave use in the game. And this is a champion that Michael Udall has time and time again gone back to. So no surprise. I agree with this from Team Goons. I think that this is the best ban to take away if you're going to adapt any of your bans. But 30K is still focused on the meta, still focused on what they just consider to be the strongest picks here, as Ziggs is taken off the table from them. Now, outside of just the Orianna matchup, the Fiora still did pop off, and honestly, the Jinx looked very convincing too. Do you think that Team Goons needs to be looking at either of those, or are those something that they can just adapt to with counter picks instead?
Fiora, yes. Jinx, I think, is more so a symptom of giving over Braum. Giving over such a protective bot laner for the Jinx to be able to play around makes it much more difficult for them to try to connect any damage onto her. So if they are going to do this, they need to be able to either find another answer, find a much more aggressive pick, Varus, or just ban out the Braum and make sure that Jinx cannot have that much easier of a time.
Yeah, the Braum ban, or not getting banned last time, was surprising because we've seen him banned in every other game so far on the day. Still not banned yet. The Olaf is the focus, because that was another one that Sheesh picked up. They got Braum and Olaf, two pretty much perma-ban champions throughout this entire event. So yeah, but man, 30k still leaving up Rakan. I still agree with you fully that, like, if you're going to ban one of them, yikes, is Rakan looks scarier than Goom Zaya. So surprising to see that they're still so focused on the 80 carry pair.
Want to take that away. That just means that Yikes are comfortable, or not Yikes, but 30k are comfortable with giving Yikes Rakan. Like you said, I don't know if I'd be that person. And now with Braum banned, I have to think that champion's going to hit the table. And again, this is another situation we run into, Kangas. How many champions are still left open, man?
A lot.
Look at it.
Gragas, Lee Sin. Actually, Lee Sin between these two teams really hasn't been the high priority. I know that throughout the event it's been very high priority, but these two in particular don't necessarily seem to be leaning into that. But the Gragas is a big one. I guess otherwise in this series, Malphite taking off, sure. Gragas, that's the big pick here for Team Goons if they want to lock it in for Zoro. If you're going to go for a tank, they opted for this in the first game too. And I'm not fully convinced by 30k's bans so far. I think that Team Goons have a clear comfort pick that they can just lock in first for Zoro that they can still flex around.
You have Gragas, which is not the best matchup into Fiora. I still think that 30k have actually done a fine job. They've opened themselves up to play more Fiora. They've opened themselves up to still play another Lucian game if they can get it for themselves. And with the Rakan first pick, Goon's getting a little predictable in the draft, I think. Just a tiny bit in terms of what they want to prioritize.
So now I'm wondering, if you're 30k, do you take... Well, I guess if you like the Fiora into the Gragas, you don't have to take it away. I was just going to say, you could take the Gragas here if you want to try and pair that with something else. But the Lucian, I think, should be high on 30k's priority list. Rest didn't look the best on it earlier, but it is still possible. It's still just a strong pick, and it also means you're taking it away from Team Goons here. So let's see what they decide to lock in as it's going to be Camille and Gragas. Okay, so they do take away that Gragas. I like it. It's just getting Zoro off of one of his most comfortable champs. Actually, two of his most comfortable champs.
Exactly. Camille and Gragas. So is Goons going to say, Zoro, you're back on Renekton duty? Are they going to try and pick up their jungle matchup? I will also say they could swap these two for 30k. This is not locked in stone. MTS has played a Gragas game, but it doesn't stop them from going for it, potentially reaching for it.
I like Team Goons, though, their adaptations as well. Usually this is a round where they'd lock in that Corki to be a flex pick, but instead they go for the Lucian flex pick. Still can go on Hoon, could go on Goom. Theoretically, I mean, you don't want to match that against the Camille top lane, though. So going to be either the mid lane or the 80 carry here. So what does 30k want to answer into that one? I mean, honestly, maybe take the Corki yourself here. I'm not sure if I'm loving the synergy with the Gragas and the Camille. Kaisa could even be an option, but they do want the Corki, so they will pick that up. And we finally get a Galio. We haven't seen priority for this yet in this series, but it pairs so well with that Camille.
And also, I love this from 30k. Still, their options are open. Yes, you don't know who the top lane matchup. They want to lock this in from Goons. Yeah. Is this Lucian going mid lane? Because I think Hoon, if you give him this champion, he will absolutely pop off. I don't think that the Lucian is going to go bot lane, all things. If we're looking at this holistically, they want to pick another bot lane here, and they want to try and pick up something else for their top lane, potentially. So what do Goons reach for? They're going to send in a bot lane. They're going to give Hoon the Diana this time.
Hoon Diana, and importantly, Zoro gets the Renekton again. Did not look convincing on that in game number 2. I'm just going to say it. So Team Goons, yeah, you said they're kind of drafting themselves, or being a little predictable in the draft here. I got to kind of echo that sentiment. I'm liking what 30k is answering into this right now. They still get to decide, do they want to put the Galio into the support or into the mid lane with Corki bot lane and pick a different support right now that they know where that Lucian is going. Jinx is the pick. Wow. Okay, they go back towards the Jinx.
All right. This time Jinx has a much harder time playing this game if she doesn't have Flash. True. Even with Flash, I think she's probably still dead. Zhonya's enchant is going to be the most valuable item in this game, bar none. Diana, Wukong, and Renekton will just dive into that backline with Khan, and this is a sort of game where I could have seen Senna being picked for Beg and Rest. They could have
True.
played this, and it would have been so good. It would have mitigated the lane bullying of Lucian and Rakan, but Galio is going to have to work double duty this time around. The Gragas, like you're saying, there's some non-synergy there. You're going to toss people out. You're going to then land people in with the hero's entrance. It's good into Diana and some of the shorter range members of Team Goons, but 30K, this is getting dice. This bot lane pick is so weird because Rest and Beg have not had the strongest laning phase out of any of the bot lane pairs in this tournament so far. So this feels like a lot of pressure for Rest when you could have just like made it way easier for them.
And also pressure for Michael Udall. Not on the Oriata, gets the Corki this time around. Very different champions. You still have range, you can still poke out the Diana, but you don't have this crazy impactful ultimate to start or turn a team fight. Instead, you're DPS. You're just expected to stay alive and throw out as much damage as possible. And that's a Wukong diving you, that's a Diana diving you. A lot of engage that you got to worry about as 30K here, as the Goons drafting a very scrappy style composition. And again, more focused on the early game, whereas the 30K, if they can make it to the late game, they have a lot of strong tools, and they were able to do that last time around. Let's see if they can do it again. The winner here goes on to face Tribe Gaming in the finals for seeding, for glory, for the first qualifier championship here. They're already qualified for the first majors, but there's still more to compete for. Let's see who's able to take it.
We're actually doing a pretty interesting start where neither of the Baron laners are going to come down. Michael going to clear a ward pretty early on, stopping a potential invade. Potentially Sheesh could be one to look for something, but it's going to get shoved off of this wave, and both junglers going to opposite sides of the map. Zoro, they want to play around this Renekton, get an advantage, make MTS's life pretty hard. Gonna have to connect with something.
Right now, the mid lane matchup, we don't have a hard shove like we've had in previous games. They're actually just kind of letting it crash in the mid lane, which kind of signals that we might have jungle pressure in the mid lane like we did in last game. I actually like that for 30K. Camille ganks very strong here, as we do see currently looking at the top side, but the mid lane, they did trade their mobilities. Sheesh and Lamont both here in the mid lane. Yeah, the jungler is paying early visits to their mid laners. Not something that we've seen a lot of so far throughout the event, but in this matchup, again, I value this mid lane. Whoever can get ahead here very highly.
They just want to get scuttled. They're saying, hey, mid lane, you don't have a wave to hit anymore. You know what that means? We're fighting.
Flashing aggressively. Very low on health, too. He's just dead. 30K looking for the play. Maybe they can trade onto Yikes. They don't. And now Hoon's joined in. Jumps in onto Rest. Gets the flash out of the Jinx. Not the best look for 30K. I see what they were trying to do, but they don't pull it off.
Massive mistake. Because Camille now cleared topside and didn't go for that scuttle, they're actually going to get double scuttle, and Zoro takes the time in between MTS pushing his wave to grab the scuttle for themselves, stopping Camille from getting that. So now, Goons are in a huge position there. Beg, I think, expecting a little bit more damage from his team, but you have Jinx early on, you have Corki early on. You're basically relying on Camille being the only one who can kind of kill someone. Yeah. Both of those champions not going to be as useful.
I think just expecting to land the taunt onto Lamont. I mean, if you're able to or not Lamont, I believe it was Goom that was there, or maybe Yikes. Whoever was not Lamont had about half of their health bar left. So if you're able to taunt them up, I can see the play working out for them. But yeah, obviously doesn't work out. Now it's a 1,000 gold lead for Goons early on. It's not the biggest early lead. It was only 1 kill. And then the double scuttle. So advantage, yes. But unrecoverable, definitely not. 30K still can look to recoup and then fight for this dragon or trade something elsewhere on the map. Dragon will be up in a minute, so let's see which decision they take.
You see this? Hoon has early access in the mid after Michael Udall has decided for a recall. That's really good that he's actually able to get that. He's able to continue to choke out this Camille from the jungle position, but almost everybody's level 5 except for the for the support and previously Rest, who had just now teaked over to 5. But this dragon's coming up in 30. Look at how they play around the top
cast.
side.
Zoro does pop the dominance, but with the Camille here, kill picked up by 30K. Beautiful setup by MTS.
They recognize Beg. He's taking a recall. Michael as well is going for one. Maybe they try to get some vision on this, but let the top lane matchup get bodied. They're going to back. They're going to probably be here on time. I don't think Goons does this that fast, at least this early on.
They got Lucian.
Everybody's making their way over.
All right, they're just going to start it up immediately. And look at Diana. Hoon throws down the Moonfall, not catching Michael Udall, but goes back in. Dragon still started here. Beg will spot it out, but yeah, there's no way that they're making it in time. 30K do give over the Dragon for free. Mega Death Rocket, nice attempt coming in from Rest, but not going to find it. So objective is secured by Goons.
I like that from Hoon. That was a really good call to try and start trading some either. I mean, even if it was worth a summoner, I'll hold that. Should be going back in. Beg. Watch this.
He doesn't have the shield of Endurance anymore. Yeah, you got to watch out for the Wukong dive now. But I don't think Goons actually commit to it. Yeah, that's just a bag for Wukong.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That was a great trade that actually ends up disincentivizing 30K from continuing on with that play. So they get the kill, or they force Michael Udall out of the mid lane. They do a couple of recalls. They'll have their first Drake. And a small advantage. It's still about 1,000 here in favor of Goons, but they'll start to continue as the jungle matchup gets tougher and tougher as Wukong continues to pick up camps.
Well, Wukong really hasn't been that active early on other than that Dragon play. We haven't seen the same level of aggression from either of these teams. It feels like they understand the stakes. They know this is game 3 in the series. So we have a little more calculated play. We see Beg
they'll find the kill to MTS.
Deep here. Topside, MTS goes down. Goom and Yikes with the lane swap heading topside and getting a kill onto the enemy top laner.
Getting themselves ready for Rift Herald, and now let's see how 30K responds. They have Galio that can come in at a moment's notice, and they have Package. They're just outside of vision, waiting for Goons to overextend.
30K will catch this wave. With Package, they threaten Goons back, but Zoro, meanwhile, bot side is just taking all these plates. I think we'll actually get just a full turret. Yeah, that's a turret down for Goons. Now this gold is really starting to balloon out of control. They were only 1,000 ahead. Now it's 3K ahead. 30K need to find a way to staunch this bleeding.
They're getting close to it. They still have Package. They might try to find something onto Rest.
Yikes engages onto Rest, but here we go. Beg with the Shield of Durin trades it back. Goon's taking a lot of damage. Rest has the Blade of the Ruined King, and the Package engage from Michael Udall not quite far enough. Hoon just out of range, and Michael Udall does not find the engage he was looking for.
That's Package and Flash. He used Flash to try and make that play. He must have thought he was at least a little bit closer, or would have been getting there much faster. Sheesh. Getting caught out here.
Be careful here. Lamont looking for the engage. They get Galio ult. Beg defensively using it. That's the ult from Galio down. Goons now with the ultimate economy. They actually might get caught out mid though. Zoro as the Renekton taking a lot of damage. The poke, the rockets. He's exhausted. Beg with the Winds of War will not have enough damage. So Zoro does get out, but very low on health means that I think 30K can actually go for this Herald.
They got a really nice trade onto Zoro, who was being very aggressive. They can make a re-engage onto this. Camille ult is available, and they still have this Cullen firing.
Rakan has the ultimate available. He jumps onto them. The Rift Herald is secured here. Now the re-engage. Massive knockup from this Wukong. And Goons are winning the team fight with superior engage from their jungler. MTS has to retreat. I think you're going down here, buddy. You're tanky, but are you tanky enough? Under the turret. Goes down. Double kill to Goom. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Rest doesn't want it. Yikes was there, too. So Rift Herald secured by 30K, but the team fight won by Goons.
And the whole time, we have to. This even goes back to before the Rift Herald, when they killed MTS top lane, they were able to get that bot lane turret, and now sets them up to just glide into yet another objective for themselves. Goons were playing a little on the edge there. They're a team that can definitely feign in and out of Fog of War, try and look for picks. But now 30K, they want to try and get this mid turret and put themselves in an okay position going into this next Drake.
They're not actually going to drop the Herald for it yet, just trading damage onto Yikes. Zoro might look for a flank here. He's not spotted yet. 30K have to be careful going into this brush. Dragon spawned, and Goons want to control the entrance for it, but they need to reset Goom. They need to reset Yikes. The bot lane does go back. Dragon laners are approaching now, but 30K, they're not forcing. They're not pushing. They don't have the Galio ult or the Camille ult. Maybe they just wait for these to come off cooldown and then go for the engage, go for the combo, but maybe they can catch out Zoro right now. Renekton retreating through the bottom river here. Or the Scuttle's secured. And yeah, still no Herald drops right now for 30K.
Oh, no,
they're just waiting.
No, they used it. They used it, but it didn't kill the turret. Oh, no.
So
It's
close.
so low.
Unfortunate there for 30k, not quite having the damage threshold. Michael Udall has package, so yeah, he's going to actually go for a reset. I don't know if you have time to get back in time, though, because the Dragon's already started up. MTS could be in trouble.
Hold them for a fight. They stopped it. They're delaying it. They delayed it because of this.
I'm holding my breath right now. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Is MTS stuck in a compromised position, but he buys time for the Galio engage. And now Michael Udall is joined in with the package, but it doesn't do enough.
No.
He's already dead. A rampage over to Goom. Double kill to Lucian. And Goons absolutely stopping that fight. They get a 4-for-0 trade, and she's just wondering what went wrong.
They don't even need the Baron at this point. They don't even need the Dragon. The Baron's coming up in 20 seconds regardless. They're going to crack up with this inhibitor. And if they protect the minion wave, they could potentially go for this. It would be very risky. But that fight is entirely predicated on whether or not Corki can do something with his package. And most of it, mostly on 30k's territory. So not actually able to split up the fight. They could find this pick onto Levant. They'll get the flash out of him on the Wukong. But that is just a huge win for Goons and should just mean that they can take this third game under their wing and get themselves into finals.
30k, they're trying to rush the Baron right now. Rest has to be very careful here. Has the flash on the Jinx, but 30k are off it already. They didn't get there fast enough, and they don't take it fast enough, and they cannot take a fight with a 10k deficit. So Goons, they're on the Dragon. They'll get this one for free. 30k. They're staring down the barrel of a loss right now. They brought it to 3 games.
They could do this. Wait, they pulled a lot of members.
Back onto Baron. If they can get Zoro right now, they're locking him down, committing everything, all their cooldowns, and they will get the kill. It's picked up here by MTS, but now even in the 5v4, they're not willing to take the Baron fight. Uh-oh, Rest. Please don't die. Okay, does decide to back here. Whew.
Good call. Good call from the side of 30k. They recognize, look, we cannot be here for this Baron. We can't even show up for the Drake. And Azoro being, again, still on this Renekton, not showing the most amount of respect. You can't just live. Your team is on the entire other side of the map. You have to be the play at that point if they're not on Baron.
This death brush. Oh, bang. Oh, no. Sheesh is in a lot of trouble here. No, they actually push him back.
Backed off.
Goons don't want to go for it. The Observer is playing tricks with us right now. I love it. And Goons, they actually go for a couple of resets. 30k will not know this, so they won't realize that they have a small window to look to rush this. But as they see Zoro on the bottom side, if they can keep Prio mid lane, they could look to take another 5v4 fight.
That kind of felt like a pick-your-own-adventure game right there from the Observers with Fog of War Toggle. We're like, ooh, does Sheesh live or die? And, you know, it was a thumbs up. It was a thumbs up. No thumbs down for Sheesh, at least on this engage. But I mean, we're at this point in Kangas where it is the tango. We are dancing around the Baron. One team can't start it. One team doesn't want to start it. And, I mean, 10,000 gold right now for Goons. All they need to do is just keep controlled, keep threatening the potential of doing it against 30k and force their hand.
I just want Goons to accelerate this game right now. You don't want to allow Rest, Michael Udall, Sheesh to continue scaling into the game. You want to make sure that you are closing this one out fast, and they're letting it get up towards the 13-minute mark right now. They haven't even started the Baron. Like, you can just start this objective. You take this pretty fast with a 2.5 item Lucian, but instead they're looking for picks. They caught Beg right now, just walking into the jungle, blind into a bush, and dies for it. Now the charm, the engage from Yikes. They don't get anything more for it. Hextech eliminated, but Hoon goes into the stasis to dodge out. Explosive cast is pretty big from NTS. Yikes is dead.
That's
Straight
one.
Of kills, but a lot of damage coming in. Zoro looks to die between the turrets. He's taking it back. Looking at Michael Udall with a repositioning, but Goom dominating on the Lucian. MTS cut off from the rest of the team. You're a tank, but not tanky enough. Very low health bars from Goons. I don't know if they can actually do much more here. Michael Udall has the package. Not going to catch anybody in time. Just catching the wave. All right, the game's not over yet, though. It was looking dicey, but 30k still in this.
Good fight. That is still a good fight for the side of 30k. Yes, it is some more gold going over to their pockets, but one, they don't lose the game, and two, now Rest has picked up a few kills on this Jinx. You're talking about it. It's so dangerous. Do not let them scale back into this game. I don't quite think that 30k are back in it, but they're definitely, that was a sign of life, and Jinx has finished Infinity Edge, so now it becomes so difficult playing between these two turrets. I think Goons may have gone a little bit ahead of themselves, and the Corki package picked up pretty early on. I don't know if they'll use it to contest for the Baron, more likely just to protect their own base.
Dragon's up soon as well. That will be the Infernal Dragon, but important to note, Rest doesn't have a barrier or flash, so this Jinx very compromised if the Wukong engages. Lamont just has to flash, press that first ability, get on top of this Jinx, and then lock her down. And Rest is positioning very aggressively. Oh, you're scaring me, Rest. You gotta stay on the back line, buddy.
Please, man. As an AD carry player, it hurts whenever I see frontline Jinx. It is just not the schmoove. A turret does go down in the bot side is about as much solace as they will receive. And I love this. I just talked about this. Feign vision. If they don't know you're doing Baron, they have to come check for it. Now they'll be able to start up this Infernal, but it calls for them over 30k. They want to go for this. This is their Hail Mary play.
They just keep doing it because they know that they just have to bait Goons back over towards them.
There's no turret there. Where are they walking to?
Oh no. I like this. Goons just cutting off the retreat path. They're gonna have to take a team fight now, and it's on Goons' front. There's a Galio engaged, looking for it. She tries to get onto Goon, but it's not going to work. And this is the slaughter that Goons have been looking for the entire game. They finally found the team fight. No summoners on Rest mean no chance of survival. And Sheesh is the only member alive for 30k. Goons just have to walk these supers into the mid lane. And with 30-second death timers, that's got to be game. But instead they're focused on the top side. All right, now walk into the mid lane. Yeah, that's going to be it. There's no chance. 30k cannot spawn fast enough. We're going to see Goons moving on to the finals to take on Tribe Gaming. They had to work for it. They had to go the full distance to 3 games. But 30k do not hold the line. And we see Goons moving on to the finals.
That was amazing coming out from Goons. And I think 30k, they put the burden on themselves. The burden of execution was on their shoulders. Goons with a fantastic performance. I still am not sold on some of these champion picks, and we can go over that once we get into this next series, once we start to look at the finals for Tribe versus Goons. But man, that was a really great attempt from 30k, and it's sad to see. Kangas, we're 30 teams down now.
I know, we're down to just the last 2 teams for our first qualifier. It has been one incredible ride to get to this point here, but we got one best of 3 ahead of us now as Team Goons not looking as dominant as we expected, but still holding on strong. Will be taking on Tribe Gaming in the grand finals here. Again, all of these top 4 teams in the semifinals have already qualified for the first majors. They're fighting right now for seeding, and they're fighting right now for pride. And all the other teams that were not able to get top 4 that will re-qualify or re-sign up for the next week's qualifiers, they're going to be looking at this level of play thinking, oh boy, that is going to be tough to take on these teams because we got some impressive performances so far, Alk. Before we set it to break here, final thoughts for Team Goons against 30k before we close that out and move now on to the finals.
I am willing to give them some amnesty. I will give them a break and say Game 2 may have been an anomaly. We will have to see what comes in to Tribe, but Tribe has been watching. They have been able to just study tape for this entire time. They should be looking to put up a pretty good Game 1.
Yeah, we'll see. It's all in the line right now. We're going to send it over to a short break before we're back for our grand finals. Tribe Gaming taking on Team Goons. The finals we all deserved right after this. And we are back, everybody, for the finals coming up here, the end of our first series for the Wild Rift Summoner Series. We got Team Gooms taking on Tribe Gaming. Alk, it's not even that late for it. It's only 9:15, man. You can't be grunting right now. It's an early night.
I'm ready. I'm getting hyped, man. It's 9 o'clock. We're hitting like peak esports gamer hours right now, and we're gonna have our finals here. I'm excited.
The top 2 teams in the entire event so far. Again, top 4 have already qualified for the first majors, but the pride is on the line here as well as seeding going into that first qualifiers. Now, let's talk about the teams. Well, first, I guess the bracket, as we just give our final farewells to the teams that were not able to qualify. Cloud9, Brawl Star Pros, Free Agents, and Haters. Not making top 4 means that they are not going to the next majors, but still impressive performance here in the first qualifiers means that they are teams to watch out for going into next week's qualifiers. Out of those 4, what ones are you still hot on right now?
For the majors or for the ones that just left?
For the 4 that haven't quite made the majors, but will be trying to qualify next week.
If we're just ignoring Cloud9 for next week, I'm looking at people like the Free Agents and Brawl Pros to really make a huge splash and potentially a deeper run just next week. Because again, the teams from last week, if we're gonna get the teams from this week, if we're gonna do the same 32 with just these 4 out, just means that it's gonna be that close between them all, and that means that quarterfinals will be very, very nice to see once we get to that point. Excited to see what we get from the second qualifier for the first circuit.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we'll see these same 4 teams make it to the quarterfinals again and maybe make a run. But a reminder, you can also sign up for next week's qualifiers. If you're watching right now, you think you have what it takes, or you just want to have some fun. Either way, make sure to sign up. Go check out the Twitter account of GiantSlayerWR. There's a lot of information on how to sign up there. But we do have the match coming up here in the finals. Team Goons versus Tribe Gaming. So let's take one final look at both these rosters before getting ready for pick and ban and our thoughts on the teams. We got Iraqi Zoro in the top lane for Team Goons, Lamont in the jungle, Hoon mid lane with Goom and Yikes in the dragon lane.
Tribe Gaming, they're in the finals with Chuck Tigers, Tribe starting, Old School, and Max Green in the duo role. Man, Kangas, I look at these teams and this feels like you could have basically just copy pasted two of the same teams here, and we have very similar styles between the two of them.
Yeah, again, just a reminder that Tribe Gaming have an insane pedigree of players coming in from Vainglory, multiple members that have won world championships in Vainglory, all of them challenger players, and the coach very confident in them, believing that they're all top 2 in their roles in North America, and they too owed their semifinals. You know who did not too owe their semifinals? The team that they quoted as being the one that they're looking forward to playing against the most in Team Goons. Now, Hot Sauce did actually say they have played against Team Goons before. They played against this roster in previous events. And the reason that they're most excited to play against them is he said that they're an excellent team, provide a tough challenge, and every time we face them, they force us to get better. So maybe Team Goons is just the trading partner for Tribe Gaming. They're the sparring partner that got Tribe Gaming up to this far, but now Tribe Gaming's finally ready to take that victory against their rivals.
I think it would be a really cool story if potentially Goons could try to find their win here. I know that they've been, back and forth playing in other Wild Rift tournaments, but I mean, Tribe are definitely looking, as the behemoths here. The David versus Goliath storyline between these two. Tribe looked so good in their run throughout all of, the 32. And Goons, they did just get pushed to 3 games by 30K, who in their own right are a great team by themselves. But this is like pound for pound. You look at how they've been playing through certain members of their team, and it feels like Tribe may have that edge. I'll have to hold judgment until we get into game.
Yeah, I'm not going to say David and Goliath. I feel like it's like Goliath versus like just maybe a slightly smaller Goliath. They're both still giants in their own right. But what we've seen from them so far is that Tribe Gaming have not let a game get out of their control. They did have that one sloppy Baron steal that happened in their match against Enemy. They did have that one Nexus push where they did get punished and they lost a couple of members. So not the cleanest play across the board, but still very clean games, and they haven't allowed their opponents any quarter to get back into games. Like when they have had those slight throws, those objective throws, they're still like 10K ahead regardless. So it's not like they lose too much for it. So maybe they just get a little comfortable with those leads. Whereas Team Goons, that last game, they were not playing like the confident Team Goons that we had seen in game number 1 of the semifinals. I think game 2 shook them, and I'm a little worried about their mental coming into this finals.
If I'm Zoro right now, I'm getting into the group call, I'm entering Discord, unmuting, I'm saying, guys, we have the Malphite God on our team. We are just looking to team fight. We have the better bot lane. We win these. We win these, boys. And then back to me, are playing Malphite.
Well, what if Tribe Gaming just banned the Malphite? I mean, that's what we saw 30K do 2 games in a row.
I haven't gone that far yet. We'll have to.
All right.
We
haven't read that page of the script. Yeah, that's next page. So let's flip the page and hop into pick and ban here for game number 1 of our finals between these two Titans and Wild Rift. A reminder, we are not just competing here in North America. We are grinding. We are practicing steel sharpens steel so that we can actually compete at the international level as well. So the better the teams at the top here regionally are, the better we are going to be against those Europeans. We got to take them down here in Wild Rift. We're not going to let them get ahead of us like they did in League PC. And it all starts right now with Team Goons versus Tribe Gaming. Team Goons are on the blue team. Tribe Gaming on the red side. Let's see who's able to pick up this first game as Team Goons do take away that Varus. Old School has been playing a lot of this. A reminder, Old School and Max Screen playing a lot of the Varus Senna. I wouldn't even be surprised to see that Senna ban come through as well.
Exactly. They've been putting in so much work with this, and we were talking about it during the enemy series, and I think it still stands true for this one. Gragas has massive implications for the series as to both of these teams feeling very comfortable to play it in multiple different roles. So I want to see what the adaptation there is. Are they going to allow it to go through like we saw in some of those games and just keep banning out more of the more meta champions? Olaf. I think big eyes have to go over to Tigers right now because Lamont has not had the best game every time, but Tribe has consistently gotten Tigers an advantage every single game.
Lamont's been leaning towards that Wukong. Tigers has been leaning towards that Camille in the jungle matchup. So we've seen that handshake before. I do favor the Camille, and I do favor Tigers especially. When we're talking about these teams, you're saying Team Goons, you're kind of thinking their top lane and bot lane will be the deciding factor for them. That also just means the Tribe Gaming, their jungle and mid are going to be the deciding factor as well. Who not necessarily having the best performances in the semifinals match, especially looking at games 1 and 2 on the Corki. So Tribe Gaming could look to punish that. But Goons banning away the Galio. They're trying to take away one of these global threats here from Tribe Gaming. And if you're Tribe, I still do like the idea of just trying to pinch Hoon's champ pool a little more.
Yeah, if you want, you can lead him over to a certain champion pool. I will just say, looking at these teams going head to head, you look at Chuck and Zoro, they're basically both tank players for the most part. We've seen a little bit of Darius, we've seen a little bit of Renekton, and both of these bot lanes have been ones to be very dominant. We saw it in the Tribe Gaming series, and we've seen Goom multiple times throughout the tournament have been taking control of bot lane, hand over fist, fighting for it, trading against the enemy opponent. I just think that the jungle matchup, the X factor is Tigers. And so I need to see Team Goons. They need to show something maybe a little bit different. They need to pull out some extra secret cards out of their back pockets, something to give it to me. And banning Xayah away with Malphite on the table as well, that is really interesting.
I mean, they could try something different, or they could just still take that Gragas first pick. We've seen them do that on blue before. Let's see if Tribe Gaming ban it away instead, though. Because when you take the Malphite, it seems like Zoro's next priority pick is that Gragas. They did go for the Rakan last game, though, in the semifinals match. But Rakan's banned away. All right, finally, we get to see Yikes on something else. We've only seen Yikes piloting this Rakan so far because nobody's banning it away from him. And I think that just means Team Goons goes for the Gragas here.
They have to, right? It's either that or they can... Yeah, no, just pick Gragas. I was like, in my head, I was like, ooh, you could pick Senna, but like, no, just take Gragas away from this guy. Take away from Chuck. This guy literally was solo killing people on this Gragas. This is just not allowed. You just can't get away with that.
And now Senna kind of drops in priority because you're not going to pair it with the Varus. And they previously did Max Screen Senna with Old School on the Gragas. But that's not available either. So instead, they just go meta. Tiger's getting that Camille again, and we do get the Lucian locked in as well. I still like this from Tribe.
I do like this from Tribe, and Braum is still available as well. This has been another champion that's made it through. Goons could also pick up an Olaf for themselves and just run right past any front line that they could want to go for. So looks like Goons, they're going to try and disincentivize some of that dive coming out from Tribe, get themselves a Corki and the Janna.
Very early Janna lock in. Now, what the Janna does in the lane, if Tribe wants to go for the Braum, is it just provides constant pressure. But nope, not Braum. We get a Nami. That's much more rough for the Janna. The Nami can match the range, match the trading pattern, and heal up as opposed to just shielding from the Janna. So this is a kind of a kill lane coming in from Tribe Gaming. Lucian, Nami can get very aggressive. Plus, we get Chuck on the Darius.
Chuck should be able to take control of the lane, and I think that just means that the jungle matchup is all that more important now, because you have a losing bot side on your side for Goons. You have a kind of a top lane matchup that should be in favor of the Darius as we go further into the game. That means that you have to get something. They're going to pick up the Tristana and the Olaf here for Lamont.
All right, we do it. We got the Olaf back in the game. Tough to shut down, tough to peel away from. And he's going to be trying to run down this Lucian, this Nami, if he can. The Tristana paired with it, too. So, pretty good lane, honestly. I like the Tristana paired with the Janna. Helps the Tristana get through that laning phase, even with the Nami harass and the Lucian kill threat. And that means that Corki would be in the mid lane there with Gragas top and Olaf jungle. Let's see what Tribe Gaming want to answer. Man, these red 5 Akalis. This is just like the most class. It's either Akali or Katarina for half of these teams. And we do get the Akali again.
It's still a bad matchup for Akali. She can't get away from Olaf. She can put down the Shroud, but he can kind of just go fishing with some axes. Janna does the same thing. Corki Phosphorus Bomb gives you vision. This is a really rough game, I think, for starting, but no one really is able to stop him in terms of direct CC. There is no directed CC like a Renekton W that would be able to stop them. So kind of weighing your odds here, Akali is going to get very dicey in this game.
But there are displacements. There's the Janna ult, there's a knockup from the Tornado, and then there's also that Gragas explosive cast. So CC options for Team Goons to try and get this Akali off of the backline if that becomes an issue. But then you also have to worry about the Camille. And big thing is Chuck versus Zoro. If this Darius gets rolling, it's going to be really hard for Team Goons to shut it down, because even an Olaf ulting towards the Darius, he can still try and just take that 1v2 heal up through it. Could be tough for Team Goons to actually shut down Chuck. And that means, I think, in Tigers, ding ding, look at that top lane. Alarm bells are ringing. Make sure you get Chuck off the ground.
That might not even be the case, though. Kangas. What were you going to go? What were you gonna say?
I was just going to intro us into the game. I forgot to do the epic thing for the grand finals.
Go for it. We're
remind
finals,
everybody,
man.
This is grand finals, everybody. Game 1, the top 2 teams in the entire Wild Rift Summoner Series event duking it out here. We're not going to see them again next week because they're already qualified for the majors. This is your last time to get a good look at them.
Kangas, I will say right before there was a little bit of trading, who brings the Summoner Series? Who is this brought by? I always forget. It's I'm probably gonna get yelled at by our project manager. But
Riot Games, Wisdom, as well as Nerd Street.
There you go. Okay,
the trifecta, the Triforce coming in together to bring us this series. Thank you to everybody for putting this on. It's been a fantastic show so far.
And Zoro getting a 5-stack Darius passive on him early on. You were talking about, hey, Camille, you can focus topside. Kangas, I have bad. Whoa. Melee minions. Those melee minions are on a suicide job. They were like, we need to kill starting. But Camille's pathing away from the Darius, and needs to be very careful with Olaf getting up here soon.
And now Chuck in 1v1 against Zoro. Heavily trading here. The hemorrhage. Zoro's in some trouble. Chuck flashes for it. Body slam from Zoro. Flashes back away, though. Barriers are traded. And Chuck has to worry about Lamont now. Roaming up towards the top side, but does back to safety.
We'll get seen on a ward, so Scuttles will be traded over. That is even as this game is going to get. Not a big disaster like it was in the first game of our last series, but oh man, I feel we've just kind of glided into this last one, and definitely a lot less action compared to some of the other series we've gotten in top 8.
2 minutes in, and it's dead even right now, but you can tell I mean, some of these matchups are on a knife's edge. Starting very low on health, almost died to minions earlier. Top lane, they're already trading all their summoner spells against each other. Now starting its flash out of Hoon. Shuriken flip does not land, but big cooldown there. And now Hoon's going to be in some trouble now because the Ignite will be up for starting soon. By the time Hoon gets back into lane, Akali could look for a kill.
Exactly, and I think they might even go for something in this bot side. Thankfully for them, Lamont is down here, but Akali's going to start blowing a ton of resources. They use the
ultimatum immediately onto Goom. Summoner spells not going to work to save the Tristana, and that's first blood in the grand finals over to Tribe Gaming.
Tribe, that was just excellently played. Waiting for your level 5s, getting your ultimates, and then calling your play, calling your shot immediately. And that could have been very dangerous, right? Because Corki just now back, they were able to could have just froze that lane or started a slow freeze on him and start to slowly build it towards the Corki and allow for Camille to gank this lane. A good start, 2,000, about 1,000, sorry, for them. And most of this is going to be located in that bot lane now. I mean, just Lucian is so far ahead. We'll be able to get to his Bork a little bit faster than Tristana finishes her
already
first
has
item.
it. Oh.
Exactly. Man.
Wow. Full 1,000 gold up. The bot lane really coming through for Tribe right now as Zoro paths back towards the top side. Both junglers are hanging out around here, and ultimates are available. Let's see if Zoro wants to go for the engage. I don't think he realized the Tigers is right there. And actually, Lamont does back off. Dragon's on the table in 20 seconds, but both junglers on the top side, they're going to have to run down here if they want to prioritize this early on. We see Goom go for another reset, but still doesn't have a full item completed, so this Lucian will be much stronger for the Dragon fight.
Take a look at this. Taking control of the Tri-Brush and taking control of all of the bottom jungle. This vision, if we could toggle real quick. Thank you, observers. Blue side having to walk into this almost blind. They have one in the pit, but Akali's on her way. Going to try and put a ton of damage onto LeBlanc.
Corki package is up. He's going to try and get here fast enough, but it won't. The Dragon's already bursted down to 1K. Flash forward by the Olaf. Package used, but the objective secured. And now Old School takes down Corki. Picks up the first kill.
Look at Chuck.
Tribe. More gold onto the Lucian. And the resets for Chuck. Picks up 1 kill on Darius. Zoro just has to watch as his team dies in front of him. Tribe with a massive lead early on in this game.
Max Green did a fantastic job in that fight, controlling the zone, controlling the funnel into the pit, into the ramp, into the river, and puts LeBlanc to force the Ragnarok, and the Dragon's already gone at that point. So now the Olaf stuck in a very dangerous position. Tristana tries to get some damage onto starting, but they get some more kills under their belt. Tribe getting themselves off to a really nice lead, 3,000 gold. And this Darius, we were talking about it, it's only 1 kill, and is right now only about 300 gold over the lane opponent. And you see a little bit more if we're going to start to see maybe Tribe start to run, especially through the top side.
But Chuck has that proto belt, so can look to engage onto Zoro pretty much at any time. And now ready to take these 1v1 trades against the Gragas. But the big thing is that Old School got a kill there too. So the Lucian now 2-0 has a completed item. Still no item completed on Goom. And also the Executioners to help prevent some of the healing that would come through. And that means that Goom and Yikes, they need to back off. Yeah, this might just be first turret. Camille does so much damage. Lucian as well. That's turret gone. And the engage. Tiger's looking for it with a Nami ultimate coming through here. Tiger's very deep. He's got to pick this up, and he does. Now hookshots to safety. No trade from Lamont. Bubble lands. Okay. That's rough for Huon, but he does get out just fine.
Okay. So, remember when I said that Tigers was an X Factor? This guy's nuts. And Araki probably going to have to blow the flash here.
Zoro. Okay. So is that the ultimate? Gets Chuck knocked back, but that's the scuttle. That might be Herald, too.
Exactly. I don't even know if they can go for this. I think if you're Goons, you'd be very careful with that Akali Shuriken flip, but just go for mid lane. You have this push starting, looking for it.
Just ults to start it off, getting onto Lamont, massive damage, just buying space. The Herald's picked up and starting to... Okay, stops.
You griefer, man.
Yeah, unfortunate. Carrying the bomb over to the support, but still, that's the Herald picked up. That's objective. That's a 6,000 gold lead at 6 minutes 45 in the game.
That's so devastating. I don't know if it's quite over, but bot lane is making it look so. And I
Look at the
love this, by
items.
the way, from old school. Picking up a Bork, going right into Mortal Reminder. I think it's a little bit early, but when you look at how much healing that Olaf needs and that the Janna is going to try to provide, I think it's a really excellent and kind of a heads up play that most other AD carries wouldn't have gone for. So I love this shadowing the Akali, getting ready for it.
Hextech ultimatum, hard committing onto Zoro, still no explosive cast, has the flash for when the Hextech goes down and does blow it. Zoro stays alive, but that summoner's down for the Gragas now.
They're going to keep going for this. They want to try and force Zoro, force them to recall. And look at this. After blowing the flash and the barrier, they'll say, fine, we'll take that. And they'll get some resets and get ready for the Drake spawning in 30 seconds.
Chuck also goes for a reset after pushing the bot wave, so who from Goons will catch that bot wave? Hoon has the package again. The timer for this Corki package is pretty much in sync with the Dragon timers as well, but right now, not finding an engage because Tribe, they're not quite on the map yet. Hoon wants to get this bottom wave first. We got to watch for this Corki. If Hoon gets the right package, that could be the way for Goons to get back into this game, because when you're fighting at a 6k deficit, you got to pull off the combo. But instead, it's Lamont taking a decent chunk of damage to start off, but shielded up by Janna, so yikes, keeping jungler safe. Dragon spawned, and already Tribe are starting it up right here. Actually, not quite yet. Maybe waiting for a trap.
They can't see him. There it is. There's the Corki package. They're just going to try and trade towards mid lane. They know they can't do this. They're getting screened off of it. Tribe, how do they defend the mid lane?
Old School throws out the culling just to clear out the wave, get some poke damage down. The Nami ultimate comes out as well. That's Ragnarok coming in from Lamont. Barely survives through it. Janna ultimate down as well, but it's too late. The damage is there for Tribe as they pick up 2 kills. Tigers very deep, does go down. 1 for 2 trade. And Dragon's still on the table. Tribe still haven't taken the objective. These Corki rockets are actually hurting.
Exactly. Very low health bars as well. If Corki lands something, he can probably cancel a few more backs, wait for Lamont to respawn, and you have 2 marksmen here who can take a dragon expertly fast. So looks like they actually just want to try to cash in on some of the gold that they have just picked up from that 1 kill. Tribe still very comfortable in the lead right now. 7,000 gold. They may have had a small hiccup there, and that's something we have kind of criticized them before, right? We were talking about the other series before Enemy. They do have some slip-ups. It's not all there sometimes, so making sure that they're going to try and play this cleanly. They're going to summon the Rift Herald in mid lane and get ready for this dragon.
Yeah, they want this objective. Keep focusing on those. And now, Team Goons, they got to decide, are we going to contest with the dragon again? Or are we going to catch his Herald? They do not go for dragon. It is secured. Janna Tornado, not the best stealing tool, but I'll give it to you. Yikes, he attempted at it.
It was close.
Tribe now, Old School, aggressive on this Lucian, willing to just dash in and try and find these extended trades. While Tigers and starting, pushing the bot lane.
They forced Zoro on a reset there because they just half-healthed him, and they're like, okay, well, now you don't even get to step up to the wave. You're going to miss out on some minions there. That was definitely a close trade there. And what is up with everybody just trying to kill the Gragas? It is AP variant this time, so not as tanky as some of the other stuff some of the other builds that we've seen. But I'm loving how aggressively Tribe are playing with their gold lead, willing to utilize it and kind of leverage it more aggressively than I think some of the other teams have in a really smart way as well.
It's interesting to see the Gragas that's behind opt for the AP build, because that means that your team doesn't really have a front line. I guess Olaf's probably now the closest thing that they do have.
Yeah, that serves the same purpose as the AP Gragas, right? Like, they just have a bunch of HP, but they do die relatively quickly.
Against a Kali, against a Camille, against a Darius, champions that love these champs with not a lot of resistances, not the biggest health bars. Let's see if the health bars that they have will be enough, because still 7k, going on 8k now, gold lead over to Tribe. Baron's on the table. They're not opting for it right now, though. I think that they have a gold lead they could look for, but instead, just trying to get some of these outer turrets. That is the top outer turret down. 2-0 turret lead for Tribe. They just got to crack this mid one now.
Tribe, I don't think wants a team fight anymore. Look at some of their builds right now. Yes, he has a Randuin, so will be really good when it comes into these flanks. But Darius getting Trinity Force, it's a really aggressive option. It lets you do a ton more damage focusing on your W. But it is a good split pushing build. So if they want, they could have Tribe sitting with either Chuck or or sorry, you could have Tiger sitting with either starting or Chuck in a side lane, and now you have this dangerous duo that is walking and potentially ready to kill whoever steps up to the wave.
Let's see who answers Chuck. Alone in the top lane, maybe 2 alone. All members of Goons looking to collapse onto him. This Darius does survive quite a while with his tanky build, but he's trying to run away right now. Ragnarok pops here. Lamont doesn't find the kill. And now Tribe, they have multiple members around the area. They know that there's no ult on this Olaf. Do they start up the Baron? They don't. Instead, trying to get the catch on the Goom.
Nice
Good Tristana ultimate there, knocking Tigers away. Camille just can't lock him down, but Akali's on the back line now. Nami ultimate goes through. Starting's gonna die into the stasis. Knocked up. Kill picked up by Hoon there. Big pickup for Goons. They will lose their mid turret, but at least they survive the dive.
Tribe, what are we doing, guys? Starting, that was a really long shuriken flip. If you saw, he goes basically from the ramp all the way to under the mid turret and tries to make a kill, blows the flash and the ultimate, one of which will be up much sooner than the other. But this may be maybe Tribe getting just a tiny bit sloppy. They're giving over some kills. It's still a massive gold lead, and I think Tribe are still in the driver's seat. But we're seeing more and more of their, some of those misplays coming through. Maybe it's that fatigue. Where it is 4 hours. It's about half of what they got yesterday, but I mean, 4 hours, and they even got a rest, man. What's the excuse now?
They got to watch Goons play their last game, so immediate scouting going into this finals. But they are still 9k up. Don't get us wrong by thinking that we're favoring Goons in this current map state. It's just the fact that if Tribe keeps playing this reckless, if they keep making these very aggressive plays and they don't get advantages for it, they could give Goons a way back into the game. But now, focus on the objective here. Tribe will start up the Baron, and the Goons will have to approach. Nami ultimate knocking them up as they approach through the jungle. Kind of knocked up here on the back line. Akali's going for it. Camille engage as well. Nobody's died yet, but there we go. Finally, the killing spree over to Old School, and Tribe have done it. 4-fall rapid fire on the side of Goons, and Tribe win a massive team fight. They will go back to Baron.
They can just do this so fast, and yeah, this should just be Tribe putting the finishing touches on this game. Goons, oh man, I'm still not completely sold on this build. You've basically built Zoro's identity, at least in this event alone, as mostly a tank player with some interesting bruiser picks here and there, and we're kind of leaning into an AP variant of Gragas, not the biggest fan there, and bot lane. You're giving, you're putting Tristana in a position where she has to jump into these 5 players. I don't know if that's the one you want to go for.
And that's where we identified the strengths of Goons being the top side of the map, the bot side of the map. But those are the 2 lanes that are losing the hardest right now. So, yeah, Goons having difficulty playing around their strengths. Tribe winning everywhere on the map at once. And that could change the entire script of this best of 3 grand finals here. Goons heavily on the back foot right now. There's very low chance of them actually turning it around and coming back in this game. So that makes us already start to think about next game, game 2 in the finals. Can they push us all the way to that game 3? Right now, Tribe, they still got to finish it out, and they're focusing on these tier 2 turrets. They will take down this bottom one as they also siege towards the top side, but it's actually Chuck getting engaged on right now. Does massive damage onto Goom. Doesn't get the kill, though. Gets hit over the wall. Now, Old School flashing aggressively under the turret. Gets exhausted, knocked back by Jana Ultimate, but he's setting up starting to finish what he started. 2 kills picked up by Tribe, and there's just no answer from Goons right now. They will lose this inhibitor turret in the mid lane, and with Baron-powered minions
they can do it. They got it.
Tribe can just end the game. They're onto the Nexus. They're knocking up the jungler. He's dead. Zoro will follow as well, and that's it. That's game 1 going to Tribe in the grand finals. They're up in this series looking damn good.
That was amazing play, and I feel with Tribe, it's so conflicting talking about this team because it feels like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. You have all of these kind of mishaps in the middle of the game, and then right there we see excellent kind of communication where Lucian says, look, I trust my damage, my team is behind me, I've got the ult there, coming in with starting as well. That was basically played excellently at the end there, mechanically speaking. And even I'm talking about the macro, they played really fantastic at pulling Goons apart bit by bit. Need to kind of clean it up in the mid game. either way, I mean, it's hard to criticize a super winning team when you're winning by that much, and you're basically kind of styling on your opponent at certain points.
And with a really cool draft too, the Darius pick, we were saying, are we going to just get a tank matchup top lane? Maybe that's what happens between these two teams, but no, Tribe saying we will pick that Darius. We will try and punish your top laner. And Zoro just had no response, going for that AP Gragas build instead of the tank, trying to match up Darius in lane. The Camille looked good. The Lucian looked insane. Hard stomping that bottom lane here. And yeah, Tribe haven't skipped a beat, despite having that break, having to watch 3 games played on stream while they had to rest up. They use that rest well, it seems, because they're coming in here fresh. They're coming in here ready to win. And now Team Goons, they got to find a way to come back because they have found the better of Tribe in other events. Might not happen today, though.
I want to just pull Goons coach by the ear and just be like, stop picking Hoon Corki, please. Just give him a champion that he can outskill on. We've seen his mechanical play. It's so good. Corki, I just don't think fits right now with where they're taking their team and what they're playing against right now. It's just something's missing for me. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I am not a fan of Huna on Corki. I want to see him on something like a Lucian. It was given up super late into the draft, and you still have things like Akali being picked. Go for it. Reach for it.
It's just tough because the Corki pick in theory is so nice. It's a flex pick, fits the meta right now, can provide some follow-up to engage, or even kind of start fights on its own with that package. But yeah, it just feels like Team Goons haven't been utilizing it to its max effectiveness. And especially when Tribe Gaming are willing to draft such an aggressive comp, such a snowbally comp, you need to make sure that you have something that can either answer that earlier in the game or come online and be a little more impactful early as well itself. Corki doesn't really feel like it checks either of those boxes, and Team Goons are not able to slow down the game state to get to a point where they could realistically scale up. I'm also just going to say it, still not convinced by the Tristana pick either. I don't know why this was kind of prioritized in the draft. I know Xayah was banned. I know Varus was banned. It's just, I at that point, maybe just put Corki bot, just bite the bullet, say, yeah, there's really no other 80 carries. Ezreal, I would have been happier with that over this Tristana.
Tristana, you basically take away one of her abilities. You're looking to try and get those resets off, and you need damage to supplement that. You need some frontline. We didn't see all that much. I will also say that Tigers is sick, man. Like, this guy got the first gank off. He was able to beat LeBlanc to the punch in that bot lane scuffle. And as soon as that happened, the goal just ballooned from there. Towards the end of the game, I'm looking at gold leads. Like, most of it, like, yes, mid lane was a little bit ahead, and top lane was a little bit ahead, but it was bot lane being like 5,000 to 6,000 up, and jungle just getting destroyed by Tigers.
And Lamont getting the Olaf as well, champion that's been banned a lot when it is picked. It's been stomping. It's been popping off as a champion in Wild Rift right now. But Lamont just didn't look that great on it early on in the game. Wasn't finding these ganks, wasn't finding these invades, wasn't being that proactive on the pick. I think that really hurt them as well. So maybe less priority on the Olaf, ban that away instead, and try and get back to your core, because I'm seeing Olaf, which is not something we've seen a lot from the side of Team Goons. We haven't seen the Tristana. The Yikes, put him on something that can engage, not the Janna. I mean, if they're going to ban Rakan, maybe get Alistair, maybe get Leota, some of these other engaged supports that people have seemed to just forget about, even though the new patch hasn't quite hit yet. So, a lot to look at for Team Goons.
We're playing on the grace period patch. Remember that. If anybody who has Wild Rift, you don't actually have to patch for 24 hours after it comes out. So you still got a few more hours. After 24 hours, you will be forced to patch. Riot has come down and said, please patch. If you can't do it in one day, that's fine. It allows us to stay consistent for the tournament. And I'm glad that's even an option, because you can't do that on regular league. You're going to have to patch before you get into Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, that was kind of something we started sweating about when we realized the day of the patch versus the day of the production schedule. But thank you. We were able to make it through, and the teams, of course, did not patch themselves. So still on 2.3C, and Tribe Gaming up 1-0 in this series. So let's start to get a little critical of these teams now. I guess we have been pretty much this entire time. Yeah. But let's start to think from their perspectives going into a game 2. If you're Team Goons, what do you need to adapt? What do you need to change to make sure that you get that dub and bring us to game 3.
Mid lane, please. Just mid lane, man. I don't care about any other part of this map. Like, yeah, we can talk about the bot lane. We can talk about how Tristana was, in theory, never really going to work because she has to jump into multiple members. That's very threatening. I also, maybe I'd have to talk to Zoro, pick their brain about feeling of the AP Gragas, but just put Hoon on. We've already seen it. I've said it before. Mechanical champion for this guy. He's sick.
Especially if the enemy team's gonna red 5 Akali. But now we also will most likely see goons on the red side, depending on side selection. But they kind of have been flipping back and forward throughout the series, or most of the day at least. So if you can also get Hoon does counter pick, I think that can really increase the chance of Team Goons winning this one as well. Because so far they've been willing to put Zoro on blind pick top laners throughout their entire run, but Hoon's mid lane really is dependent on what champion matchup he has, because he's won a couple, he's lost a couple, and I think that when you're looking at that kind of volatility in a player, you want to get them something that they're more comfortable on. So that's our thoughts on that one. But now let's look at Tribe Gaming. How are they going to 2-0, Alex? Because they're looking really good right now.
Top jungle diff. Top jungle diff. I think Chuck is a better tank player right now, at least for the current, and just the fact that he's able to play Darius and find a win, and also his positioning on Darius, A+. I'm going to give it to that. That is where Zoro has tended to struggle. When we saw that Renekton game, and some of his positioning was a little bit off, whereas Chuck, I think, has it all so far. At least he can play the bruisers, he can play the tanks, and he plays them excellently so on both. He can find solo kills on either or, does not matter. So I want to see how they can kind of continue to utilize that, continue to leverage that advantage. And what did they do to set up Tigers? They've been continuing to pick. We've seen Red 1 and 2 basically just be top jungle almost every time without fail.
Yeah, that's been the general trend, and we'll see if that continues as we're ready to hop into pick and ban here for game number 2. Just a reminder, if Tribe win this, they've done it. They are the champs of the first qualifiers and will be first seed going into that first majors. If Tribe Gaming are able to win this one, we do go to, or rather, if Team Goons win this one, we do go to game 3. So Tribe Gaming will now be on the blue side, Team Goons on the red. Let's see what this does to pick and ban, because now Team Goons could potentially go for that counter pick for Hoon like I was identifying. But this also can change up the ban priority, because now Tribe will get that first priority pick instead.
We saw Lucian. Both of these teams are willing to play against it. And Tribe, more willing to ban out more personal champion picks and play out their style. I actually really, really like this. Saying, hey, look, some of the meta stuff, Ziggs is probably just going to have to be permaban. That's fine. But some of this stuff, we are willing to kind of give you this because we know we either can play better towards it or we have an answer.
I wouldn't be surprised if they also have the Rakan ban against Yikes. Maybe even pair that with the Xayah, because Goom just did not look as good when you didn't have that Xayah pick. Team Goons do take away that Ziggs, though, so let's see if Tribe Gaming have the same read that I do on Goons, because if you get rid of both pairs, both sides of the Lovers duo, that bot side just doesn't look nearly as powerful from Team Goons, despite the fact that they have shown that they can win when Yikes gets that engage support. Again, other engaged supports are on the table. They could go for Alistair. They could go for Leona. I'm surprised that Yikes' champ pool went towards Janna once Rakan was taken away.
Yeah, that felt like a really weird pivot. It answered the team. Stylistically, it was great against the enemy team. Just didn't work out in the end. I agree. It felt like a little bit of a weird thing, and we'll have to see what changes in between, because now we have Rakan banned again. We have Malphite, probably going to be a Braum ban again. Lucian got away from them last time. Varus is still available. I mean, Goons is probably not going to be the one to ban Xayah. They're probably going to have to ban Lucian. So you have now 280 carries potentially.
Exactly, because if they ban the Lucian, then that means that Varus would be their final ban. That's still leaving up a lot. So they opt for the Varus instead. Because again, old school max screen, they love that. The Varus supposed to send a combo. But now that Tribe's on blue side, I could actually see them locking in the Gragas first for themselves. It's a takeaway from Zoro, and it also sets up old school to play it, and the max screen can go for that Senna. So let's see if Team Goons realize that fact as well, and then if Tribe Gaming want to ban... okay, they banned the Gragas instead of first, making it interesting.
They want to pick something else. They say, we don't really want to have Gragas. We have first say, so might as well just pick what we want. They're forcing Lucian, basically. Hey, You're not going to pick Lucian? Well, guess what? We also have probably another 80 carry pan. They probably want to pick up 80 carries just because the pool is starting to get a little small. That and support. Braum is available.
Braum's available. Lucian's available. As Olaf's taken off the table here from Team Goons. Let's see what Tribe puts their priority on. Because I think, honestly, I trust Old School on Lucian. I trust Max Green on Braum as well. The bot lane for Tribe Gaming has looked very stalwart in all of their games, and they go for the Lucian lock, and this is pressuring Goons to lock in Braum now.
Yeah, you could do Braum Jinx. We saw it in the last game.
True.
I think is a fine matchup against the Lucian. You can also just go Braum Kaisa. You can go. I was gonna say Braum Senna, but that's pretty terrible.
No Braum,
but. Yeah, who cares? We're just going to keep doing the same old thing where we pick our top 2 and
all right,
lock it in, boys.
Top jungle locked in again. Let's see if it works out for Team Goons now, because if Tribe Gaming lock in Braum here along with something that can counterpick this Camille now, I guess technically Team Goons still have some flexibility. Okay, we're back to Janna. Wow. Interesting priority coming in from Tribe Gaming. These teams at the top are heavily prioritizing the Janna pick. And also going for that Orianna control mage in the mid lane.
I'm definitely gonna have to ask the players about this Janna, because this is just not clicking in my mind. She has Ardent. She's still waiting. They're literally like one patch. If they're like, hey, Wisdom, if we could just like patch in the middle of this so I can get a bunch of Ardent items, that'd be great.
Middle of the finals, perfect time to patch, right?
Exactly, but it is still a good stylistic answer, and I think Goons has continued to pick into it. Which is a little bit strange, because now you have a bunch of champions that I think Janna is going to have a fantastic time against melee champions that want to try and go for a dive or an engage.
But Team Goons do still have the combo of the Camille and Galio. Not much Janna can do about that lockdown combo.
Wow.
But Tribe Gaming doubling down. They get the Darius again. I like this into either Wukong or the Camille. Either one, I still think Chuck can win that matchup. And the Vi point and click CC lockdown makes it much harder for this Corki to play. Let's see if Team Goons, do they finally get Hoon off of this? Do they put it onto Goom and get a different mid laner? Or is this actually going to be Galio support, Corki mid, and the 80 carry locked in here? You got 4 seconds to decide, Team Goons.
My eyes.
Yeah, let's see what they do. Open them. You got to open your eyes,
yes!
Alk. Oh, boy.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. So this is just a bongo comp. We're pressing R every single time. Boom, 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 boom. We're trying to knock up everybody. We've got Galio knock up. We've got the Wukong. We've got Camille as well. This is something, you look at Hoon's entire play pattern. A lot of it is just melee assassins. It is the Akali's. It is the Lucian. Not really Lucian because he's a ranged champion, but like a Yasuo as well. I like this, and it does mean that they're a little bit more physical damage oriented, but I think it's fine. The problem is there's not that many skill shots here, Winwall, and so one of Yasuo's abilities is suddenly losing a ton of steam.
Janna poke. Yeah. You're not going to tornado us today.
Yes.
Haha.
You're not pressing W-ing. Yes, you're not going to W me. That is pretty important if the Janna Q is coming in from, they're entering into the pit.
There's no keys in Wild Rift, yeah.
Oh, sorry. That is right. The Janna Tornado and the Janna
I know.
Zephyr.
Coming from League of Legends casting into Wild Rift casting. Similar games. Not the exact same game, though. But we are here. These are the cops. This is what they're bringing. Team Goons. Is it going to be enough to keep them in this series? Or will Tribe make short work of their rivals here in North America and take that #1 seed going into the first Majors? $10,000 total prize pool at that Majors. Both these teams already qualified for it. But we get a preview as to what will happen in that. Who's looking better going into the event here as the teams have loaded onto the Wild Rift. And we see the same normal start here. Mid laners and top laners both helping shove out these lanes. We do have the Camille in the lane with the Wukong jungle.
Look at this, though. Entering into the top side, the top quadrant of the jungle, there is a ward on the blue buff, so they will know that at this point, they know Vi is coming up top, and
Chuck's
Chuck?
level 2. He's winning this trade here. Yeah, Zoro.
He can do it all,
Not getting the
man.
better of that one.
He could do it all. He does it on Darius. He does it on Gragas. Thank you, observers, for showing us this. They know where Vi will be. And this just means that Zoro can start to time this out, time where Vi will be, and win.
Trying to track Vi, trying to attack Tigers. He's looked very impressive so far on the Camille jungle. Let's see what he can do on the Vi now. And also what answer Goons actually have when they spot this. So there we go. We see the pings. We see that Tigers has been spotted by that ward. And right now, Lamont is on the bottom side of the map, while Old School has shoved in. So Lamont actually could have looked for a gank right there, maybe some kind of dive. But now a ward would spot him out as he walks in, so this could just be a scuttle.
This is cheeky right there. They can't get this. Strive have to just back away. They ended up leashing this over to the opponent. And they're also going to lose a little bit of farm in the bot lane. Old School gets hit with the taunt. Should be able to lock it out, but this is not that good of a trade for them. They waste a ton of time.
But topside, Zoro's in danger of being dove himself, so backs all the way over here.
No.
Look at this proxy from Chuck, catching the wave. Zoro might look to try and hookshot past. Gets pulled in, apprehend, locked down, plus the Vi ultimate hits level 5. That's only a level 3 Zoro, and a first blood over to Chuck.
That's just a greedy kind of back right there. He says, maybe the jungler isn't here. Well, you know that Vi has to be here. I mean, literally the Krugs out there. You gain nothing for staying. Do you gain an extra minion wave? Sure, but the death that you've now incurred means that Darius is that much farther ahead. Look at the gold already. It's about 2,000 in total, and half of that right now is in the Darius.
Darius massively ahead now, and that is not a champion that you want to get ahead. Goons gonna struggle from this point forward now. They'll need to make full use of this Camille Galio combo in order to try and get back into the game. The Wukong Yasuo combo as well. Their entire comp is pretty much combo reliant. And we have seen teams struggle to actually execute combos at this event. So pressure's on. Let's see how the Goons want to approach. We got a minute till the dragon spawns. And if Tribe want to take it, they will have the advantage.
Looks like they will try to make something happen on this top side. Either get Camille out of this lane or find it onto
Jumping on Chuck here. Hextech ultimatum used by Zoro. Stuck in there, though. Lamont try to help him out, and they do it. Shutting down Chuck. That's step number 1 for Goons. Step 1 completed.
They get a perfect reset timer as well. They can show up to this. They have a little bit of time they could play. I think if you're this Camille, I think you could have taken 1 turret plate, backed, and still be on time, especially with their hook shot for this. But maybe they just want to completely focus this. They know that Tribe are going to want to enforce their pressure onto this. Maybe they just make the trade and start to take this turret with Camille and Wukong.
The bot lane's resetting from Goons. Dragon spawning.
They want to go for it.
They're
going to go for it.
Dragon's started up right now, and Corky's not even taking the package. Okay, they're not going to contest. Just going to be a free dragon, and Goons will look to take the top turret instead. But Wukong's not sticking around, so I don't know if Goons actually get a trade here.
Okay, now, yeah, this is extra bad now. There's a pretty nice wave that they stacked Tribe. Needs to be careful,
doing some damage on the Zoro. Lamont is here.
Janna's almost here.
Chuck in. But yeah, Janna's nearby. Chuck, even without summoner spells, has a support in his back pocket, so is just fine.
Okay, that was just a series of unfortunate events there for Goons. They're gonna keep
now an
going
engage here.
right
Tiger's
onto
looking for. Oh, the shockwave not laying down to anybody.
Okay, well, now that we have a little bit more stock in the game, it is the gold has at least stayed relatively the same since that first blood. But I just look at this, and now Tribe have gotten the dragon. They barely lost any health on that turret. And now they're in this position where, yeah, some of your items, some of your champions are still waiting to kind of come online. We haven't seen an effective team fight so far from from Lamont yet. So need to see some kind of connect between the mid jungle here.
Let's see if they can do it. Currently, the gold lead is still 1.5K in favor of Tribe. Not insurmountable. Still possible for Goons to come back. And they do have a Corki, they do have a Camille and a Yasuo, so some decent scaling, some decent mid-game power spikes that they'll be hitting here. They just got to complete these items right now. That is the Trinity Force on Zoro, but he's getting engaged on by Chuck underneath the turret, taking a lot of damage here. Has Hex Ultimatum if he needs it. Has Flash as well. He has to use the Hex Ultimatum, but Chuck with the 1v1, he finds it. Locking down Zoro, and he's just dead.
he blocked off the hook shot. He wasn't able to ever get out of that situation. And with the Rift Herald up now, you see Tribe. They're doing such a great job of always having the first push, always the first say on the objective. They're going to look to try and clear out some vision. They're going to pull it outside of the pit. And now a top lane here, an even numbers fight on the Rift Herald. But Darius is slowly starting to get more and more gold, more and more levels over this Camille.
All right, Rift Herald's up now. Tribe are on it here, and Goons not really in a position to contest here. Zoro yet again just getting chunked out in the bottom lane in this 1v1 matchup. Rift Herald's not committed to by Tribe. They instead look to peel back and get some picks, and they're giving Goons a couple of windows here to actually look for their engage. I'm watching for this Yasuo. I'm watching for this Wukong. If they can actually jump onto both the Janna and the Lucian at the same time, that's it. They find it. Plus the Galliol coming in. Big engage for Goons, but is it enough? Old School still untouched here. The Lucian's just doing so much damage on the side here. Will take down Yikes. Now Zoro's finally rejoined in. Goon some damage onto Chuck, but Hextech Ultimatum will only keep him alive for a couple of seconds. A double kill to Tribe starting. And that's 2 down on Goons. That's Tribe with a 4K gold lead on the Rift Herald.
All right, that was just, I think you just got to see their comp. They got it in excellent engage, but the Yasuo ult, just barely any damage. You saw that most of their members are pretty healthy right now after getting that Rift Herald, and all of it kind of went onto Tigers. He walked out fine. He has the Stone Plate and the Sunfire now. This Yasuo is unable to do any kind of momentary damage. And now Tribe with a huge lead, they explode into the lead now with this Rift Herald. They were able to set themselves up for that dragon in 25 seconds. And I think Goons now need to be sweating a lot because now Darius is fed. Now you have this Vi who's unkillable and is going to be going right into your backline. And your 1-2 punch didn't work.
And also a fed enemy Orianna. We've seen how impactful Oris can be. You find that clutch shockwave. Mid-turret under siege right now. Oh, what a nice knock-up there from the Janna. Throwing out that tornado. Stopping the engage there from Lamont. Now Dragon's up on the table. This is second Dragon. This is Ocean Dragon. And that's just guaranteed for Tribe. No response from Goons. They will just, I guess, trade for the top turret. They do at least get an objective for their time. And that is first turret. They haven't lost one themselves yet as they've been catching these waves mid.
If they can protect this mid lane turret at least for a few more seconds, it's pretty good. So they'll lose the bot lane turret, which is not the best there.
Oh, they don't actually go for it. And they see the Janna there, and they're like, yeah, that Vi is a little too tanky for our liking, so we will just back off.
Maybe if they were able to hold off for a few seconds under the turret, Galio's ultimate was not quite up. It was just like 10 seconds left when that turret went down. It was very close. Maybe if they have that available to them, they call in for the engage, and they go for that fight. But small timing windows, and Tribe are correctly punishing on them. 4K now in the advantage. They're going to stop some recalls at the same time. It was good from Goons to get some alone time on the turret for Zoro.
Oh, there's the combo. They pulled it off this time. Tigers goes down. Goons with a double pick onto 2 crucial members. That's huge.
That's a lot of gold now, and they'll still be in the lead. There's not many other objectives, but I think it stops them from going for this.
Can Zoro keep going on to Old School right now? If Yikes gets in range to get the char, but no, Old School kites it out. Zoro's going to go down. Old School gets the kill. Max Green doesn't even fall, keeping the AD carry alive. So Goons get a little aggressive in the mid lane. They do get punished for it, but Hoon does still pick up a turret bot side.
This is a small meme. This is a little bit of a meme, but good death. Good death from Zoro right there. Buying time for his opposite side of the map. Probably didn't have to die there, but you know, when you're in chat, when you're in team comms, you're probably saying worth. You're saying, worth. I was creating pressure in the mid lane. It happens. This should just be their mid turret though, and the fact that Goons are even able to hold this off for so long, it's kind of a testament to some of the mistakes Tribes have been making in the past few minutes. So looking for them to grab this now with this Rift Herald. It didn't even go off. The charge didn't land.
Oh, well done by Goons, catching that Rift Herald as it was going. Now Lamont looks for the engage, only hits on the Chuck to start off, but there we go. The Camille gets onto the backline. Massive Yasuo combo! Hits 3 members, and because of that, Goons, they're still in this. Tigers chasing forward, Old School untouched though. Tribe are just too far ahead. It doesn't matter that Goons found the perfect combo. It doesn't matter that was a 3-man Yasuo ultimate. Old School untouched, Tigers untouched, mid turret down, and the Tribe team, they're on Baron.
Oh man, that's heartbreaking right now if you're on the side of Goons. It actually worked this time. They got the combo.
Can he make it in time?
They can come into this.
I don't know.
Okay, they also have Galio ult coming soon. They have TP.
Zoro
has a TP
low.
on this right now.
They're just going to go for it. Just full send it. Baron secured, but Tigers goes down. Old School in a 1v2.
Oh, he gets it.
The kill. The fadeaway from Old School. This Lucian is so strong.
Maybe that's why it's pick ban. Maybe because it has a ton of mobility and does a literal ton of damage at this point.
What ton of damage?
You know, I had to think about that for a second. The brain kicked in, and it's fine. Anyway, Tribe now massively in the lead. Like, they're playing excellently. The TP came in just a tad late from Zoro, but trying to make it worth all the while. And now you're looking at Goons. They have to be getting desperate. Hoon does a ton of damage with his team, but is it enough if they can't find Old School?
I mean, they just got to pull off that combo. They've done it a couple times already. It's working. The Yasuo plus Wukong is okay. Old School. Don't know where that colon was going. But regardless, it's like when they find the key members with this knockup combo, it actually is insane. Not only do they have the Wukong Yas, but they also have the Camille Galio. So 2 insane engage tools. So Tribe have to play with that in mind all the time. So now I'm going to start watching starting. Because the past couple of fights, there's been some really big shockwaves that I've missed in the fight. And I think that is really what's keeping Tribe in these. Because if this Orianna can prevent the engage from Goons, that's huge. As they will get another Dragon uncontested yet again. Chuck flashing forward. Here, Shockwave. Nice. They got the pick. That's a kill onto Goom. And a killing spree for starting. That's not what Goons were looking for. It's going to be really hard for them to close this one out. Now engage under the turret. Tigers finds Yikes. 2 members dead for Goons. This could be an inhibitor turret in favor of Tribe.
Yeah, that has to just be the inhibitor. They can try to make this play, but not enough range members. Maybe they go under it.
Do they try?
I don't know. This is getting risky.
They're committing under the Nexus turret. They got to be careful though, because the Camille engages there. Yasuo onto 2 members, but he has to flash away immediately. No, Camille's dead.
They're doing it.
There's still Baron empowered minions. So is Hoon. That's game. That's gonna be the series, and that is your Wild Rift Summoner Series Qualifier 1 in the books. Congratulations, Tribe Gaming. You took down Team Goons again, and in such incredible fashion. First seed going into the first majors.
Wow. Okay. They did it, Kangas. They did it. We weren't sure what was going to happen in this game too, but it all starts basically in the top lane yet again. Chuck, you can say what you want about some other members. Chuck and Tigers are just so damn good. Yeah. Man. Good on the Darius. Tigers had a little bit more of a quieter game. He was on Vi. It's not as flashy as maybe a Camille carry, but still playing his role when he needs to, not going down unnecessarily. I think these two might be best in role, at least compared to some of the other roles, compared to some of the other teams that we've had here. Tribe, very dominant in their entire run in the tournament.
And I mean, that's what Hot Sauce, their coach, was talking about when I caught up with him before the series even started, before the day even started of games, is he believed everybody on the team was top 2 in their roles at the very least, making a strong argument for themselves. So congratulations to Tribe Gaming for taking the first qualifiers going into that majors as seed 1. Let's take a look at the bracket again, just so we can see how we got to this point and the journey along the way, because Tribe Gaming 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, undisputed the best team.
Yeah, they just look so strong each and every time. And it didn't look like they were willing to really drop a beat. Yeah, they made some mistakes, but at the end of the day, history is going to remember them as the team that basically swept all of the first qualifier in the first circuit for the Wild Rift Summoner Series. So
yeah. I don't think they dropped a game
all around
in the round of 32 and the round of 16. They just swept the entire event.
I would have to check it, but it definitely fits the narrative, and this just means that our top 4 for the first major, they're going to be gone for a bit. We won't see them for the next qualifier, but that means in about 2 weeks, these teams are going to come back ready and kind of just throwing fists.
Yeah, they're going to be duking it out. They're going to have a lot of time to prep and do some research on the teams that will be in the qualifiers for next week as well, because we will have 4 more teams qualifying through there. A reminder for anybody watching right now, if you want to get a team together to compete, make sure that you sign up. Go check out Twitter, the GiantSlayerWR. Follow the page, first of all, so you get updates, but also check out the tweets that will be there because there'll be information on how to sign up. I believe there'll also be a link here on the Twitch channel. Because, yeah, we would love to have you come and participate. If you think you got what it takes, 5 friends in a dream, or a sponsored org, or just a roster of players, whether you're from an old mobile MOBA, whether you're from League, whether you're a Pokemon United player, whatever you are, come join us here with Wild Rift action. Also, just a quick note, because I did actually do a little bit of research ahead of time for the history between these 2 teams. There is a rivalry between Team Goons and Tribe Gaming, because back earlier in July, we had the Team Liquid Wild Rift Summer Showdown, and Team Goons 2-1 them in the winners finals, and then Tribe came back in the losers finals and 2-1 them in the grand finals. So this is now twice the Tribe Gaming has taken an event against Team Goons, and I think Team Goons are going to be a little salty going into the majors.
Well, just like everywhere else in other competitive sports, it's only a rivalry if both sides are able to win against each other. If it's a one-sided rivalry, well, then someone's mad and someone's just better.
The winter finals, Team Goons did pick up the series win in the winners finals, even though they lost the grand finals. So 1 out of 3 of the last
those. We won the finals that matter. Exactly. That's what Tribe Gaming has to say. They won the finals that matter.
Exactly. And this time they did it 2-0. Last time it was 2-1. So, Alk, we do have an interview, though. Looks like we will have a member from the winning team, Team Goons, or rather, sorry, Tribe Gaming. So let's hop in and actually chat with them. Hello, can you hear us? Hello, congratulations on the victory here. Tribe Gaming picking up the win, and I believe that we have Hoon on the line. Is that correct?
It's Tigers. It's Tigers.
Oh, it's Tigers on the line. All right, sorry about that. Sorry. Oh, I'm looking at that.
Yeah. I got my MVP player. MVP player.
Thanks for saving me, Alk. All right, Alk, I'll give you the first question there. Congratulations, Tigers, on the victory right there. Alk, how are you going to save this from me?
Tigers, how does it feel to be the best jungler in the qualifiers? You smurfed it, obviously getting top 10 in EU, and then coming in and just playing on 200 ping, and then coming to playing on the NA servers when they finally got here. How's it feel?
I mean, it feels really good to win the tournament. I think our whole team plays super well, but I think it's too early to call me the top jungler right now. I still think Lemon's really good, and their team just didn't really show up that well today.
Yeah, they have been your rivals as of late. We were just talking about how at the Team Liquid Wild Rift Summer Showdown, you kind of had back and forth series, 3-3 against each other in the winners finals and then the grand finals. You did edge it out in the grand finals. What do you think the big difference was this time around that led to the 2-0 instead of a 3-game series?
Well, I think a difference is I think we drafted better, and our team cohesion was better as well. In addition, Goons, they changed their roster recently, so I'm pretty sure they don't have the same type of synergy that we have, and that contributed to their loss.
I mean, you guys have been playing, most of you guys have been playing together since at least 2017, right? You guys have been on Tribe.
Yes.
What is... Oh, sorry. Go.
Oh, no. We haven't all played together, but we've known each other for a long time. Like you said, I think back to 2017.
What has that been like being part of the Tribe system? You guys obviously were former Vainglory players, and coming over to Wild Rift, what has that transition been like coming in from one mobile game to another?
I think in the beginning it was hard changing from joystick or touch controls to joystick, but over time you get used to it, and then right now it just feels natural at this point. And Wild Rift keeps adding new and better like QOL updates. Like they just added the closest target, and that's going to be so nice. So they make it easy for you as well.
Yeah, you love to see that. All right, Tigers. Well, final question for you. I don't want to put any pressure on, but I have high hopes for North American Wild Rift competition internationally going forward. So, as the #1 team right now in North America, based on the beginning of the Wild Rift Summoner Series, what words do you have for any European players out there watching, sweating right now, seeing the level of competition that you just brought?
I think the EU rivalry is really intense. I mean, we played in EU, so I think we know the players pretty well too. And we had a EU tribe team as well, so we shared information and we have a pretty friendly rivalry. And honestly, if the former tribe EU team and us could meet at Worlds, that would be it would be the best situation possible, I think.
That would be incredible. All right, pretty wholesome message for our rivals. All right, next time I'm going to have to coach you a little bit on how to smack talk people over in EU, because usually they're not as kind to us. But regardless, thank you so much, Tigers, for coming on for the post-game interview. Congratulations on the win and the fantastic performance. And best of luck already qualifying and going into that Majors 1.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, and that's going to do it for the entire show, everybody. The Wild Rift Summoner Series brought to you by Riot Games, Wisdom Gaming, and Nerd Street. Make sure that you stop back next week because we do still have the second qualifiers. But before then, one final look at the teams that have already qualified here, because we do have 4 that made it through, and we can already start checking off some of those boxes. Looks like we haven't updated it as of quite yet. Oh, look at that. Look at that beauty right there. Tribe Gaming, Team Goons, Enemy, and 30K as our first 4 teams. Alk, any surprises from the top 4, or is this pretty much what we expected going in?
There's no Cloud9, man.
They're
literally the biggest org right next to Tribe Gaming, who came in the back half. They took over the Bulbasaur team. Yeah. But like, what happened, man? Like, obviously they had a ton of sub situations, Charm going back to the jungle. That just means that the second qualifier, these teams, the teams that are in the top 8 but didn't make top 4, are going to be hungry, looking to fill out those last spots for our first major in the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, the level of competition between these top 4 teams was so close. Absolutely fantastic to see. So, I mean, I can't wait. I cannot wait for that for the first majors. And also the second qualifier is coming up next week, because the level of competition, it might get more intense as more eyes are on the scene, as more teams realize, oh, hey, there's Wild Rift competition going on right now, and it's pretty close. Maybe we should hop over and check out what that's all about. So we'll see what competition the second qualifier brings. But Alk, that's it for the day. That's it for the broadcast. That's it for me as for at least the first majors. I'm not going to be on for the second qualifiers or the first majors. So thank you so much for having me on. I know I come from League of Legends casting, but I could lean on your Wild Rift knowledge much more. So appreciate you on the desk. And yeah, it was our first cast together in the books. Look at that.
Woo! We got it done. It went well. I think we did a good job. I hope everybody at home enjoyed the show, and thank you everybody who was watching either today or both days. It's really awesome. Get to see the beginning of North American Wild Rift tournaments. Some of the bigger stuff is happening, and it's just awesome, man.
Yep. Make sure that you're subbed to the Twitch channel right now, because we're going to be back next week with the second qualifiers for more Wild Rift Summoner Series action that you will not want to miss. That's it for week 1. So we'll see you next week. Have a good one, everybody.